Check out this dude. He's pink. Dude, what are you doing being all pink in my backyard? I just don't understand what happened to you. Patricia, I found the tequila gun. Let's go. Oh my God. What does it taste like?
Tequila.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, this dude's making gator bites. What's the secret?
Don't let the gator eat you first.
What, did you actually catch these gators?
Yeah. Right in your backyard.
Let's go. Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. Okay, so pool is getting drained today. So we've got the hose running over into the pond there, and he's got his pump over here. He's priming it. And then we will be able to see on the security camera up there. So he's priming the pump now to drain the pool. Here we go. Going. We're gonna see it here in a minute. Nothing yet. There goes the water. Check that out, guys. Pool is draining. It's actually going a lot faster than I thought it would. That thing takes the water out. So we will time lapse that, but you can already see the water level coming down. that on. chilling. Oh, people are hitting me up, trying to come over and hang out in the backyard. I'm like, all right, you can come over and hang out. Guys, welcome back to the channel, Supercar Street Racing here. People going buying golf carts, but today we have the Depot DPAL 24 outlet surge protector plus 6 USB charger to help us with our charging station issues. How many things does this have? A million on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today we got the DPAL Depot 24 outlet. Look at this. 24 outlets goodness on this DPAL surge protector and 6 USB as well. And so I'm thinking a lot of this for our charging station will solve issues. But let's take a look at what this looks like inside of the box as we open the cardboard condom on this device right here. And first thing we see inside of the box is a nice plastic goodness. All right, I think we can just literally dump this guy out. I didn't even get the table cleaned in time. And break the glass table. Inside we have the DPAL 24 outlet surge protector with the super long cord, which we don't even need that long of a cord. We need a 6-inch cord, but we have a 24,000-inch cord. And inside of this nice protective wrapper, we see the DPAL can actually power an aircraft carrier at this point with all of its goodness. There's all the plugs. 24 plugs. And a stout, thick cord, and 3 lights. Right here, right now, red, green, and yellow. I think it says fault, grounded, and protected. And then we have the 2 USB-C ports and the 4 regular USB, so that will actually allow us to eliminate a lot of those little charging thingies, and we will put this in the closet here in a moment. And it came with this amazing set of screws so that you can mount it, and this guy is a template for the screws, which nobody gives you a template. And what that does is right here, right now, allow you to put this guy right, if I could grab it right here. And then you can put your screws in. And then also it does this one too, right here, right now. So you can go this way, and it has a template for your screws, like that. All right, so we have the template right here, and that actually allows you to put screws in something and slide the DPAL 24 outlet surge protector right into the screws to make it secure. And it goes this way if you want to use the up and down screws, like this. Just like that, guys. So probably what we'll do next is go install this thing and see what that looks like on the charging station. The current situation in the closet is not a good one. We have all this stuff crowded on this super old power strip, but there is a solution for this. What we do is get rid of this right now, take out these clamps, remove this power strip, and move everything to the DPAL, which has so much more room. So let's get this thing out of here right now. right, now we have the D-PAL surge protector nice and mounted to the table, even though it is crooked-ish. Just because the screws are a little loose, we are going to, right here, right now, start putting stuff back on the table and get everything plugged in. Guys, we plugged everything into our new D-PAL power strip, and we still have all of this room left for anything we want. We have like 2 of the actual power outlets consumed, some of the USB Type B, and none of the USB Type C. So we have room to grow here, and we do have a couple of more things we're going to have to charge, so that is perfect. And that is where we are right now with our D-PAL, and we will keep adding stuff to this. Guys, we have completely finished this project here to overhaul our beautiful charging table. And as you can see right here, we now have our power strip, which has an amazing amount of outlets on it. And we also have the USB charging ports right there occupied. And we still have plenty of space to add more devices to our charging table. So there will be a link in the description for this guy right here, but already I can tell you the D-PAL power outlet strip with USB is pretty awesome. I mean, look at that. Look how many actual devices you can plug in. And what I did was arrange on the table all my devices, and we do have my Amazon Fire tablet there. We've got my old Samsung Note there, which I hardly ever use anymore. We have the capability to charge our GoPro, but I am charging the batteries. We have our USB portable power bank charging right here. We've got our A7 Lite tablet that goes on the golf cart, charging there. Our Bluetooth headphones there, which uses the old school style USB plug. And then we've got our triple GoPro charger sitting there, and you can see 3 lights on that, and it is charged up completely. Then behind that, we do have that plugged into the wall, and the cable managed a little bit. I really didn't do much except kind of put it back there. And then down here we have other accessories for charging and cabling and all that, looking so nice underneath the table. Now let's take a look at this online and a few other options you might have for a power strip. Hey everybody, and we're back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio here to take a look at some options for a power strip. And what we are looking at first right here, right now, is this first one that I bought for the living room. So this one is $18.99. We can see right here, I purchased it on March the 19th. And it does have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 regular. We can go ahead and zoom in on here. 10 regular, what do you call them, outlets, and then it has USB Type-C and 3 USB Type-A. This one is $18.99. It has 4.7 stars. And as we look down here, it's compatible with just about everything it says. And I have been using this behind the TV and it works just great. No problems whatsoever. And it kind of tells you like the power levels and stuff that it can support here, because there's a limited amount of power available on the USB ports. So it says that it supports the 20 watt USB fast charging over USB Type-C, so that's actually good. Now if we go back and we just do power strip, with USB, here are a couple of more options for you. We've got this one here that has 3 USBs on the side, and then it's kind of a square thing, rectangular thing. We've got this one that I bought. We've got a few more here that look just like kind of like little small squares. And then we've got the big daddies down here that have the tons of different regular outlets and also some USB connectors. Now let's take a look at the one that I ordered for the project that we're doing right now that we just completed. So this is the one that I just got. And seeing right here, this is a DPAL 24 AC multiple outlet 15 amp with 6 USBs. So it has 4 USB Type A. I always call them Type B. I guess these are actually technically Type A ports here if we look. It has 4 USB Type A and 2 USB Type C. And if you look right here, it says Smart USB maximum, I think it says 5.2 amps shared. There's a limited amount of power available for all of the USB ports. There's another good look at that. 1,875 watts. And it shows you the spacing in between the plugs if you have issues with like wide adapters or whatever. And it's got 3 lights on it. Also shows you it's protected, grounded, and there is a yellow fault indicator on it if you have a fault. And I was able, it comes also with a little template for spacing out your screw holes so you can actually hard mount it onto a surface or on the wall. I was able to use that without any issues and mount it to the table. And that guy is currently $19.99, and there is free Prime 1 day on this guy. I can definitely recommend this one, as it is the one that I have currently in use in my charging station in the closet. But as you can see here, Amazon has hundreds of them, and here's one right here. Shows you that one actually has widely spaced outlets so they can accommodate like those big huge power brick things. And we got a 2-pack down here for 26 bucks and some other options here of long traditional type ones. So anything you could possibly be looking for as far as a power strip goes, you can find on here. I will put a couple of options in the description for you guys, and that's going to wrap up another Supercar Street Racing project. We are so glad that you guys have joined us. Please support the channel by clicking through any of our links in any video to buy anything from Amazon. Not just what you're looking for currently, but anything, because we make a commission off of that and it helps support the channel so we can do more things like this. We hardly make any money off the channel, not even enough to support the actual channel. But we love you guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to sunny Florida. Look behind me here. It is beautiful outside, but those looks are deceiving. It is very cold, 50 degrees in Florida right now. And today we have a tour of my new all-home audio system. The whole home audio covers everything. Hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and right behind me is my whole home audio system. Today we're taking a tour of the house. We're going to show you how that works in the entire house today, and it is all going to be brought to you by Juke, who was kind enough to give us a small discount on something for this whole home audio system, and hoping we get to work with them in the future with the Juke Plus, which is their other model. This is the 8-zone Juke whole home amplifier, and we have that today to look at, and my whole house on the channel. We're gonna go through everything. I'm gonna show you all the speakers, talk about the brands, talk about this whole home audio system that is done and complete, and we're gonna go over all that right now, so hang out with us again today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Humble compound today, and today's video is sponsored by Juke Audio. I promised them I would talk their brand up today, and we are going to do just that, because I have been enjoying this Juke Audio amplifier that we've had now for a couple of weeks. Now right here in front of me is the Juke 6 and 8. It is their base model. The Juke Plus is a little bit higher model. This thing is awesome though. It has 8 zones. You buy it with 6, you can upgrade it to 8 with just an email and a few dollars. They will upgrade it remotely for you. This has 6 and 8 powered zones depending on how much you spend. It does have 40 watts per speaker per channel. Do not let that confuse you. That is not a small amount of power for these in-home audio speakers. That is plenty of power, at least for what I have, and I'm not running a sub or anything with the power out of the Juke. It is app controlled. It has a smart app we'll be showing you guys a little bit later in the video. Now this thing supports analog inputs, USB input, AirPlay, Spotify Connect, DLNA, and Bluetooth. So that covers pretty much everything you'll need, because you can do almost everything with a tablet nowadays, and you can just Bluetooth right to this guy right here. Now let's go ahead and show you this guy getting unboxed, and then start the tour of our whole home audio system. We have been dealing with crappy whole home audio for years, but today we have a solution for that. We have finally spent the money to get a proper whole home audio system. Now this Juke audio amplifier is a whole home smart system. We're gonna get this unboxed here on SCSR and see what's in the box and how it works. Let's go, dog. Guys, today we have the Juke audio whole home audio amplifier here. It is a smart amplifier for your house. 6 zones, smart, does everything you need to amplify your entire house. And they have one above this called the Juke Plus. I did not buy that. It is about $1,000 more. I probably could have just done that for $2,400. I got this for, I think, $1,400. So today we're gonna get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Get it hooked up, get the app going, and see what that's all about, because we are redoing the whole home audio system in the closet, and this is an integral part of redoing everything on Supercar Street Racing. Patented SCSR knife is here opening up the box. We need to get this thing open right now and see what's inside, because I'm hyped, guys. Juke Audio, so made simple right in front of us. The whole home audio amplifier is 6 zones, smart, capable amplifier. And inside of the box, with the presentation level being elite, this Juke audio package right here. Don't know what it is, but let's get it out of there. I like it. SCSR knife is patented. Do not try to make one like this, because it actually came from IKEA. Inside of the Juke audio box, looks like some rack mount ears here, which we're not using. These look like rack mounts. A standard, maybe 2 or 3 pin power cable, some breakouts for the speakers, and also a Cat 5 cable, Cat 6 cable, and a Sound Made Simple diagram here. It does do Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and there's a start there. I already got the Juke app downloaded, but that is a good look at what's inside of the box before we get to the meat and potatoes. The Juke is so fly with the charcoal padding inside. Let's get that out. All right, now Juke did say that the optimal connection is Ethernet, which we will be using. There are 4 breakaway boxes in the back here for speakers. Literally nothing on the front here. It just says Juke Audio. No lights or anything. And then also in the back right here, there's 2 USB ports. If you want to do analog audio, you have to connect to these USB ports with an adapter that I will put in the description. It is a USB to audio adapter. I ordered that. It will be here tomorrow. They give you an Ethernet cable right here. We don't need that where we're going. We have an Ethernet cable. We're gonna put this into the SCSR closet, power it up, see if we can update the firmware and all that, and then see if we can interface with this guy, the Juke Audio on Supercar Street Racing. Let's get it in the closet. Guys, we're starting the tour right in front of the Juke here, and we're gonna outline everything that is in this new audio closet for the whole home audio system. Now, you're gonna have to go back to my videos. There's a 6-part video of my whole home audio refurbishing. I started with a closet full of clothes and racks, and I did everything to bring this guy up to modern standards. And I've always wanted to do an app that controlled each room with volume in each room, and this Juke Audio 8-zone amp does fit the bill. It does great on that process. Now at the very top here, this is the box for the Juke Audio. You guys just did see me unbox this. This thing is so cool. It comes with rack mount ears here. I did not use them. Let's get this box out of here. Now starting on the top here on my whole home audio tour, there was a hole in the wall right up here where the wires were coming out because the old setup had a amp up high on a shelf, like a wire shelf. I did get rid of that wire shelf, and I closed up the hole right there as well, you can see. And then right over here, we had a wall plate with RCA jacks that fed subwoofer preamp output to the whole entire house. And then up here we did add an outlet where we have some power going into the bathroom. This is a good future expansion if we ever need power up high. Let's say we want to add another shelf right here. We have the capability to have power right next to it here on the back. Now moving down in the closet, we have our WIM here. This is our WIM streaming audio player. There is a dedicated video up with this, so I'm not going to get into too much detail about this, but this actually can do everything streaming wise that even the Juke does not do. It can do a lot of cool things like internet radio and things like that, Spotify, Pandora, you name it, this guy does it. It does have subwoofer outputs as well, which is awesome. It's very high quality. It does accept optical ins and outs. It has RCA level ins and outs, and it has coax ins and outs as well. So this is the WIM streamer. Go see my video on the WIM if you want a more detailed explanation about this guy. And that's what we are using right now for currently streaming to the whole house. Now below that, the sponsor of the video, this is the Juke Audio. This is the 6 and 8 zone amplifier. We currently are using 8 zones. And on the back of the Juke, it is just literally a bunch of green plugs with screws in them, and that is how we got our audio back to the entire house. That is what powers the speakers, is the Juke whole home amplifier. And then back on this side, there is a USB adapter that goes from USB to analog audio, and that is what we are using from the WIM to feed the Juke all of the audio that it then transmits throughout the house. We'll show you that on the app a little bit later in the video. Now on top of my Juke here is the remote for the WIM, and then this remote here is for the LEDs that came with the shelf, which are right under there. Nothing special, they just do cycling between colors or flashing. Think it's pretty cool. I just have it on cycling right now. All right, right below that on the shelf, some important things for the whole home audio system. We've got our Ubiquiti Flex 2.5 gig switch right there, which is providing Ethernet to both the Juke and the WIM there. We've got our dot right here. That is providing smart home. If we want to use that, we can. We don't necessarily have to, but we can feed that to the analog input on the WIM. Next to that is a 4-port RCA splitter. That is taking the output of this Behringer Ultra bass processor and feeding it to both the sub down here and to the house via some wall plates, which we will show you momentarily. Underneath that, we have our Panamax MR4300. This is a power conditioner surge suppressor for the whole system, and it does keep the voltage steady and also suppresses any lightning or anything like that if we have surges in the power. All right, right below that on the very bottom, we have our PSW10. This is a Polk audio subwoofer that I actually got off of Marketplace. The screws are a little rusted. I never touched those up with black. I'll probably have to go back and touch those up to make it look better. But what you can't see behind that, you'll have to go back to my video, is we have wall plates back there for sub. We have wall plates for Ethernet, and we do have power right behind this sub right here. And that was all put in my video, so please refer to my whole home audio closet refurbished video. There will be links for all this in the description. Okay, that is going to round out the tour of the theater closet. Let's go into the next room here, which is the home theater. Okay, we are in the SCSR home theater room right now, and there is nothing related to the whole home audio system in here except one thing. There is a wall plate behind the home theater right there that feeds this closet right here. So if we want to, we can feed audio in either direction here, from here to the home theater closet or vice versa, in case we want to feed this audio to the house or the audio in there to in here. Other than that, this room is a 4K home theater system. I built the screen myself. There are videos about that as well. It is using the Cosmos Max 4K laser projector, and it has a Marantz Cinema 50 receiver. Other than that, this has nothing to do with the whole home audio system, so let's go ahead and move on to the next room. The next stop here is a familiar one if you watched all my videos on my bathroom remodel. This is my guest bathroom here, and it does have two 6.5-inch Mica in-ceiling speakers, which are fed from our Juke whole home audio amplifier. There's not much to say about this room. I always wanted to put audio in here. I finally was able to do so when I remodeled the bathroom, and I did seal this audio zone from my bedroom because my bedroom is no longer connected to the whole home audio. It has its own audio independent system in there. So we did not need to have that zone. Since we only have 8, that precludes us from putting another zone into the bedroom, and it's pretty unnecessary as we have a nice 7.1 audio system now in the bedroom with Dolby Atmos and everything like that. So this is the guest bathroom, guys. Guys, welcome to the forum. I like to call it the forum because this is where all the magic happens. No, it's pretty dead most of the time, but this is the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and you can see it is nice and sunny outside. And inside the bedroom, this is not connected to the whole home audio system. It used to have that speaker and that speaker connected. Those are disconnected, except this middle one here is now feeding center channel from our Marantz receiver right here. So we do have front, left, and right. We're using the speakers from the old theater. So we have left, right. These are Atmos. So the left and the right up top are height for Atmos. That's the center. And then we do have our surrounds back there. Nothing else of interest in this room ever happened, so we won't spend too much time on it. There is also a Polk PSW10 there in the corner as well. One of my favorite subs of all time. And in here you also see the Cinema 70S. I do have 2 of these guys, one in the living room and one in here, providing the audio output. And that's gonna wrap it up for the bedroom tour. We're back in the beautiful SCSR sunroom, and I wanted to briefly show you guys what was in here. I have a whole project planned for the sunroom to get this TV up and in the air and some surround in here. But for now, the only thing we have to worry about in this sunroom is these in-ceiling speakers that have been here for a minute. 2 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers. They're supposed to be 8s, but in reality they're 6.5s. And those are fed by one of the zones in the amplifier closet over there from our Juke amplifier. Nothing else to worry about in here. Eventually I would like to get that TV up in the air there just like that and put some 5.1 surround in here. But that is a pretty large project that's going to take me a lot of time and running wiring and stuff like that. So for now, that's all we have right here. All right, pay no attention to that huge bird over there and this beautiful pool. But out here in the SCSR backyard, we do have 2 nice speakers up here. Those are also Polk Audio, and they are the upgraded ones. I will put the model number right here on the screen for you. We have our 4K TV out here, and we also have these speakers fed by the internal system. This is on its own zone. However, that speaker over there is not working, and I don't know what has happened to our wiring, but it is not getting audio from inside the house. It appears to still be connected, but not 100% sure. I have to get in there and check and see why. Maybe there is a short between that and the Juke or something like that. But this all comes from inside the attic, and I thought it was connected when I checked. I'll have to get up there and try to figure it out sometime. But yeah, this is the outside. I plan on actually putting another amplifier out here, back up here to power these outdoor speakers, because I don't really need to use the indoor stuff. I just want to get audio from this TV onto these speakers, and right now I can't even do that. So that's going to wrap it up from outside in the SESR backyard. We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound kitchen right now, where you can see we have all these beautiful Samsung appliances just chilling. We have the nice Samsung stove, which we can wake up right here. Yes, it did come on. We have this nice Samsung microwave. We have our Samsung dishwasher and our Samsung internet fridge. Here we are in front of our internet fridge with the Supercar Street Racing channel up, and that is going to go ahead and play right here and be loud. All right, go ahead and pause that. So in this room, we do have two 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. They're actually 8s. They're marketed as 8s, but they actually come down to 6.5, which is annoying. So those are fed by one of our zones on the Juke, and then down here we have a amplified subwoofer here, which is fed from the outputs of these speakers. So there is wiring running up. There is a project for that on my channel if you guys are interested. And that is pretty much it. We do also have an Echo device in here if we want to do anything smart-wise. Supercar Street Racing living room is looking fresh today, and we are in here with Brad. And in the living room, we have a bunch of speakers in here actually. We have the center ones up here, which are fed by the whole home audio Juke in the closet right there. These other ones in the back are for surround, for the Dolby Atmos system up here, which is not quite Atmos yet, but it will be. We have a Cinema 70S, a center channel, front, left, and right. We are about to add front, left, and right there and move Dolby Atmos up to these height speakers. It has its own Ultra Bass Pro as well, and also our DMark for our fiber and our Eero 7. I am going to be redoing all of this wiring back here again when I do the speakers. I'm gonna do front, right, front, left, right here in the wall. We do have a Polk subwoofer right here, and we do have my Cerwin Vega CLS 15 right here. So we have two subs in here, and that is pretty much everything in the living room related to audio. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing office slash guest bedroom, and in here we have two 6.5, they're really 8s again, in-ceiling speakers being fed by the Juke whole home audio system, and then also we have this nice PSW10, another Polk audio subwoofer, which adds some bass fill to this room. There's not a whole lot to be said about this room, basically the same thing. This is a zone from our whole home audio system right up there in the ceiling. And this room actually sounds pretty good with the sub going, and you would love the way this sounds. And then of course we have Studio B right here for Supercar Street Racing. This is where we edit when we're not out in the studio, and then a beautiful view of cold Florida right outside the window. What a nice view to work with here in the Supercar Street Racing office and guest bedroom. When you're in the office here, you do have a nice bathroom here. This is actually the master bedroom, by the way. And when we walk into this bathroom, you notice immediately we have a 6.5-inch in-ceiling speaker right there, which is also fed a zone from our amplifier in there. And if we walk into the shower stall in here, we also have a 6.5 in here. Now these guys are set up in stereo, so this is left and this is right, or vice versa. I don't know exactly which one, but this gives you nice audio when you are in the shower here and entertains you while you are getting clean. And then in the Supercar Street Racing humble closet in here, we have two 10-inch subwoofers here. We have two subwoofers powered by internal amplifiers, but the wiring comes down from the speakers in here to feed audio to that. I have a project for that on the channel, and it took me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours total to do it, but we have our JBL sub here, and then we have our Sony sub here. Both have built-in amplifiers they are using, so they're not getting line in, they're getting speaker level input from the speakers up here. And that wraps up the master bathroom, or the office bathroom. Let's go out to the Supercar Street Racing garage now. Now out here in the garage is kind of a special case for whole home audio, as these are fed a zone, but it has its own sub and amplifier up here on the top shelf. We have the Onkyo receiver up there, and we have a JBL sub up there feeding these two 8-inch in-ceiling speakers right here. So you can actually use this television here, and we are now powering up the TV. Now we just did power up the TV, and that is feeding the audio up here on the 6.5-inch speakers, and also feeding the sub up there. And you can see we got Supercar Street Racing on TV right here. So you can also feed this and the patio, which is right outside that door we will show you next, with the whole home audio system. So this is on its own zone as well, and allows you to either use this TV here or the interior audio system for feeding the garage of Supercar Street Racing. Now our last step on the tour is actually the patio. We have Polk Audio outdoor speakers fired up by one of the zones. And you can see right here the Polk Audio speakers sitting so fresh above the patio right here. And they provide audio out here if you want to relax, chill, have a glass of wine with the neighbors. You can put the audio on from one of the zones, and that is the same zone as the garage. All right, guys, we are directly in front of the Juke Audio app, and you can see right here on the screen all 8 zones that I have set up. And you can see here master bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, pool, guest bathroom, living room, patio, and sunroom. All of the zones are active except the patio and the pool, and that is how I run it most of the time. Now, when you go to settings, you do have to put an admin password in. You guys can't see this. Okay, in this part of the Juke setup, you can set your network up right here. You can see we are connected via Ethernet, and you can see our local IP address right there, 192.168.0.172. You can go ahead and do diagnostics of your whole system. You can do zone diagnostics, upload your logs to Juke so they can check it out, or do live troubleshooting so they can actually log onto the device and see what kind of problems they see live, which is pretty cool. And here is the information for the device, and you can check for firmware updates. This one is fully updated right now. You can change your admin password, clear your cache, log out, and contact Juke support on this page. Now here's your inputs. This is where you are telling the device which inputs you want to use, and then you choose which input you want to go out to all the devices after that. This is where you set up the desired zones that you want this group to go to. So right now we have analog. You can see it at the top left there, going to everything except pool and patio, because we're not using those at all right now. And here on the top page, you have a volume control, which allows you to control all of the zones independently. And you can see how I have mine set up here. Sometimes some rooms might respond a little bit differently to volume than other rooms. So this allows you some fine tuning to each room. And then if we go into one zone like master bathroom, you have a little icon you can set up for it, which is cool. You can see the little shower icon. And then you can also adjust the volume here, and it shows you the active input is the analog input for the master bedroom. And if we look at bedroom here, it has a little fireplace by it, which is pretty cool. And then you can also adjust the volume here independently on that one as well. And you can do that with all of the zones. And you can see here patio and pool are not active right now. I don't use them most of the time, so I just left them off for now. So when you're using your group inputs, you have to tell it which ones are enabled or disabled. Right now I only have the analog input enabled. All right, so that is gonna do it with a look from the app of the Juke Audio. Pretty cool, has a lot of different controls available. If you need more than that, go to the Juke Plus, where you have individual EQs for everything. You have a subwoofer output, and you have native analog inputs. It costs about $1,000 more, but if you need it, then you just need it. So go ahead and grab it from the description below, and let's wrap it up with Brad. All right, guys, so that wraps up the whole home audio tour with the Juke amplifier there, the whole home audio amplifier feeding 8 zones of audio into the entire house. If you have questions about anything in my house or you need assistance, just let me know. And that's gonna do it for today. We're gonna wrap it up, but we're gonna show you the Juke audio amplifier on Amazon real quick as well. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office, and behind me is Studio B for the SCSR compound. And today we are taking a look at the Juke amplifier online. And right in front of me right here, you can see the Juke amplifier chilling so fresh and fly with a solid 4.4 star review. This guy is $1,499 and I love this thing. It has so many cool features. It is smart. It does smart home. Every separate room has its own volume control, which is awesome. And you can also turn individual rooms off and on as well. And Juke Audio was so kind to work with us on this and gave us a little discount on the upgrade from a 6 to an 8 zone. Now you can get this 6 zone for $14.99, or you can get the 8 zone for $300 more. But if we go to their other amplifier, the Juke Plus, that one costs a little bit more, but it does give you more power. It does have native audio inputs that are analog and a few other things that are more desirable than this. So if you want to spend a little bit more, go ahead and get the Juke Plus. Now here's a look at both of these guys on the website. So the Juke 6 and 8 is $14.99. The Juke Plus is $24.99. Now it is limited to 6 zones. So if that is an issue for you, you might want to stick with the 6 and 8. But the cool thing about the Juke Plus is it has subwoofer outputs as well and 100 watts per channel. Does also long range Bluetooth streaming, so a little bit better Bluetooth connectivity. It does also have an equalizer for every zone. And like I said before, it has analog inputs as well, which is helpful for some people if that's on your need list. Go ahead and check that out. Looks like it also has a Wi-Fi antenna right there. They may have upgraded the Wi-Fi system. I don't really see much about that. But looking at the Juke 6 and 8 right here, has 14 reviews, all 5-star reviews. And there's the 8 zone right there, $16.99. $14.99, so $200 more if you buy it directly from here, and you do get the 8 zone. And then you can see right here amplifying every room, and of course it does support multiple users as well. You can have multiple people log on and control their environment. And there's the back I showed you guys a little bit earlier, up to 16 channels. It has an Ethernet port and it has 2 USB connections that when coupled with an adapter, which does not come with it, you can actually do analog. It is 2 rack units tall. So go ahead and check out the Juke, and thanks again for supporting Supercar Street Racing. You guys are an integral part of the channel, and please like and subscribe. It helps us so much with the algorithms. It helps keep our videos up at the top and shows people that we do have support from our fans. So go ahead, like and subscribe, buy all of your products, anything from Amazon you want. Click on any of our links in the description and you can buy anything you want, and it gives us $1 or $2 here or there to keep the channel up and running. But we got to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs. Guys, we are here today with only one mission, and that is to finish our Wow Light Smart Light RGB project for the other side of the fence. We have the second part of the equation right here, so let's get busy and get to work on this. Guys, right here and right now in the Supercar Street Racing dining room, where we are joined by a cigar and some happy rocks, we have the Wow Light Smart RGB Permanent Outdoor Light, and we have another set that was so graciously donated by the manufacturer for us to go ahead and finish our light project. And I did order a couple of things for outside for the electrical, and that will help us finish this project because we need to tie into existing electrical outside. But first things first, we need to get outside and go ahead and make the fence all even before we start tying these lights up to the fence. Let's take this thing outside and get to work. All right, we're on the phone now since the GoPro can't exist without overheating, even in 70-degree weather. 70-degree weather. Literally, this thing overheated. Ridiculous piece of junk. But anyway, we finished running the lights along the fence. All we have to do on this side now is get the electrical stuff squared away. I ordered the parts for that. And then we'll tie this up really nice, but you can see we have all the lights strung across the fence, and we followed the existing bulbs that do not work 90% of the time. And we went behind the shed because you can't see it. I wanted to go on top of the shed, but there's nothing to put the lights on. There is no eaves. There is on the side, but not on the front. And we followed it all the way to the gate over here. All right, we are out here by the fence, and you can see that we completed this side of the fence and have since turned on the lights. And it looks pretty cool. They run all the way to the other side. And also we are shooting this on the brand new S24 Ultra in 4K 60. Now check it out, guys. We have that side. All right, we got the other side turned on as well. So looking around the property now, you can see we have the lights up on the house as well. And then looking back on that fence, we have totally finished this project. I just need to clean up the wiring down in the corner and install a power stake, which will be coming in today. But that's going to wrap up this video. That's not super important. Basically, all this is going to do over here is give power to my landscape lights and the fence lights, and there'll be a stake right here in the ground next to that landscape light that has a splitter inside of it. And so guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you liked the way the wow lights came out on the fence. It really adds such a cool effect to the back of the house, and I'm really hyped for this, and I hope you guys are too, and I hope you try the same project. And now let's throw it into the Supercar Street Racing Studio for information on where to buy your wow lights. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Supercar Street Racing, Brad here, and today we are back again with the Wow Lights permanent outdoor LED lights, your alternative to the Govee permanent outdoor LED lights. And this is the second set we've had, and we came here today, right here and right now, to finish our project for lighting our fence. The first set went on the left side of the fence. If you're facing the outside of the house towards the pond and the pool, it would be on your left side. The second set here goes on the right side of the yard, and this was offered up to us by the manufacturer at a discount price. The first set we got for free, and the second set we got for about half price. And you can see right here and right now, we did take the second set of outdoor permanent lights from Wow Lights, and we put them right on the fence on the right hand side of the fence, and we showed you what they look like at night. They use the Smart Life app to control the lights, and we probably tried to sync them up, but I recorded this part first, so I'm not sure if we were able to do that. And I hope you guys will support Supercar Street Racing by buying these Wow Lights through our link in the description. Everything you can do for Supercar Street Racing helps us because we lose money on the channel. And right here and right now, these have a 4.4 star review, so people do enjoy the Wow Light permanent outdoor lights in their yard or on their house. I might be the first person in the world to put them on the fence, but I'm not on the fence about the Wow Lights. I absolutely love them. Please support the channel by buying anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the exact link for the product. Click any of my links and buy anything, and it helps the channel out greatly. We can't hang out a lot today though. We have a lot to do. We've got 75,000 other things to review, but stay tuned. We got another great video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys around. Still cleaning up in here. Just vacuumed everything, wiped a lot of stuff down. Gotta grab my subwoofer now. First, listen, Dolby Digital Plus. Probably get a copyright strike, you know, because you can't do anything on YouTube. But yeah, I'm giving it a test right now. So far, so good. Here comes the TV. Woo, 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 woo. The hype is real. The hype is real. The TV is here. That is a big box. Now I'm excited to see how big it's going to be on the wall. Got the little unpacking instructions in here. Open the little flappies. Take out this thingy. Two people are supposed to pick this TV up and I only have one. That is a bummer. Oh yeah, it's heavier than I thought it would. Well, I thought that I would be able to do this alone. I don't think that's gonna happen. The little feet are down in this box. I thought I could get this bad boy at least onto the... Thought I could get it onto the bed at least so I could work on it. But here are the little feetsies that I can't get on. I mean, it's not that heavy, it's just awkward, it's wide. I mean, I can pick it up easy by myself. It's got me thinking, for sure. Ah, it says the bottom comes up. Oh, that's weird. Bottom comes right off. Looks like some kind of miracle packaging, man. Let's not make this the video that goes viral. It's a nice piece of cardboard. Yeah. I need to see if I'm prepared for this alone. Let's slide it into the hallway. I'm just measuring one more thing over here. Center of the mount to the edge of the TV. About, I don't know, 29 inches. So if we center it right there, that's perfect. Yep, we're going with that. I got my impact gun, my good level. All we got to do is get one side perfect. And in the stud, which I have already found here. And then we will get the other side after we level off the plate. Got the impact driver. We got my converter for doing sockets. And we have our lag screws right here. Perfect size. I'm gonna go check my work real quick and I will be back to do that. Moment of truth, let's put some holes in the wall. First one is going to go so we're trying to hit the top of the mount right about there. And we have to get a screw into a stud here and one into a stud here. We know we verified there's a stud because we punched holes in the walls. And we probably would have been a little off if we hadn't done that. But that's about level. That puts us right about here. Let's see if I can do this with one hand. Don't think I'm going to be able to do this with one hand, which sucks. Almost kind of want to put a little screw in there to hold it up while I do it. Also, that's not centered. But it can't be centered because if it is, it doesn't line up with the stud holes. This is going to be crazy if I can get this to work. Nope. Well, we're going to do it like this instead. This sucks doing this by yourself. It really ultra sucks. Well, put the dot right there. And what we'll do is that. We'll start it. Once that's there, we'll put the other one on. Just like this. That's in the stud. There ain't no doubt about it, brother. Looking good. We can take our tape off. All we have to do now is get this guy level and drill our next screw in. That's money. That's how good that is. Now, you can move it to make it level, just like that. I don't know if you guys can see this. 100% on the bubble, one stud there. And I am going to work with this one now. Try to go right in the center. It's pretty good. Now it's level down, but it's perfect now. I was able to loosen it and move it up just a slight bit. And it's money. Meaning, I can now put my double workbox in where power is going to be. So we're gonna do it over here since power is over here. Oh, you can't run anything back there though. Bummer. Well, hopefully we can snake the little HDMI cable over the top or just right here. All right, let's get our old workbox or new workbox, whatever it's called, and get going. I'm hoping there's enough room for the plug back here. If not, we will have to get a flat extension cord, but I'm thinking right there is money. We have to level this box too. Came with this cute little level, the little TV mount. Man, I had it pretty good. Maybe halfway? I don't know. We're just going straight down with everything. So that would put that right there. This level's hard to see with the blue. Bubble. It says that's level. There's our box. Looks level to me. It's close. It's good enough. Hopefully I got this TV in the right place. Okay, our box is cut. All this tape is kind of pointless now. I either did it right or I didn't. Not sure if I should even paint behind the TV. You're not going to see it. Oh, I forgot to take the tape off. Oh, you won't see any of this. Kind of wanted to fill these holes and paint, but No, I gotta get my shop vac now, though. Got my shop vac here. Clean up this mess. I'm just gonna send it. I'm not gonna paint the wall behind the TV. You're never gonna see it. Okay. Area is clean. Need to get my electrical tools now. Grabbing my electrical tools from the living room. Checking my work. Need my strippers, my this. And oh yeah, also my Romex wire. So we are running HDMI power to the box. Oh, we need our wall plate too, I totally forgot. Makes a handy work desk here. Man, I sure hope this TV hangs correctly. I don't want to have to move this mount now. That would be pretty disastrous. Okay, well, we've got to run some power. So let's make sure you guys can actually see what I'm doing here. Get you in a little bit closer. Okay, so I got my Romex here. We'll also need my receptacle for down here. I totally spaced, it's on the table in there. But I'm gonna go ahead and cut my Romex here to strip back a little bit, but actually let's run it first. All right, let's finish up our power plate now that we have confirmed that it will indeed work. Remember, the power is not connected here yet. So no shockage for us. But I'm going to probably be brave and do the bottom one without turning the power off because I'm an idiot. But it doesn't need to, it's going into the back where you push in the wires. I don't have to unscrew anything. Much easier than unscrewing and screwing in while it's hot. Okay, there's our wall plate. Let's get our cover plate, which, let me guess, I don't have a flathead screwdriver. Nope. Okay, I gotta get a flathead screwdriver. Our wall plate. Couldn't find the power screwdriver heads. That's how sad it is. Ah, man, who knows where that went? It's Phillips too. I found it. I love this. They have started putting Phillips head screws on everything. They have phased out putting flathead screws on these wall plates, which is absolutely fantastic. It's the best thing ever. They suck. I don't know why anybody would still put flathead screws on these. That was weird. Kind of hard to get that one in. Did go in eventually though. Boy, I hope this works. I would say there's a good possibility that I'll need a flat extension cord to get this thing plugged in. But I don't know, because it really just depends, because the top of the TV tilts, so we may be able to get it right there. There we have it. Now we just got to do power at the bottom. This is hot power coming in. Here we go. So for this, I will be getting some gloves. I'm working with hot power. All right, let's start on this side though, where we don't have hot power, but we need to get our tools. We need this, and this, to get our receptacle hooked up. Yeah, so once again, the strippers do not work with this type of wire for whatever reason. They do not like it. Maybe I don't have something adjusted correctly. I'm not sure. I'm not going to stress about it though. It would be nice, but instead I just strip it manually. So this is going into the back of the receptacle. But first, it's going to push right into the back there, like that. But I'm going to go ahead and do the ground. Ground's got to spin backwards like this. Oh, well, I guess I should put it through the box first. Both of these, actually. This is tight over here, though, man. Super tight. And I got to tie these together and then ground them. So I need another ground. And I need my box. I need to find a little ground wire and my box. My extra box. Get to use my brand new wiring nut kit here. So what we're doing is we got another piece of Romex here. We're going to grab a ground out of it. Actually going to connect the grounds, people. I know a lot of people don't. I would be surprised if any grounds in this house are connected anywhere. So I'm just taking the ground out of this and open up my new wire nut kit. And I'm going to use a couple of gray, blue, maximum 3 16 gauge, and that's what we have. Let's go orange. Should be fine. So we're going to put these 3 grounds together. Take our workman's pliers and twist them before we put the wire nut on. Like that. I'm going to go ahead and use orange. That looks pretty, or yellow, that looks pretty big. When you screw these on, screw them all the way on until they're tight. Like, they should be tight, like so tight you can't screw them on anymore. That's on good. But I screwed up. I hope you saw what I just did. I hope you guys saw what I did. I put that together without a box. Fantastic. Lovely. That was just amazing. I swear I am brain dead right now. Got no sleep last night. I have to take this apart. And my pool is ready, I think. I'm gonna have to go shut the water off here in about 2 minutes. Pool is refilling and it is right about where it needs to be. Alexa, stop all alarms. I'm pushing the tabs out. Pushing all the tabs out. This one is so short over here. I hope it works. It's gonna be hard to get it working. Might need to come from the bottom on that one. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That is gonna be lovely. That thing's gonna be a pain to get in. The wire's too short. That is going to be not good. That might not work. Might not work. That's about all I got. Wow, that's going to be tight. That's going to be really tight. Well, I'm going to make it work. It's got no choice. And then I'm going to run out and turn my pool water off. That is going to be really tight. But I think I can make it happen. What? It's gonna have to be after I go mess up my pool. Wasn't quite full yet. Needs about 15 more minutes. I need to put this box in. Where is my gun? I'm gonna make this work, I promise. I don't know what's level on that thing. I can't tell. But all we got to do now is connect this ground. Like this. Ooh, pinch my finger, good. Okay, remember, white on the left. So these are the hardest ones to connect. So do those first. Black on that side. White on that side. These are short little mothers. Those are in. And we making sure I got the thing right, but yeah, it's correct. Okay, this is wired up. Now it's just got to be pushed back in, which I'm not very good at, but I'll make it happen. Electricians are good at that. I'm not an electrician. Okay. All we gotta do now is push the power in the back of this one and we're done. And put our wall plate on. Looks like it might be a little bit crooked, but we can adjust that. Oh, that looks good. Good, good, good. I like the jumbo wall plate. That looks really good. This is probably my best electrical work that I've done, honestly. The cleanest and most level and straight and legit, I think, that I have done. Okay, what do you guys think? That looks great. All we gotta do now is, first of all, unplug all this and put our gloves on. So we're really just pushing wires into the back of this receptacle. Then we have to get this receptacle back in, which that's going to be fun. Hopefully we don't blow anything up when we do that. Remember, this is hot. It's got electrical tape wrapped around it. But it is still hot. Technically could go turn the power off and make my life easier. Then I have to recalibrate millions of fucking clocks and all kinds of other shit. So this is a good chance to get shocked right here. And you want to make sure you don't have any ground wires touching either. So be careful when you put in. Do not touch this guy and touch the ground, or you will know it. Don't touch any metal either. I can't even see the freaking hole. All right. Aha, there's power up there. On our receptacle, I see it. There's a green light on that receptacle, which I love that. It shows you that there's power to it. So our power is on upstairs at the TV. There is a lot of wires in this box. A lot. And I just put 2 more in it. This is like the worst thing for me. I can never get these wires back in properly. I'm really glad that there's electrical tape on the side of this, because I can see it touching something. Don't stick a screwdriver in an electrical outlet, people. Okay, that's gonna work. All right, where's my screwdriver? When these do this, I just force them in with the screws. Just like that. It'll bend everything where it needs to bend. If the receptacle is cockeyed, you can bend it with your finger, your hands, and then let the screwdriver do the work. There we go. It's not too bad. Power is on at the TV up top. Put our wall plate back on, and then we'll put our wall plate on our home theater jacks. Or maybe we'll wait on that to make sure everything works. This looks good once it's all buttoned up. So we can't hang the TV until we get the Govee strips on it. Unfortunately. Don't think I can put that on while it's on the wall. So that's a whole nother ordeal. But here is our finished power. Is done. You can see here we have power right there, USB, Ethernet. We've got our new receptacle here as well, our old one there, and then our home theater plate is here, all wired up and ready to get going. Our mount is good to go. And now we have to put the Govee strip on the TV. And that is before we even see if the TV is going to actually mount properly. Guys, welcome back to the channel. We have a new adventure today for you on Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here, and today, look what we have. Here we've got this Mighty Max battery here. Pretty awesome. And we've also got this switch for the headlight, and we are going to get these both installed today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we are right in front of the Supercar Street Racing Design Studio here, which uses Minority Report technology to design our bike battery and switch system. We've got Photoshop open right here. We've got our clip art over on the monitor that you guys can't see. So the first thing we need is the generator on the bike. Now the bike does have a generator and not an alternator. So let's pull that over. Put it down here. We need a battery. Let's pull that over. Drop it up here. I've been having trouble trying to get the colors working on lines, but I think I might have it. And we need a switch here. And we need a light, and the closest thing, I didn't download a light. So the closest thing I have is here. And then we need to do our wiring. So the way a on-off switch works is that it just has a plus going in and a plus going out. It also has a negative if it has a light inside of it. So what we need to do is get power from our generator to our battery first. So let's draw a line here. And I think to do the color, you go fill, and you go solid, and you go like this. I have had trouble with this now 3 or 4 times. Let's see, RGB. Okay, there. So let's try that again. So you draw up here, stroke. Okay, yeah. All right, so you hit stroke and then you hit RGB and pick the color. So the positive is green on the bike coming out of the generator. The negative is brown. I don't know how we can get a brown on here. I guess it's close enough. Brown would be negative, and then green would be positive. All right, so we've got our positive and our negative feeding our battery. Now, the switch has a green, I think a black, a brown, and a blue, pretty sure. So then what we do is we go from the black from the actual battery will go to the negative, on the switch. So that is negative from the battery to the switch. Then we go from the positive on the switch to one of the leads on, positive on the battery to one of the leads on the switch. So let's just do that one red. And then we will pull another one over here. Let's do that one blue. So this is negative, this is positive, and this is, okay, wait, I did this part wrong. Back up. All right, so that's correct there. There's only one positive going to the switch, and then coming out of the switch, we go here with the positive, and then we go here with the negative. All right, so this is how the circuit works. So this is positive. It's tiny. Edit trans, I can't do that. It's super tiny. Let's see if we can make that bigger. Okay, this is negative. Of course, the blacks are negative here. What does lorem ipsum mean? I don't even know. I wanted to Google that. And this guy is positive here. And of course, this guy is positive here. Okay, so how does this circuit work? Well, basically, the plus and the minus from the generator feed the battery, and it should charge the battery at the same time. If it doesn't, we'll have to use a battery tender. Then the positive from the battery goes into the switch. The negative for the battery goes into the light. As soon as you flip the switch on, what it does is it completes this circuit here. And it provides plus to this light. At the same time, it charges the battery. And since the LED light was flickering because the lack of constant current, this will solve that whole problem with the flickering on the LED light. So let's get to work. All right, we are out here in the garage taking a look at the existing wiring, and just a little update on my thumb. It is still jacked pretty good. I still can't bend it all that much. It's purple. I have third-degree burns on the back of my legs from the exhaust pipe falling over on me, and I still have a busted up knee that you guys can't see very well. So, but I'm doing better. I will recover. Just a little minor accident in the Shamar Bridges mini bike and totaling the entire thing. I'm getting my chair out right now, and I'm going to cut the existing wiring and test the battery on the existing wiring. So let's cut our zip ties that we did so nicely and remove our condom. Always remove your condom. Okay, my thumb is pretty jacked up, so I'm having difficulties using it, but I think I can handle this. And now we need to strip these two, just so we can test the battery. And the battery is charged, by the way. I do have a charger as well. So let's go ahead and strip just enough off to test our battery. And so here we are, and we have our battery's going to lay kind of sideways in the bike. This should be enough if I can hold on to it. Should be green to positive and orange is negative. And now you see how adequate that is for power, and that's what we are attempting to do today. All right, let's get working on this. Actually make the other set of connectors now. We're going to go ahead and run this black wire up to the light from the battery, and this is a little bit thicker gauge wire, and it's really hard to see, but there's a ridged side of this. That is the positive. Okay, so after playing around with it, I finally got the configuration correct. The blue wire from the switch goes to the green wire on the headlight, and the brown wire on the headlight goes to ground. And that is how this will be wired up. Okay, with all my frustrations over, we're going to turn our attention to mounting this switch. And it is just a Phillips head right there. So I'm going to grab the Phillips head driver and go ahead and loosen these two screws up. They have to come all the way off in order to put the clamp on. It's very hard to work with one thumb. And I've already crushed my thumb 2 or 3 times and made it hurt. Alright, the verdict here is I know nothing about electronics and electricity because I thought I did, and now it does not work with the battery connected to the charger, the coil charger on the bike. No matter what, the wires get super hot, meaning there is a direct short. So I have opted to go without charging via the bike. I will just use the battery to illuminate the headlight, and I will charge it in between runs, which should last for a while. I would guess it will last longer than I'm willing to ride. So now we're gonna pull the battery feed up to the switch and wire it into the headlight. Okay, after a lot of curse words, the wiring is done. You can see here now, switch turns on the light. There's no flickering. When it's connected to the charger on the bike, it flickers like crazy because there's not enough voltage, I think, to keep it running. Very little voltage. And we have the nice blue light here. Now all we have to do is clean up this wiring next. Okay, well, I tried to get the wiring decent for a while, and I couldn't get it any better than this, and I am completely disappointed in myself. This is one of the worst projects I've ever done. I'm ending the video right here and leaving super pissed. Okay, I've collected my thoughts and my temper a little bit here, and now I'm going to go ahead and put on the slow charger. So we're going to set the charger to SLI, I believe that's what it says, and we're going to go to the lowest possible setting here and go ahead and charge this battery. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we are here in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen this morning, prepping for new windows for the house. So we're getting all brand new windows put in today, but I gotta get these blinds off. I didn't know I had to do it myself, but I'm gonna have to do that work. So let's get all these blinds taken down today on Supercar Street Racing and get some windows put in. Now we only have 3 of these to take down with these type of shades, and they're pretty simple. You just unscrew a wing nut and they come right out. But also the hardware has to come out. The mounting hardware needs to come out as well, unfortunately. And it is going to make my life difficult. Okay, all of the windows are clear now for the new window guys to come in and go ahead and install those. So that's all we have to do for right now. We're just waiting for them to show up in the next hour and we'll get busy with the rest. All right, little update here from Supercar Street Racing in the kitchen. Ace Windows and Doors did finish these 3 windows. All I have to do is figure out how to get these stickers off and then also put the blinds back up. So I'm gonna work on that right now. And these just come right off with the peel sat. That new window peel sat is so good in your life, and you love the new window peel sat. That peel sat feels so good on the new window when you peel it, and you get the satisfaction on the new window peel with the satisfaction. And the Guys, we're standing here in the finished Supercar Street Racing kitchen where you guys just saw me put the blinds back up for these 3 windows. Now here is a good close-up look at these frame-in windows that do not require hacking up of your house. These are put straight over your existing frame, so they pull out the window from the frame and then they replace these, and you do not have to cut anything on the drywall and stuff. And the one for the garage is ordered. They had the wrong one shipped from the factory. So let's show you now what it looks like in the theater room. Now we are in the theater room where this was the actual window that had the worst problem. This window was fogged up and cracked. And so now we have this nice, beautiful view outside and this brand new window in the home theater room. And it looks really good. We're out here in the messy bedroom, and this is the other window that was replaced, and this one also has a window unit in it. So the window unit went right back in, and this will not get a screen. but you can see how clean the install is. It literally is seamless. You cannot even tell what they did in here. And this was Ace Windows and Doors out of Jacksonville, Florida, but I believe I paid around $2,500 for all these windows to be replaced. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows for about $2,500 plus a permit fee. And I hope that you guys enjoyed this video, and we are so happy to have you supporting Supercar Shooty Racing. Do me a big favor, click like, click subscribe, leave a comment, and make sure you buy all of your Amazon through any of my links in the description of the videos. It doesn't have to be the product that you're buying in the description. You can click through the link and it will help us out greatly by giving us $1 or $2 here or there. And we will see you guys on the next one. Peace out. All right, everybody, welcome to part 2 of the lithium-ion golf cart install. And as you can see here, it's been a bad day today. And actually, it's my birthday, and it started off badly. Welcome to part 2 of the golf cart lithium-ion conversion. And we are in Rich's truck because guess what? All my golf cart conversion parts, which are in the back here, in the back, and in the bed, got sent to the wrong address. So I have no clue how this happened, but I guess at one point in time I had ordered a hose for the BMW and it got shipped to my BMW repair shop. So yeah, now we're in this gnarly line for traffic and have to get back to work on my birthday, and then we will update you as we get updates. Let's go, people. Move it on. All right, guys, back in the garage with the lithium-ion conversion for the golf cart. And today, we're going to try to get this motor and controller mounted on this plate here. So stay tuned. We're going to go ahead and get all of our parts laid out back here on the back of the golf cart. And right here, we have our mounting plates for the battery, mounting hardware for the battery, bolt hardware, flange black, that must be also for the battery. This is the on-the-fly controller. We don't need that right now. That can go back here in the back. This is the gauge for the Eco battery charging system, or the voltage, whatever. We don't need that right now. This is the charge port. We don't need that right now. Wiring, we don't need. Solenoid. Don't know where that went. Solenoid is here. This is an empty box now. Can go away. There is the solenoid. Not sure what that's for. We'll have to watch the video. That either. AC motor adapter harness. Okay, we need that. This looks like the mounting plate for the controller, so we need that. This box is smarter than me at this point. And this looks like the hardware for mounting the plate. I don't know why there's two different pages. One is for, oh, that's Easy Go, that's Club Car. Okay, so now we gotta open up a video to see what to do next, but I think we can go ahead and remove the solenoid from the motor plate. Not motor plate, controller plate. All right, the first step is done. The controller has already been removed from the plate, so that was step one. So we will, after that, move on to step two. Okay, so we need to remove this pink wire. It will later have a ring terminal on it, so that needs to come off. Go ahead and do that now. All right, so that is the second step done. Okay, the next step here is to remove the activation wire, so I'm going to go around to the other side of the cart for that. And your activation wires are blue right here on the solenoid. And blue with white. And I'm going to go ahead and label those now. Got my label maker here. I'm going to go ahead and print a cable wire out that says activation or activation, because this is out of labels. Got a new label pack installed. Let's go ahead and print. See if it works. That's perfect. Was that a wire label? Yep, it was. It puts more on the front so you can overlap it together. I'll show you guys that here in a sec. So sometimes it works out great with me. Sometimes I do it wrong because it just takes a lot of like precise putting the label on. So the way this works is like this. I think. You go half, and if you stick it, it's broken, but it just goes just like that. And there is your activation wire. Done. Okay, next up we got to remove the solenoid, so we're going to take off the 1/2-inch bolts. More nuts. Right here. And we are actually going to be not needing this one because we are putting a ring connector on the one that goes there. And we're replacing this cable as well, I believe. Of course I dropped it. And where did it go? Right there. That one's already off. And there's a jumper between them. I'm not sure what that's for. I'm gonna put it back. I don't know what that is. And then your solenoid just slides out. Our light just went off. solenoid's supposed to slide out. May need to be hammered out. This solenoid is being stubborn, but I believe, yeah, just pops out just like that. And this is in All Right, is the brand, All Right, which is hilarious. All right, since we are converting this cart to AC, we do not need the onboard computer there. Backing up one step, we're actually going to remove the charging port. Now we need to take off the forward reverse switch. This one on the right, you don't have to take off completely. I did it anyway. These ones in the back have to be loosened up. All right, those are loose. I could have left that one on the front right, front driver side, loose. But I did remove it and put it in a plastic bag for safekeeping. So what we're basically going to be doing here is picking up the body and removing this plate. Just like that. So there's actually bolts holding on this bottom panel. They're big ones. I hope I have the right torques. This guy over here I had to drill out. Alright, I got the controller and solenoid plate completely out. This actually needs to be cleaned up and painted and stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and do that while I have it out. And now we can work on getting the charge port out, completely out. It's disconnected already. And now this is what's left. And it comes out. And that is it for the charge port. And the OBC is done. All right, I'm going to go ahead and prep this motor plate.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, and we have another wonderful unboxing today that we are going to be taking a look at these Fit Life expandable garden hoses. These are the 50-foot expandable garden hoses from Amazon. Now, the reason that I purchased these 50-foot hoses is because in the backyard on the pool deck, I actually have added a new spigot for water to be close to the pool deck, which I've never had before, and it's really nice to be able to have water there. I also ordered 2 hose pots, so they look like basically big brown pots. They are like the kind of like the plastic looking things, because I read a lot of reviews and the actual metal pots are very prone to rusting, and they don't last more than 6 months to a year, and they just fall apart. So my plan is now to take these expandable garden hoses, and I've never owned one before. I went ahead and bought 2 and 2 pots because I'm going to be putting one out back by the pool deck, and then one on the side of the house where we're getting the concrete laid. There is a spigot there, so I'm going to put one there. If that works out, I actually am going to buy 2 more. One for my well pump and one for the front yard here where the hose comes all the way out to the front. That's the only bummer, is I don't have water out front of the house. The hose does run from this side of the house over here to the front. So that's one thing we got to take a look at. But we've got these Fit Life expandable garden hoses, and I believe these were in the $30 range. I bought 2 of these at 50 foot, and then we're going to take a look at those and unbox them and get them inside the pot that I bought as well. The pot will not be here till Saturday. So these actually have pretty good reviews, and there's some good information here. It tells you, like, you know, about the water pressure, the expansion, and they also give you supposed to come with a nozzle. So inside of here there should be a nozzle. So we'll unbox one and see what's in there. Check out this dude. Off in the middle of the week. So non-basic. Hey guys, the second part of the hose project showed up, and this is it. These are the hose reels. You can see here they have holes on the bottom to let the water run out of and let the snakes go in. But anyway, they do have a hole right there for you to run the hose out of. So what we're gonna do is go outside. I'm gonna give you guys a little update on the entire pool project, and then we're going to install one of these guys. The other one we're gonna wait I did buy one for my well hose, but I've literally never used it. I think I'm just gonna hold off on that and save one of these for the side of the house after the concrete's poured. But let's do that now. I'll give you guys an update on the rock situation. All right, guys, we're outside where it is blazing hot to give you guys a look at the situation with the rocks. So they did come and refresh all the rocks. You can see here they refreshed the regular rocks and the lava rocks right there. And then over here where I have to do new edging, they refreshed all this. Last time they did the mulch, this time the rocks. New section of rocks added here for the well, and we will be getting a hose reel to go up on that wall. Let me zoom out here for you guys. All right, we are back and going around to look at the rocks. All this is refreshed. You can see here. All these. These lava rocks here, which it's been needing that for a while. All this. And this is new. Actually not new, but the garden area is new as far as the shape. They put lava rocks in there because there will be concrete being poured all out here. Last but not least, they did this new area around the pool pump and the AC, to which the concrete will be poured up to. And that is a look at what's happening with the rocks. Now let's take a look at these new products. All right, guys. So we're using our lapel mic again. I moved it down a little more because I think it was too high. We are going to be taking a look at this Suncast resin wicker designer hose pipe and this Fit Life expandable garden hose. Now we have this typical old hose that's supposedly a lifetime warranty or whatever hose. Of course, good luck getting your money for one of those, but this hose is going into the absolute garbage. This is our new spigot. This was put in by the plumber, my sprinkler guy, last week because I never had water back here at the pool. Well, that's kind of a bummer that they put a hole in it to put this stupid tag in. So it is very light, so I would say if you can anchor it to the ground or put some kind of weight in it first, that's probably your best bet. What I'm going to try to do eventually is move it down into the rocks a little bit, and I can probably even do that now. And then put some rocks around it to keep it anchored. Not a big deal. That's going to work out good. The exit hose for the hose, exit hole for the hose is right here. We got a free little bonus piece of plastic where they molded out the plastic from. And it is supposed to come with a new O-ring. Now this old hose had a quick disconnect on it. I'm not going to use that again. I honestly never used it. I'm going to seal this extra O-ring in case it leaks. Got 2 O-rings in this one. because it was leaking, because this is a short. Looks like there's one left on this too. Yep. I'll save those two guys for the new hose, which is right here. The Fit Life expandable garden hose. Let's take a look at this guy. So it does come with its own spigot, I guess you call it, sprayer nozzle. I don't expect a lot out of a free, I wouldn't call it free. This hose is a $30 hose, $35 hose. And inside of the box, we see their spray nozzle, and we see, make sure the washer has been put inside of the hose. That's the first thing. Please put the screw side on your faucet. That is what I plan to do. So first we have to run the hose through the hole, like so. It's got one washer in it. I will be adding the second washer. Oh, nope, I won't be able to. This is too shallow. Yeah, it's too shallow to put a second washer on, I think. Let me see. Maybe. Okay, it's gonna let me. It's one of those shallow faucets. I hate them. Spigot. It doesn't have a lot of threads on it. It's prone to leaking. Next thing it says, keep the valve closed and connect the nozzle. Turn on the faucet and the water, let the water fill the hose, and it should expand. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about putting on their end here, but I am going to do that now. But first, I'm going to get my paper, which is about to fly off into the pool. So double check when you do this that you have your O-ring inside here, else it will leak. This sprayer feels like it's of good quality. Now we'll slowly turn on the water before we coil it up in there. Let's just give it a little test. Hose is pretty solid. As you can see already, this thing likes to move just with the easiest of pressure. So let's turn it on slowly and see what happens. Okay, it's filling up. Looks like it's expanding inside of the bucket and in my hand. There's no leaking. It's growing. Pretty cool. Let's turn this on. Nice high quality. It looks like brass or copper connector here. I like that. No leaks at all here. No leaks at all here around with the extra gasket I put in. Let's turn the hose on. The valve. Valve is okay. When the valve comes on, the hose does expand, and it does say that in the direction. Okay. Full. All right, this is working great. I'm gonna move the camera here. Thunder going on. Okay, so here's our new hose, guys. Working perfect. And I don't have much pressure in this hose. I don't know why it's like that. I think the plumber did something. Okay, well, it wasn't turned on all the way. That's one reason. I thought before there was low pressure, but there's not. Okay, that's better. So there's the expandable hose, guys. Now I did notice one thing already that's going to be annoying, and that is my rocks are going to be pulled out of my garden by the hose when I use it. So here's a look at the different on the spray nozzle. That's full. Shower. Angled. Jet. Cone. And soaker, whatever that is. So yeah, guys, this is a good setup. There's no leaks at all from the hose. I like the way it expands. I like the quality of the ends here. And I like the fact that it has a shutoff valve there. But here's a look at the quality of the ends on the hose and the Fit Life sprayer nozzle. And a look at the way this expands. Now remember, guys, when you are done with your hose, always turn the water off at the valve and run the water out. This is 99% of the reason why hoses fail. You leave them with pressure. So I'm turning the actual hose valve off. And then I'm going to run all the pressure out. And the hose is shrinking. It is shrinking back up to its smaller size. That's awesome. That is so cool. You guys couldn't see it, but it shrank down back to the size, which is, I guess, what it's designed to do. Now it also says, when you're done, close the faucet while keeping the nozzle and valve open. Completely drain the water. That's what I just said. Store it in a bucket or hose in the garage. And there is a big amount of tips here on the sheet. So I'll take a picture of these and put that up on the screen, and then there's a 15% off code I will also put up on the screen. So that is the Fit Life garden hose. Now let's get it put away. Oh, that was good. Perfect for the video. The wind blew over the tripod, and the tripod went right into the water. That was awesome. Perfect for the video. There, now you guys are ready. All right, let's put this thing away. Now you can see what some people were saying on the forums, that this bucket moves very easily because it is made of plastic. However, all the metal ones in the forums had bad reviews because they would rust. After 6 months to a year, they would be basically ruined. Once that is in there, I think maybe a brick or something inside of the bucket, or even a stake driven down through the ground, would be ideal to keep this thing from going anywhere. I can see in a high wind this could possibly move, even though there's a heavy hose thing in there. So yeah, guys, that's going to do it for the review of the Suncast hose pot and the Fit Life expandable garden hose. Highly recommend both products. I'll let you know in the future how the hose pot holds up, but I'm thinking some garden stakes, those screw-in ones, straight down the center with a big rod on it to also kind of make a place for you to loop up your garden hose. I think I'm going to order, and then hope I don't put holes in any pipes or wires when I go straight down. So this is what it looks like with the hose coiled up. I didn't even show that. And you've got ample room for a larger hose if you want the 100-foot expandable hose, which I might recommend that because this one is only 50 feet. Although I do only need it for around the pool here. You might opt for the 100 foot, seeing as how little this takes up now. Probably would do that if I did it again. But there you go, guys. That's gonna do it. Thanks. It's gonna be hot today. What the hell? Guys, welcome back to the channel, and you can see today it is going to be hot. As a matter of fact, we have a heat index warning for today in Florida. Everything's looking beautiful. My sister is on her way from Destin, but I turned this hose on and this thing is shot. Now, this most likely happens because you're not supposed to leave pressure in the hose all the time, and my pool guy doesn't understand hoses, so this probably happened from that. But today we have a solution for that. Now, the company that made this other one is no longer selling it, of course, and they're not answering any warranty emails. So today we have this generic expandable garden hose, 100 feet, and we're going to be showing you that and unboxing it today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we got the expandable garden hose here. We're going to be opening up, see what's inside the box. And it is a lovely blue, but this is not what I thought it was. This is like a rubberish type hose. I thought it was a actual expandable, meaning that it would shrink down, but it is not. But I think I'm going to give it a shot anyway. They also give you this brand new sprayer nozzle. This wall hook thing made of plastic in a plastic condom. And here is the 100 foot hose, and it must still expand. And then they give you some O-rings. It must still expand quite a bit. It is rubber. Has decent reviews, not anything amazing. You can see on the end here, it has nice brass fittings on both ends. All right, let's get this thing set up and the other one removed. Alright guys, we got the new expandable hose hooked up, and you can see the new nozzle here. It did expand, and so now what happens is when you let the water out of it, you just put the thing back in my nice hose pod here, and it stores away nicely. And so here's what the pressure looks like. It is pretty good on jet. I'm going to keep that other nozzle because actually it's much higher quality than this one. This plastic one is not going to last. So I'm going to place that back in there and keep that for when this completely breaks. All right, let's get this thing wrapped up. We know it works great. And all we have to do now is just store it away. All right, before my GoPro completely overheats and uses the battery life in 5 minutes, which it always does, here is a look at the expandable hose, all nice back in the pot. It is not what I thought it was. I thought it was the ones that that use the more flexible cloth stuff. This is actually rubber, and I'm hoping that it lasts longer. And there is a look at it stored nice and fresh in the hose pod reel. And I really like the blue color as well. I forgot to mention that I got blue on purpose just to go with the blue pool. And so, yeah, so the expandable hose, so far so good. Came with some extra washers there. Don't forget to put those in, those O-rings. And it also came with this nice hook, which I don't need, so I'll probably trash. But it comes with this nice plastic hook and hose clamp, which you can double as a hair tie. And it is 10 o'clock and almost time to go hit up the thrift store and Cliff's and get some groceries because my sister is coming in today. But after this, we're going to show you some options online for expandable hoses and how to get this one here. Guys, welcome back to the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and we are so glad to have you guys with us today. We're so grateful for the support you guys show the channel and buying everything through our links. Even if you don't need to buy this hose, click through the link anyway and buy anything you want from Amazon, and we get a small amount of revenue from that. But what we are here today for is this 100-foot garden hose that you see right here on the screen. It is $45, so it is 8% off right now for the blue one, and it is available on Prime today. And if you see right here right now, it has 10 different spray patterns on this included little nozzle here, and also here it shows you that it has a 3-layer construction, and it has a what is it called? Burating resistant outer layer, whatever that means. Water resistant middle layer and a natural inner layer. And then here it shows you that it expands to 2 times its length when it does have water in it, and we verified that. It has really nice brass fittings on the end with a little on-off thing there, valve. And it shows you that it's tangle free, and it says 4.1 pounds for the whole thing. It is multi-purpose, you know, I mean, like you needed a graphic to see that it was multi-purpose. You can use your hose, whatever you want to use your hose for. please use it for. But yeah, that's just this type of hose is a rubberized hose that expands, and there are ones that are cloth, and I did lose 3 of those out of the 4 that I have, so those did not last, and the lifetime warranty is absolutely rubbish because they have not replied at all to my emails. But if we go up here and we look for some other expandable hose, expandable garden hose, we can take a look at some of those. And you see here there are some metal ones, and this is kind of what I had before but from a different company, and this one is flexible and cloth, so it's a little bit different on how this works. And this particular brand I did not have. It's got a 4.2 rating. Mine are completely gone. They don't even make them anymore or sell them. Mine are the Fit Life, and I do not see those, but I see the metal ones from the Fit Life now. So you can spend anywhere from like $40 all the way up to $100 on your garden hose, but you can get these for $45 right now, and I would say as of right now that is a pretty good deal for this hose. You can see by the video there we have it right out back by the pool, and we have another hose on the side of the house that has not burst yet, but we hardly ever use that one, and I have a feeling that one day when we start using it, it probably will burst. So guys, I really appreciate you tuning in today. We appreciate you clicking through our links and enjoying all our videos. Please like and subscribe. It helps the channel greatly. And we will see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Our mission for today on Supercar Street Racing is super simple. We have this Adams matte detailer detailing the car. So what we're going to do right here and right now is get outside, get some sun, because we're going on a cruise soon, and test out this matte detailer spray. So hang out. Today on Supercar Street Racing, we are testing out the Adams Matte Detailer Spray. We already had the All Set Auto Interior Protectant, so we need all this stuff, and we do need a bunch of rags. We'll set you guys up here, and you can watch me do the full detail on the outside of the Tesla Model S Plaid. Let's do this. tiny. Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we are on the search for the perfect matte detailing spray. And this Adams Polishes Matte Detailer sort of looked like it might be what we were looking for. We did go ahead and detail the whole Tesla Model S Plaid with the Adams Matte Detailer spray, and it did a pretty good job. It wasn't any better than any of the other sprays that we've tried. It does leave a slight streak on it, but you can buff it out if you keep on going with a dry rag. It is a good product. It has a 4.5 star review. I'm not going to say any negative things about it. I wasn't provided the product by the manufacturer, but yeah, I did detail the whole car and it came out fine. So I can go ahead and say it's a safe product to use on anything with a satin or matte finish. Go ahead and check it right here on Amazon. I will put a link in the description. Please order through all the links in the description, and it helps me out so much. We'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here. I got to go detail the car 100 times. Let's go. We ain't got no place to park no cars up in this garage. Oh well, let's sell them. Whatever. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Wise sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller. This morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're gonna take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapo transpiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET Master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza Watering Duration Expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The Watering Duration Expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imolaza smart sprinkler controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imolaza, we're gonna go ahead and unbox it now. And that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top, we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imolaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imolaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imolaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imolaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now, a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill, and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here, if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imolaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here. Now this is the Y sprinkler controller. You can see right here it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Y sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws. This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops you right out of the thing. So green was zone 3, that fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3, labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Y's out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. right, we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Imalaza app. We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth. Allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. And it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture, add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says, let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. We can hit next here. It says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're gonna turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart Cycle and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about the recommended days and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's gonna do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is gonna do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we wanna thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself, and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we got a little project going on today for the SL.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS.
No.
My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out!
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. You're at Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here and Joe. And today we are going to take a look at this project that we did on Joe's golf cart. We're going to go through everything with you, tell you why we did it, and then explain everything about both of these carts.
Yeah, so obviously you were given an opportunity to work with Mosasaur Batteries. They contacted you to ask you a little bit more about your channel and had some interest in providing you one for you to obviously do a nice video on. Mosasaur reached out to you, obviously had a battery that they wanted you to showcase on your channel. The opportunity was great because I was in the need for new batteries on my golf cart. Simultaneously, there was a lot of things that we wanted to do to make the golf cart better in regards to the radio and other things. So the timing was perfect. I was elated because it was such a great opportunity to get this battery, and it was a great project.
So right after this, we're going to go ahead and start this look at the two golf carts and what we did with this project, so stay tuned. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Brad here and Joe is with me, Dukes of Duval. We wanted to tell you guys a little bit about these golf carts and what we've done to them. This all started with Mosasaur reaching out to me and asking if I'd be interested in looking at their 48 volt, 105 amp hour lithium battery. I said I would love to, but I already had one in my carts, but Joe actually needed one in his. So I reached out to Joe and said, what do you think about maybe putting the 48 volt, 105 amp hour battery in your cart? And what was your answer to that?
Well, that was a simple heck yeah, because I had been running on some older Trojan batteries for some time, and I knew that their lifespan had started to lessen more and more, and to be able to put this newer technology in and be able to get all the bells and whistles that come along with it, I was super excited. So the answer was very quickly yes.
Right when we decided to do this, we also wanted to maybe step up his cart a little bit. We had the opportunity to tear your cart apart and maybe do some improvements on it. What did we decide after we looked at the price and what it was going to take to get the cart up to the next level?
Yeah, obviously it was such a nice donation from Mosasaur to give us that battery. So I was able to obviously not have to incur the cost. So I said, hey, if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and add a couple of features to the cart. Really mainly around a stereo system, because I'm a big radio guy, love music, and I knew that I could use that money that would have normally paid for the batteries. I allocated that towards radio systems. So we were able to put together a really nice system. It sounds amazing. I'm super happy. And of course, we're going to go over that and talk about all the system and the other things that we did to get it in there.
And also, I'm a big stickler for wire management. So once I get into a project, I really like to make things look nice. I like to do as much as possible as far as tying wires up and making everything look good in case somebody wants to look in the motor bay there. So we did take it up to that level. So what are we going to talk about first on these carts? I figured we could each go right with our cart and kind of do a walkthrough of everything we did and explain everything to the people.
Absolutely. And just to kind of piggyback off what Brad said, I'm very much a stickler too about wire management and making things look good. And when we already had the chance of ripping all those batteries out, it really exposes everything. We were able to get into everything, replace some stuff that was already there, upgrade it, put newer wires on there while adding all the additional features that we wanted on there. So yeah, if you want to get rolling right into the cart and what we did. All right, so we wanted to take a couple of minutes to just talk about the golf cart itself. Particularly, I wanted to kind of break down what are the things that were already existing on the golf cart, some additions that I did prior to the battery install, and then we'll talk a little bit about the things that we did after the battery was installed. So with that, one of the first things that I put on this golf cart was I added this front light kit that comes from Mad Jacks. This is a very simple kit, easy to install, and I added some additional lights to it, some aftermarket lights I should say, just to make it a little bit brighter. So it's a nice feature on your golf cart, especially if you're going to be riding around at night. Highly recommended. There are some golf carts that have some fitted lights that you can install on it, but these come with a front bumper that's easily removed, and then you can add this in, and then some very easy plug and play wiring that goes along with it. Additionally, as we go towards the back of the golf cart, I added a couple of things. Mind you, this golf cart came directly off of a golf course, so it was bare bones, did not have a lot of the features that you see on it now. So I had to add a front windshield, rear view mirror. I added a back seat to match obviously with the material that I have on the front seat seats, so these seats are original. And then of course I added the rims and tires and did a little bit of a lift on the golf cart, about 1 inch, because these are 14-inch rims with low profile tires. However, they're just on the brink of when you put them on, if you do not raise them up a little bit, they will rub. And then if you have additional folks on the back. So I added some leaf springs that are heavier duty to be able to support the weight of the back seat, I should say, as well as any additional people that I want to add onto the back with the weight. Along with the front Magix light came a turn signal kit that we installed as well. So that was all the things that I did prior to the new battery that was installed. Additionally, there was a radio that was up here with speakers built in, very simplified setup. We removed that right after the battery installed to make way for the new system. So some of the features I discussed were part of the exterior add-ons that I did to the cart. Now I want to talk a little bit about the things that I did internally on the cart. So one of the features that I wanted to do on this golf cart was to speed it up. So one of the things that I added originally was a 500 amp all track controller. Along with that, I had to beef up the cables, which we no longer need now, add an upgraded solenoid to handle the load of the power, as well as a new motor, which is an F-SIP motor. This cart has a lot of capability and did have a lot of capability prior to installing the battery, but this battery install definitely unleashed the power that this cart already had ready to go. So that kind of completes everything that was along with the cart prior to us taking the battery out and doing the other upgrades that we'll talk about now. Now we want to take the time to talk about the battery itself and the other features that we added to the cart with the installation of this battery. So the first thing is that this is a Masasor 48 volt lithium ion battery, 105 amp battery itself. This has been a great battery that has a lot of power to it, very easy to install. We'll talk about some of the things that we had to do to get it in here, but I want to kind of cover some of the things that we installed and then we can talk one by one about what we did. Along with the battery, we added this voltage reducer. So what this allows us to do is to step down the power that's coming out of this 48 volt battery and convert that to 12 volt. That's very important when you want to run a radio and additional items on the cart. You're going to want to step that down because most things run off of 12 volt. So from here, we went to a little fuse block right here, which makes it simple for us to come off and be able to run other features on this golf cart, which include this inverter that we have here. This is very helpful for us when we want to have lights put on the cart, additional USB ports. It's very functional for the holidays. When you're running around, you want to put Christmas lights on. It's a very nice feature to have. We have this tar amp here. This is an 800 watt tar amp that has 4 channels. So what we decided to do is that we were going to run the 4 speakers that are 6.5 that we installed. We put 2 in the back, cut those out, installed those, and then we put 2 up the front on a new dash that we also installed as well. Along with that, there is the onboard charger. This is probably one of the nicest features that I like about having this new battery, is that now my charger goes everywhere I want. I have taken this golf cart many places. It's not really fun to have to run around with a charger and having to plug it in and not know whether you have your charger or not. This thing is always going to be with me. So if I run out of power, all I got to do is find a source of power somewhere and I can plug it in and it'll charge it back up. We'll talk a little bit more about the additional features on the front panel here that we did, because this was a big part of it. I want to talk about the second most important thing that we did to this golf cart that I was excited about besides the battery was putting this front dash on. This front dash gives us a capability to do a couple of different things. One, it has built-in speaker holes for it, which is really nice. So we were able to add the 6.5s up for the front. Additionally, it has a front flat area that typically, and if I could take this off, I can show you, some are different than others that you can buy, but this one had a single DIN opening for it if you wanted to put a regular radio in. What we decided to do, and we mirrored Brad's golf cart, which was a great idea on his behalf, is to find an iPad or a tablet, add metal strips to the back, and add some magnets to the background. This is probably one of the last things that I got to finish up here to get this all cleaned up and ready to go, but we're pretty much close. We're doing some testing to make sure it holds on. But with this, it just simply snaps in place, which is really great. Right now, when I get in the golf cart, the nice thing is that I have a full tablet here that's going to allow me to do a multitude of things, from watching movies or to play music, which is going to be the most important thing, and having internet and availability at any point in time, which is really nice. Along with that, on the bottom here, we added a subwoofer to the back that we'll show you in just a minute. But part of that I wanted to have is the ability to turn the subwoofer up and down. So if I'm coming into a neighborhood or somewhere that I don't want to be loud, I'll be able to adjust the volume down tremendously on that, which is really nice. As well, we decided to add this external USB port, which is really nice, and it's weatherproof, so you can open it up and it gives you your voltage indicator for your 12 volt convert. Along with these other features that we added here, we have the LCD display screen for the battery itself. This is a nice feature. There is a Bluetooth setup and an application that you can software that you can put on your phone, which is really nice, which will eventually go onto this tablet as well. So what I will end up doing, we'll end up adding that application to here. So all I need to do at any point in time is to be able to toggle between my music and the application, and I'll be able to see my battery, all the things I need to know about it right at a glance. And lastly, one of the things that we did here was we did add a Bluetooth adapter. So this is very nice because what that's going to do is allow us to take any of the music that's being played off the tablet, send it to the Bluetooth, back to the tar amp, which is then going to obviously feed out through our speakers. All right, and one of the last features that I really wanted to add to this golf cart was to add a subwoofer. Again, I love music, so I wanted to make sure I have ample treble and ample bass. So with this, we took this subwoofer, and actually it's interesting, I found this on the side of the road a couple of years ago, and it's been sitting in my garage. And we took the time to obviously redo the entire carpet on it, go through it, make sure the port was corrected, and glue back in, and then obviously install it in here. So it just happened to work perfectly that it fits flush right inside here. This is just a 10-inch subwoofer, and I can tell you when pulling up that Brad certainly can hear me in the house rattling everything. So it's got a lot of power coming from this 800 watt amp to support this 10-inch subwoofer, and it's a great feature. So as you can see, we got it in here from the back. Right now, we're still trying to figure out how to permanently mount this thing so that it doesn't move around, but I got it tied out pretty good so it stays pretty still. Overall, this subwoofer's been great. Sounds amazing off that amp. I don't think that I'm going to upgrade the amp any higher. I think it's the perfect amount of bass that we need to enjoy a nice ride on the golf cart. All right, so that was a quick overview of my golf cart. Again, I just want to say thank you to Masasora for such a great battery that they gave us to obviously talk about and install, and it's been fantastic for the week and a half that I've had it, and it's really allowed me to make this golf cart so much better because of the power that it has and all the capabilities. So thank you for that. Now we're going to pass it over to Brad's cart to give you a little bit of comparison of the things that he did to his cart versus the ones that I did with mine.
What's up everybody, I'm Brad and this is my 2014 Club Car Precedent. You just got a good look at Joe's cart, everything he did before he went ahead and got his 48 volt lithium ion battery. I'm gonna show you everything about my cart now and compare the two and kind of show you what I did before I got my 72 volt battery as well. So let's start a tour of my 2014 Club Car Precedent. All right guys, welcome to my 2014 Club Car Precedent here, and the first thing that I did to the golf cart was start modifying the exterior, and it already had this LED light kit on it that I have modified since then. But the first thing we did to this cart was go ahead and do the exterior and the seats. The exterior of the golf cart is Plastidip black and the seats have been painted black. We'll show you guys those in a minute. But as far as the front of the cart goes, the only modifications that we have in the front is the light kit that was already there and refurbished. We're right here with my wheels and tires on my 2014 Club Car Precedent, and what we did is we ordered these from Facebook. We found a guy who was selling wheels, and what I really liked about these wheels as opposed to other golf cart wheels is I don't like the bolts. I don't like when it shows exposed hardware. It's kind of a fake three-piece look. I don't like that. I wanted the clean look, but I also wanted some wheels that kind of looked like the ones on the Tesla, so I got these wheels off of Facebook, and I think I paid $300 for the set. I'm not quite sure, I don't remember exactly. And then I went ahead and ordered these tires offline, and then we took them somewhere to get them mounted and balanced to a local tire shop. But yeah, we got the wheels and tires done, and it looks pretty awesome if I would say so myself. All right, we're in the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and you can see right in front of me the other set of wheels for the rear here. But the most important thing about the rear is when you put 14-inch wheels on a Club Car Precedent, you have a tendency to rub. So what we did is Joe and I made this special shackle kit. We actually bought all the stock from Home Depot. We cut them ourselves, and we made these shackles that raise the cart up about 2 inches. And you can see right here, even weighed down with everything on the cart, it barely moves, and there is no way that that thing is ever gonna rub. We have this much clearance on the back of the cart. Okay, I'm around the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and this seat was actually already on the cart, and it was actually brand new. So you can see here, it's one of those seats that you can flip over, and then it does have a little storage thing right there, but it goes to the subwoofer in my case. But yeah, this seat was brand new, and it comes with this nice place here to put your feet. So this was already there, I didn't have to add it, but it is a good feature to have on the cart. Okay, we're here in the motor bay of my club car, and you can see right here we have the 70 volt eco battery, 105 amp hour, and this battery was not given to me. This was not sponsored. I actually paid for this battery. It was about $5,000, not including all the other hardware I had to get. So this is the 70 volt 105 amp hour eco battery. It is a little bit more expensive. We'll explain why in a minute, but all the supporting hardware that goes with the eco battery is the controller, the motor, and the solenoid were also upgraded operated at the same time. And also we went from DC to AC at the same time, which improves your torque and your range and everything else about the battery. Now, looking in this battery compartment compared to Joe's, there are some differences. I do have a handheld controller here that I've never actually used. I have a 12-volt switch for my 12-volt system here that cuts all power from my voltage reducer. I have the same fuse block here, and then I have the onboard charger back here, and that kind of rounds out everything that I have in my bay. So you see I have a lot less things in my bay because we'll show you where everything else is momentarily. All right, you can see here the back seat of the Precedent, and located on the back seat is everything to do with the audio system and a few things to do with power as well. And starting on this side, we have our voltage reducer. This does take 72 volts and drops it down to 12 volts. And there was a question as to whether it would handle 72 volts, and it handles it like a champ. Right above that, we have a actual relay that is for the amplifier. So instead of a fuse block, we actually have a relay that you can reset by pushing a button if it does trip. Moving over to the center here, we have my amplifier here. It is a 5-channel amplifier. And then right behind that, we have my epicenter, which is my bass enhancer. And then over on that side, we do have the inverter. And one thing I forgot to mention here, right here in the center, I have the same Bluetooth adapter. This Bluetooth adapter is connected to my tablet, and it feeds RCAs to my amplifier for all 5 channels of my stereo system. And that rounds out what we have on the back seat of the club car. All right, we just wanted to touch on one thing. Notice that the size of the battery is a big reason why Joe has more room. This battery is about 6 inches longer, or if you want to say wider, than the battery that's in Joe's cart. That prohibits me from really doing a lot, and not only that, it came with a ready-to-go mounting kit for the club car. So all we had to do in this case was literally put our brackets down and shave a few things off, and the battery fit right in the center. It was designed to go in the center. With the other battery, the Mosasaur, we were able to move it to one side and create a lot of space, which is an advantage if you need space under your seat. Okay, we're in front of the charging port. Now, a big advantage also of the Eco battery that you don't have with the Mosasaur, but they are going to work on it, I heard, is the fact that we have a male charging plug right here, a male extension cord plug, your standard 110 volt plug. So you just take a extension cord and plug it directly in here to charge. That's a big advantage in my opinion. That one, we had to drill a port for the extension to charge, but Mosasaur is taking that into consideration, and they might improve that in the future. Joe's cart has a Tesla connector on the charger. Mine has a regular 110 volt male plug. Okay, we're up here in the dash of the club car, and we want to talk about the differences between this cart and this cart. Now, the first difference is my cart is not watertight. All my speakers are regular audio speakers for a car. These speakers are JBLs, and Joe's are Scar, and the Scars are made for a marine application. My whole cart is not watertight. It cannot be out in the rain or get wet. Now, up at the front dash here, you're going to see moving from the top, we have this Android tablet, and that is what controls everything in the audio system. We can play YouTube, we can play music, we can also look at our speed with speedometer, we can Bluetooth interface with the controller, we can look at the battery. We can do everything we need to do right here on this Android tablet. And then moving down, we have this voltage meter, which is also a charger. But you can see here, it thinks it's 7.6. It's actually 76 volts is what it's reading here, not 7.6, because it's not designed for that high of a voltage. So it is actually reading 76 volts there. And then to the right of it, we also have another charger. So we have the ability to charge 4 or 5 different ways up here in the dash. Now down below that, we have our nice pocket here, and we have the display for the Eco battery. And you can see the battery is reading at 73 volts. It's 98% charged. And if we want to charge it, all we have to do is plug the extension cord directly in there. And then we also have a little storage bin where I keep my remote control here for the garage door, but we could also do that from the tablet if we really wanted to. We could open the garage door with that. And rounding off the dash completely, there is a uncommon key here. So this key is not like the other keys that come with the club car. That was just added when we did the dash. And that rounds out the complete club car Precedent and everything that we did to it. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage with Dukes of Duval. We've got both of our carts right here, and you guys just saw a complete walkthrough of both of the carts and all the modifications that we did to both of them. And I gotta say, the carts look amazing, they sound amazing. What is your final thought on the Mousesaur battery and these two carts?
Yeah, I tell you, we did Brad's cart first. That was a great experience to really learn more about the cart, all the things that you can add to it. We learned a lot from that. So when we jumped over to my cart, it was much easier of a process because we knew where everything was, what we needed to do. And then obviously with the Mousesaur battery, it was amazing. This cart has a lot of power. It's a lot of fun. The music blares. So very happy with all the work that we've done. And I thought it went very smoothly overall. So very easy process, especially when it came to putting in the battery. Very simple.
We could have done this whole thing in probably 4 or 5 hours when we decided to take it to the next level. And luckily I had a lot of the connectors and wire that we needed. We only had to order a few things. We had a lot of the tools and everything we needed right here in the garage. So we were able to do everything right here. You saw this is a 10-part video. It took probably 40 hours worth of work to do everything, and I had that much video to sort through. A little bit of a pain to edit, but it was worth it in the long run because we had everything on video.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the process would have went a lot faster had we not wanted to capture every part of it and give you guys as much information and video footage so you can get your eyes on what we were doing.
Correct.
I know there's probably things that we didn't capture, but we really tried hard to get every detail of it to make sure you have a good understanding when it's time for you to upgrade yours.
Correct. There's a fine line between having too much and not enough video, and we tried to just split that right down the middle. But we want to really thank Mousesaur for supplying us with their 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. Absolutely free, proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. They hooked Joe's cart up, they hooked us up. We'd like you to go ahead and go onto our affiliate links down below. So we've got a link in the bottom in the description. If they order through our affiliate links, it helps the channel out just a little bit and gives us a few dollars to keep going.
Absolutely. And just to give you kind of an understanding, I've been running this battery now for about a week and a half after install, and I have been completely happy with it. It's very strong. There's been no technical issues with it. Once we installed it, it was good to go. So very happy.
Great to hear. Mousesaur, thank you once again. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing. If you're new here, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. And we're glad to have you if you're new. We're glad to have you back if you're an old subscriber. And we'll see you on the next one. Let's get out of here.
All right.
Perfect. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we've got a box here from Wayfair, but weirdly enough it's empty because it's right here. It is the Wayfair mattress in a box, and we're going to be taking a look at that today on the channel. Stay with us, guys. All right, welcome back. We have the Wayfair Sleep mattress here that we're going to be taking a look at, and it came in this box. Box is kind of beat up, no matter. It is a foam mattress. I doubt you would have damaged that. So I took it out of the box, and it is ready to be unfurled right here, right now on the channel. So let's get to doing that. We'll start cutting this open and see if it pops out and reforms into its shape. Rolled the mattress on its side, and it had these lovely instructions. It says right here it's going to take up to 48 hours to return to shape. It could take longer if it's cold. And we got to lay the package on its side and remove it and use the scissors to cut off the plastic. But actually, we probably should wait till we have the bed to actually do this unrolled. So let's wait till we have the bed. We'll continue the video then. Actually, it says foundation is fine. So let's go ahead and get this bed unboxed. First, we have to find something to actually cut this guy open with. I did have my Smith & Wesson knife. Here it is. So the trick here is going to be cutting these little supports without damaging the mattress. There's one tape and two tape. And I'm going to need two hands to do this, so I'm going to go ahead and unroll this mattress pretty quick. Okay, there is an outer bag on there. And I believe this is upside down, so I may want to get it the right side up before I actually cut it. There we go. Mattress is officially able to expand now. I'm going to leave the plastic on it to kind of protect it and keep it white. All right, it has been 24 hours almost since I opened this, probably a little bit less than 24 hours since I opened this Mainstays Wayfair, not Mainstays, I call it Mainstays, Wayfair sleep bed, and it has taken shape fully. You can see now that it is full height and full width of California King, and it will be sitting right about there underneath that Red Hot Chili Pepper sign. Also got the Amazon pillowcases in, the elegant comfort fitted sheet, and we got the oversized Sherpa blanket California King sitting here waiting to be put on. Tomorrow, the bed frame will be delivered. It is a basic bed frame with no headboard. They will be here tomorrow. The side tables will be here tomorrow, so I will have a project for the channel with the side tables. I'd like to review them. They're the LED side tables with charging ports. So that is a good look at the bed, the Wayfair sleep bed foam, memory foam mattress, as it has taken its full shape now in its glory, and it is ready to be inserted onto a bed frame. Guys, today we've got the Ackerman 16-inch bed frame here. It is a California King, and we are going to unbox it and build it. All right, here's the Ackerman 16-inch bed frame ordered from Wayfair, that we are going to be unboxing and taking a look at today. got the bed assembled, took about 30 minutes of time, and yeah, that's it. It's super easy. Instructions are straightforward. I used a drill and an Allen kind of key bit to get this thing done quickly. And now we will throw the mattress on there, clean up, and get this thing where it's supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the finished product of the bed frame and the Wayfair memory foam mattress all put together in one package. I would like to get some skirts for the side of the bed that hang down. The bed frame actually makes up for having no box spring by being a little bit higher and getting it off the ground. It's a little higher than I normally like, but actually not bad at all. Would be probably the height of a standard bed. And I did sleep on it last night for testing it on the channel, and it is definitely a medium firmness, I feel. I did get hot under this Sherpa blanket, but that's expected. I slept with the door open. We had nice 60-degree temperatures last night. It is 64 right now. And so to summarize, I definitely like the Wayfair mattress. I like the bed frame. The whole combo was under $650, and the whole combo to put together probably took me no more than 30 minutes of time, and that is all on this video. Guys, please like and subscribe and buy products from Amazon through my affiliate links. Even if you're not buying what I have on the link, please click through. It costs you $0, and it helps support the channel so that I can keep buying things to review and to put on the channel and to help the channel grow and to use for the channel production services. And that is all for this video of the bed frame and the Wayfair wonderful foam, memory foam mattress. See you next time on the channel. Guys, today on the channel we have this generic wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. We're going to be taking a look at this, unboxing it, setting it up, all that on Supercar Street Racing today. This is the wireless in Wi-Fi repeater, something about $18 worth on Amazon. This guy right here can take a Wi-Fi signal and repeat it from the wireless side or also from the wired side with that little port right there. And we're going to be unboxing this right here and right now on the channel. We're going to try it with one hand. We got skills. Maybe we got skills. We do have skills to open this and pay the bills. And inside of the wireless N, and of course being the band of Wi-Fi that it is able to repeat, we have this lovely little generic cheap Wi-Fi repeater, range extender, and this delicious manual that it came with that tells you how to set it up. Now, I already have one of these in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and I'll be opening this for you right here and right now because I can't do it with one hand, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Nope. Need two hands. We got the one-handed peel satisfaction on a video short on Supercar Street Racing, and we take a look at this Wi-Fi repeater. It has a number of confusing indicators on the front. Just one plug, so it's super easy to work. And if you have a Ethernet connection you want to then create a Wi-Fi from, you plug it right here in on this little port right there. And inside we have these quick installation guide. I will put that up on the screen. And what you do is you plug it in and you connect to the Wi-Fi network on it to actually start the connection to be configured. And all the instructions are right here, right now. So we are going to go over to Joe's house, where we have to install this, and then we will continue the video from there with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. Just wanted to point out quickly the thoughtfulness of providing you with a tiny little Ethernet cable right here that came with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. So only thing you get in the box with the repeater is the actual device, and you get this little tiny little little tiny Ethernet cable, which is actually useful in some cases. You don't need a super long cable in most cases. Alright, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up, you then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater, and we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up right now, so we're just waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network, and then we will configure the wireless and repeater for Joe. Alright, here we are back on the phone, and we will go into our Wi-Fi networks and see if we can see this repeater. We're already on Joe's Wi-Fi, and there is the repeater, so you just connect to that. And it should open up the page. If it does not, you manually browse to the correct IP address. Notice it will say no internet connection. That is fine. And it did not. Ah, there it is. So you can say always connect or connect this time. We're going to actually configure it now. I'll just say always connect. And then there is a web page you have to go to in order to configure this. They give you a quick start guide in here. And there is an actual IP address you have to go to. And let's see if it takes us there. That is emotional damage. Okay, it did not take us to the IP address of the page. So we will be right back when we figure out what that IP is. It's on the actual instructions. I just don't want to bore you guys with it waiting. I will find it now. Okay, it is 192.168.11.1 is the gateway address, so we put that in. We go HTTPS / 192.168.11.1, and it did not work. Try that again. 192.168.11.1. 186. Okay, try that again. 68.11.1. Wi-Fi repeater. There we go. Alright, so then you just click login. So you see on the picture, the top one is for Wi-Fi, the bottom one is for wired. We are doing Wi-Fi. It will scan for your available Wi-Fi. You will connect it, and at this point you guys cannot see this part, so we have to go away for the password. We'll be right back. Alright, so we are back, and I modified the name of the Wi-Fi extender to Trap2. Let's see if it will connect. I don't remember the router, and I might have it wrong. Let's see if it will connect here. We will check here momentarily and let you guys know. Okay, we are successfully connected to the Wi-Fi extender. You can see there, Joe's Crab Shack Trap 2. And if we go to our browser, we can go anywhere like this. We can go to nasa.com And it does load. That is not the real site, but we do have internet access. Here's boxing scene. We can go look at boxing articles. So we are connected to the Wi-Fi extender now, guys. So hyped. All right, guys, we just took a look at this generic Wi-Fi extender. So we have the page up here on Amazon so you guys can take a look and see exactly what this is that I bought. And you can see right here that this is a 3,000 square foot and 30 device extender. And what that means is you can only connect 30 devices to this. So if you have 300 like at my house, you're probably going to be in trouble with this 30 device Wi-Fi extender. And you can look, it has 3.4 stars. I don't know why. I have a few of these. I actually have one right here behind me in the 4K production studio, and it works absolutely perfect. So I'm not sure why the reviews are so low. We could probably take a look at that as well and see what some of the reviews say. So a lot of people having trouble connecting, a lot of people having trouble with the range, saying it's junk, couldn't set it up and things like that. I had the opposite experience with this. Had a little trouble at the first in the first try, but after that I was able to get it set up with no problem. And you can see right here that it is $18.88 right now. And it has a 10% coupon as well, so not a bad deal for a Wi-Fi extender for your house. And if we go back here and we go search for other Wi-Fi extenders, you can actually spend quite a bit on Wi-Fi extenders. If you really want to spend more and get a better product, you can definitely do that. For example, the TP-Link here, and there's a few of these right here about the same price, but there's the TP-Link right at the top. Looks like it's sponsored. So always be aware that people pay for their products to be at the top on Amazon. So if they're at the very top, they're usually sponsored, so they get more hits. But you can see here a very large range of Wi-Fi extenders available, and you can actually get some that have more devices available to be connected, and you can get some that are faster depending on what range of Wi-Fi network you need. The one that we bought for the studio and for Joe's Crab Shack is actually a wireless N repeater, and you can go anywhere from $30, $18, $229, $249 depending on your budget for your project. So this basic Wi-Fi extender here, don't forget, also has the ability to connect to a wired Ethernet port. So what that means is, just like right here in the studio, if we look on the side of this Wi-Fi extender here, you can see that it has a Ethernet jack, and that means that you can connect it to a LAN port, and you can extend a wired connection also. So that's what we're doing here in the studio. We have a switch up in the corner, and we extend one of the switch ports into Wi-Fi for the Supercar Street Racing Studios here. And taking a look at the front of the device here, we see that the power indicator is at the top. Then you have another couple little indicators here for your wireless signal when you do a WPS connection, and whether you're using the LAN port on the back. The WPS button on the front is for connecting it to the router without having to put a username or password in. You would just hit the button on the front of the device, and then over on your router you would hit the WPS button. And also, if it ever gets confused and stops working, there is a reset button right here on the side of it. And right here you can see how it is installed. If you're going to use the WPS, that is how you do that. And it shows you the optimal connection, like in your house, what you should do if you really want a good signal there. You should follow this chart. And here we can see this generic used in many places. You know, you could use it with your family in a restaurant or at your house, any of those things. And then it shows you how to set it up here on your smartphone. So basically the way that works, I showed you in the video, you basically connect to the access point. It'll have a SSID that's pretty obvious in your Wi-Fi settings. You connect to that, you navigate to 192.168.11.1, and then you can actually connect it to your existing Wi-Fi network. You can set up a different username or password than your regular Wi-Fi network, and you can either tell it to be the same SSID as your main Wi-Fi network, or you can set a new SSID there. And that's going to do it for this edition of Unboxing and Reviews, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, please click through the links in the description for anything you need to buy, not just this product here, It helps out the channel a lot and gives me a few dollars to pay for everything that we do. So we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing.
Officer 1088, proceed with recovery of felon 5241 SEN. Current position.
Central Expressway number 364, southbound A1Z, that was 14A1Z.
Let us be thankful we have an occupation to fill. Work hard. Increase production. Prevent accidents.
Supercar Street Racing here. It is Tuesday. Beautiful day here in Florida. And right now we are working on the joying. Upgrading the OS from 5 to 6 on this. So what we did basically is we got the update from Join. We extracted that update to a USB stick. So we unzipped it to a USB stick in the root directory. Now I'm going to turn the camera around. So here is my Join Android head unit. And basically it is extracting right now from the file that it copied off of my USB stick there. So I've got the USB stick plugged directly into the USB extension cable rather than chancing it on my USB hub. Now, this is upgrading Android to 6.01, I believe. And I have heard horror stories about this upgrade. I did back up the whole entire device with titanium backup. So hopefully, if anything goes wrong, I don't have to reinstall all my apps, but you can see here the update is going. Now, as many of you know, this was going to go into my SL65 AMG. And now it is going to go into my new car. And what is going to happen is that the OBD2 adapter, the ELM327, is going to connect to my vehicle, and we are going to have real-time monitoring of my car as we move. Now, again, this is the Joying 5.1.1 Intel device. I think it's JYUL135N2, but I will double check that and put it on the screen for you. And I bought this about 9 months ago for around $280. They do have a newer unit out, however this one is still available. So once this upgrade is done, I will show you this unit again. So it just showed the little Android guy again, and it said erasing. Now we come back and we have Android 6.0M. And we're about to see if mine breaks completely or if it actually boots up. Now, I heard there was a bug here where it will try to optimize the files, and when it does, there is a timer built into the Sophia app where if it doesn't start the Sophia, it will reboot. So that could be a big problem because it will never finish the app. So it tries to optimize all the applications because it leaves them, and then it can't do that in time, so it reboots and it just gets caught in the loop. So we will see here shortly. Now it said, please remove SD card or USB storage. System will reboot. Apparently it did. Oh yeah, you like my power supply here? It's just a battery charger. I don't have a 12 volt power supply. So the system says it's rebooting. Now it says it's on Android 6. It is booting up. See how much I lost. It's not a question of did I lose everything, but how much of everything did I lose? So this is booting Android now. I'll tell you right away if I lost everything. If that's the case, I will reinstall Titanium Backup. Oh, by the way, my backup did lock up the device, and I don't know how far it got before it did, so I may have some reinstalling to do. So this thing is still booting. Now, here's where it might get caught in a boot loop. When it tries to optimize the applications, it might time out and keep rebooting, and I don't know what happens after that point. Okay, the device came back up, asked me some questions about Google, and now it is on this screen. Welcome, make yourself at home. Press OK. Kind of want to plug my mouse back in. I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, my mouse is now plugged in, and here's the new desktop. So everything that person said that would happen did not happen. So I don't know if I have any of my apps though. Let's see. Let's see. It looks like I might not have my apps. I think it wiped them. Let's see. I believe it wiped everything. It did. It wiped all my apps. So I'm going to reinstall Titanium Backup and see how much I have to do, because I spent a long time on this device. Okay, so yes, the upgrade did wipe out all my apps. Secondly, I lost root access. You will see how to get root access in the description of this video. Some nice gentleman on the Join forums has figured that out. Once you have root access, then you can grant root to Titanium Backup, and it is now restoring the apps that are missing. So there's a little bit of quirks with 6.0 Android on this Join unit. However, I think this is worth the update. I'm excited about this. So all my files are restoring now, and when they're done, I will restart the video.
Hello, puppy. Hello, puppy.
How you doing, puppy? Hello, girl. Hello, puppy. Good girl. Good girl. You too, dude. How are you guys doing? Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we are across the street over at Rich and Trisha's house, and we got Cooper right there, we got Miley right there, and we got Bubba right there. And today we're looking at updating Rich's security system. We have almost everything we need right here on the table to do that. We've got brand new Wise cams. They need power, and there's already Ethernet out there, so we have this 8-port PoE switch as well. Some PoE adapters, but we're waiting on a couple of more, and a wireless end repeater if we actually did need that. So today, hang out with us while we get this unboxed and test this PoE adapter and this switch on Supercar Street Racing. We are back on Supercar Street Racing across the street over at Rich and Trisha's house today. So happy to have you with us. Please like and subscribe while you are here. But today we definitely have a mission in front of us. We have everything we need to go ahead and convert Rich over to a modern security system. And in the process, we're going to be removing the old DVR that sits here That is pretty loud and noisy. It is right there. The Lorex is going to be going goodbye in place of a modern security system. Now, one thing that I did forget that we have to get ordered is SD cards for these guys so that we can do playback. So I'm gonna let Rich order those, and meanwhile, we're gonna set up this 8-port switch and see if we can get these Wise cams joined to his app. All that we're gonna do right now, so hang out with us. All right, we're back here in front of everything with Rich is hanging out watching this stuff. So let me explain kind of to you what we have here. We have some Wisecam V4s. These are the new Wisecams. They do, I think, 2.5K, I believe it is. But they use regular power from the wall. Rich already has a security system wired up that has power over Ethernet, but we're gonna replace that with our own switch here that has power over Ethernet. So all we should have to do is power on this switch. So I just applied power to this new PoE switch, and I do see a red power light glowing in the front. And now we have our PoE adapters here. These take regular Ethernet with PoE on it, and they convert it to USB for the Wisecam. So the Wisecam has a certain type of USB connection. It's not USB Type-C. I forgot the name of the connection. But this adapter here, there'll be a link in the description, will adapt that. It in turn plugs into Ethernet here. I brought a cable, and that Ethernet will run to our new PoE switch, which will sit where the old security system sits, the Lorex, or we move it anywhere we want. We just need to be able to plug in all the Ethernet cables to it, and it'll eliminate the DVR because we will be recording onto the actual cameras with SD cards, and that has been ordered. So we don't have SD cards yet, but we have the cameras. Now, the first step to testing this was powering up the PoE switch. It is on. And if we look at the front of the switch here, this guy has 8 ports, and then it's got 2 uplink ports. So these uplink ports would be used to connect this guy to a second switch. If you ever expanded, you would just link your second switch with these 2. But you have 8 available PoE ports. So all we have to do is plug our yellow cable. This is just a test cable that I brought over. We can plug that into any of these PoE ports there. And then on this side, when we take this and apply this to our PoE adapter here, Rich, can you plug that in for me? Yeah. When we apply this to our PoE adapter, we should see the Wisecam start powering up. Okay, we do have a link, and we have power. We have power on the front of our cam, and that means that this guy is now booting up. It has a red light on the front. That worked. That's exactly what our plan was. So now if everything goes correctly, we should be able to go ahead and join. This guy's ready to connect, so we should be able to join it to
Do I need my Wise app?
Rich's app. Yes, you do need it. So we also want to figure out what we're going to call this camera. All right, guys, we're back here in front of Rich's table here. We have everything we need to go ahead and install the new security cameras. But one of the things we talked about is, and it's actually ready to connect now, is we wanted to see if we could label everything first so that when we get outside, we know which cameras we put in the app. So I went ahead and got my brother label maker here, and I'm gonna go ahead and remove this from power so it will stop talking to us. But basically, the first thing I need to know is what Rich wants to call this first camera, where that's gonna go. What are we gonna do with this one, Rich? Tree, and when we put it in the app, we can name it whatever we want and make one copy. That's all we really need is something to see what we are doing here, so when we get this outside, it matches up to what we put in the app. So
Roger that.
Go ahead and label this tree on the top. Now we know that one, so now we can go ahead and unbox all the rest of the cameras and get those labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and get these unboxed now. I'm gonna be configuring today. Garage.
Because I will have an inside garage also.
Okay.
So we can just call that one out garage or garage out, whatever's simple for you.
How about, yeah. Okay, we're right in front of the Wise app now, and the first thing we have to do is apply power again to this guy. Rich, can you go ahead and power up our camera again? I unplugged it because it was chirping about being ready to set up. Cool. It's in.
Green light.
Yep. Now we're waiting for it to boot up. All right, so ready to connect. So you hit plus on the app now, Rich. Yep. And you hit device. Then you hit camera. And then you find the camera. It's a Wisecam V4, very top. Boom. And you check mark where at the bottom where it says I heard ready to connect. Click allow. Yep, that's Bluetooth. All right, so it should find your device now. It's using Bluetooth, which is, the old cameras didn't use Bluetooth to find the device, so it was way harder to connect. So now you need to select your Wi-Fi network. I'm gonna turn away from that in case the password, okay, the password's there already. Click connect.
Okay.
And it also connected already to your, I'll go ahead and name it. So Rich is naming the camera now, Tree. And there we are, so we are
Okay.
officially on camera. The camera is connected.
Awesome.
And we're gonna go ahead and duplicate that now for all the rest of the
5
cameras.
more times.
We're gonna do that 5 more times. All right, let's do it.
Good deal. All right.
Okay, Rich is working on one extra camera that I donated to the cause here, and it is done. But the next step of the process is we have to get rid of the Lorex, right? So we have to get the Lorex out of here and get it unplugged. It is sitting on top of a Blu-ray player that they've never used. And so we probably should just get that out of there too if you're not using it.
I haven't used it in 10 years.
Yeah, let's get that out of there too. That's just cluttering up everything. So we'll get the Blu-ray player out, we'll get the Lorex out and all the Ethernet cables disconnected. And that is our next step. Okay, so we did decide since Blu-ray was invented in the Stone Age, we would get rid of that. Sorry if you guys actually still have Blu-rays out there, but we got the Comcast box disconnected as well because we're gonna clean in here. Don't pay no attention to all this dog hair. And we're gonna remove this Lorex DVR here momentarily. But first I'm gonna let Rich clean up this inside of that area right there. All right, we got the Blu-ray player out of here. We got the Xfinity box reconnected, so we know that's all working. We got all of our cables here for our camera cables actually right here, but unfortunately they're really short, so we can't make the switch face forward. I'm gonna connect this switch facing backwards with all the wires plugged into the front real quick. Okay, I did finish getting the switch all connected up. I faced it backwards. All the cables for Ethernet run directly out the back. And then back here in the back, all we have to do is just press down on these cables and tie them up to get them dressed up. But we got rid of that Lorex DVR, which was so noisy and loud, and we replaced it with a newer, more efficient system. All we have to do next is go ahead and get one of these cameras tested out. Let's go ahead and get this camera up here plugged in and make sure that it works. Here's our camera. We already have the PoE adapter on it. We're gonna put that up there on the shelf now and just make sure that it is working correctly.
Tilt it toward the kitchen just a smidget.
So pan it that way?
Yeah.
What do you think? All right, later, if you want to adjust it, you know how to do it.
Sweet.
All right, so we just got the first camera installed. So Rich, it's kind of flimsy because it's just that little piece of wood and it wants to flip forward. So we either need to put a little screw in it or maybe something heavier on the back of the little pedestal. But for right now, we got our picture going on that one. That's our first camera. We're gonna go ahead and install, we only have one more adapter, right? So we can only do one more. What's the next one you wanna do that's low-hanging fruit that we can get done easy? One by the fireplace?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
This is a perfect opportunity to talk to you guys about our sponsor for today. Our sponsor is BN Link. They were so kind to reach out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys their new 6-outlet surge protected power strip. I do have 3 of these. I will be giving 2 of these away and giving one to my neighbor for his project that we were doing across the street that you guys just saw. He needs a power strip behind the TV. So these BN Link power strips are surge protected. They are 6 outlets. They do also have the child protective thing there where they can spin around. They have a 4-foot power cable. So this comes in a 1-pack, and you can see here the packaging is just a nice white packaging. So let's go ahead and take a look at these guys over on Amazon. And right here on Amazon, you guys can see the BN Link 6-outlet power strip. And it is a surge protector also, and it can handle 600 joules. And it is right now 23% off. It might change by the time this video is published, but you get 6 outlets for $9.99, or if you want this 2-outlet with USB A and C, it will cost you a mere $13.99. As you can see here, it has a 4-foot power cord, and it has 600 joules of surge protection protection, and it does have a wall mount design. If you look on the back, and you can see right there that it is wall mountable. It's got a space saving design, and when you do plug this guy into a regular outlet, you see how it goes back on a 90-degree angle. That is pretty cool. There's a good look at the back, and you can see the type of screw mounts there, so you can put this on a table or on the wall or whatever you need. So there will be a link down in the description to the BN Link 6-outlet power strip. Go ahead and click that link and get one for yourself. And we want to thank you guys for supporting Supercar Street Racing by buying through our affiliate links and buying from our official sponsors. Now let's get back to the video. So we have one camera out here in this little thing right here. So we need to see how we're gonna replace it with this new Wise Cam. Oh, it's screwed down in there too. Okay, let's see what's holding this thing in. All right, I found the end of the cable. This is gonna take a little bit of work. This thing is kind of built into this little enclosure right here, but we do have a link light and our camera is booting up. All right, we were able to go ahead and set up the other camera outside. It still needs some work. It's gonna be raised up. Rich is gonna work on that, getting it into this little house and then tying up the wires real nice and then wrapping some electrical tape around the connector where the Cat 5 goes to the camera. But it is on, it is working. So that was successful. That camera was previously completely broken. So tomorrow when we get everything else, we will go ahead and finish this job. All right, guys, we just got back from across the street helping Rich out, and we are currently editing this video, but I wanted to give you guys a little outro here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We're doing so great now. We have a lot of subscribers, I think 62,000 at last count, but we're gonna get this video knocked out and we're gonna go help Rich with the rest tomorrow. But all that is left is actually mounting the cameras on the house. No big deal. We take off the old camera, we screw the new camera in and plug it in. Super simple. And then that whole project will be done. But I wanna encourage you guys to check the link in the description. There will be a link to the PoE switch that powers all these Wise Cam, a link to the PoE adapter if you already have Ethernet cable run, and also a link to the sponsor BN Link. Thank you again, BN Link, for all the wonderful things you sent us. And guys, thank you for your support. We could not do this on Supercar Street Racing if it wasn't for you guys and liking and subscribing and buying products through our official product links. So go into the product links, buy anything you want from any of our links. It doesn't have to be the actual product, and we still get just a little bit of money to help out the channel. Guys, that's got to do it for today. We are going to happy hour, me and Rich. So I got to get out of here, guys. I can't stay here anymore. I just have to go. I've got to get out of here. I got to leave. Bye, guys. I got to go. Yep. We got some angry individuals upstairs right now. What did you guys do? What did you do? With a little T-Mobile update, because we wanted to get back to you. A couple of people, 3, 4, have commented on the video, and we wanted to just get back to you guys and let you know that we are going to be moving away from the T-Mobile 5G internet. It just isn't working out for this particular situation, just due to the layout of the house, and some other factors were involved. But we are going to be moving this place to Comcast on the 1 gig connection. And there's some factors involved there that we need to talk about at another time, but just wanted to get something out there for you guys to let you know that we're going to be moving this house back to Comcast, away from T-Mobile 5G. It's better for business reasons, and also the amount of load that will be on the internet. So we'll update you guys when we get the Comcast stuff. But for now, we are going to be moving away from the T-Mobile. And just for reasons of just connectivity and Wi-Fi in a few places in the house, that's the only reason, but no other reason than that. And yeah, we'll update you guys as soon as we know something more. Later, Gators. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. back from a vacation in sunny Southern California to see some friends, and we have the Christopher Knight Home Cape Coral Outdoor Mesh Lounge chairs in dark gray here, which we are going to unbox and assemble right here in this lovely office. So the first thing is, while I get my tripod set up here, we're gonna get this thing unboxed. It says, do not cut open with a sharp knife tool. I wonder why. Oh, because they don't want you cutting the mesh on the chair. So let's not cut it open with a sharp knife tool, but let's use sharp scissors. Hope you guys are having a great Monday. The lights in the office are not working. I must have messed them up when I went in the attic. But I'm going to be very careful when doing exactly what it says not to do. It says don't do this. I'm sure it's because they don't want you cutting the mesh on the chair. But don't go so deep in there that you get it. And let's see what these guys have for us. This is very well packed, and I'm not sure how it actually opens. So I don't know if the whole top comes off or what, or if it opens just on one side. Apparently it might. Oh, oops. Yeah, it might open. I need both sides cut. Yeah, it does. Not cut open with a sharp knife. The wrench, this wrench string is attached to a hardware pouch containing all necessary hardware for assembly. What wrench string? There is no wrench string. So I've heard a lot of things online about how these are difficult to put together. Your best bet for installing these types of things is to keep all the boot bolts really loose when you do it, because sometimes they will not line up if you don't do that. I've put together plenty of these things and it almost caused me and my ex-girlfriend to break up prematurely. Or we actually broke up. Okay, so there is a little string here on the side, and it goes inside the box, and supposedly it is connected to the the bolts and nuts and all the hardware you need. Wonderful, like extra taped. This thing is hard to open, dude. Okay, yep. So there is a. It's going to take up some room to assemble. I'll tell you that right now. Here's the bag with the hardware. They kind of strap it there so you know you actually got it. I guess some people maybe lost the hardware in transit. And we have some styrofoam goodness to get rid of. And some cardboard to burn. Dude, I would hate to have to return these. I would just drop it at the UPS store and be like, sorry. Okay, looking further into this box now to see what we have. we've got some wonderful bubble wrap here. And it looks like they're mostly assembled, which is great. They're labeled with letters. And we're gonna have to move this back a little bit so you guys can get a better view. And I'm gonna stop down and get my microphone as well. All right, so I got a bit. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to use this or not because it may not afford the space for this. So a lot of people said they had to use a hammer, a mallet to get the legs to line up. We're gonna find out. right, guys, here is the finished product out on the pool deck. And as you can see, these things look freaking awesome. I love the modern look and feel to them. They were easy to put together, although I made a mistake on this one, and it was totally my fault. I stripped out one of the bolts, but I got a self-tapping screw and put it in there to fix that part. But yeah, so these are all done. I'm going to take some B-roll glamour shots. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and that you are enjoying all the content that I am putting out and working so hard for. If you could please subscribe and like, I'd appreciate it. Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, we just got the matching table put together. It took another week for that to get here, but as you can see, it does look like it matches the chairs pretty well. We'll go ahead and take that outside, put it with the chairs. Got the table outside with the chairs. One thing I wanted to notice, with you guys, is that these chairs do hold water on the top. This fabric does not allow the water to seep through. We'll see how that's going to hold up in the future, but for now, it's not a problem. But I do see eventually that these things probably will end up rusting at some point. But yeah, so that's going to wrap this up. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one. So I just got back from the gym and have a little toy waiting here for me. This is the My Genius tuner for the SL65. And this is my TCU, transmission control unit, that I sent off to be tuned. So next up, install. So here's the TCU. By the way, here's the SL65. Go ahead and get it opened up. Here's the other car. Didn't really show it much in the last video, but this is my 335i, which is bolt-on. There's the SL65. Down here in the car, that's where the TCU goes. Right there. I'm gonna go ahead and get that installed, and then I will update you guys. So what we've done here is we have connected the My Genius device to the SL65. We downloaded some information on here and we sent that to the tuner, and now he will prepare the tune and email it back to me. So we are in the process of programming the ECU. It says switch off the dash to continue. It's off. Now it says connect to a battery. Okay. Switch on the dashboard, check the connections, and press OK. Dashboard is on. If it'll ever focus, press OK. Starting communication. Writing preparation in progress. Switch off the dashboard to continue. Okay. Wake up error. Okay. No idea what that is. I'm going to check it out and I'll make another video. Guys, welcome back, and you are here once again in the SCSR beautiful bathroom that was remodeled not too long ago, and right in front of us here today we are taking another look, yet another look at some different types of on shoes. And today we have the Cloud Go Wide in size 9 male. on Supercar Street Racing. Back into Supercar Street Racing, awesome bathroom, and sitting right here on top of this beautiful vanity are the Cloud Go wides, and these are in the color black and shale. Now these are last year's models, so these are on clearance, so you can pick them up pretty cheap right now. They are about 20% off of their normal price, and all of the last year's models you can get on sale if they do have your size. One of the problems is though that usually my size is not available, so I have been buying these up as I can. But as of right now, these are the Cloud Go wides for me, and I have not opened them yet, but we're gonna do that next, so let's go. Right on top of here is the On logo, which I call the chicken, because to me it looks like a chicken with a beak up in the air. But it is an On, not a chicken, and inside of this box there better not be any chickens, because today we are going to be unboxing the On Cloud Go wide in size 9 male. And I do need wide shoes. I haven't had issues with any On shoes yet not being wide enough. These are going to be extra wide, which is what I usually buy in my ASICs for doing actual exercise. My On shoes are not for exercise. These are only for fashion. And let's turn this box around and see what the box looks like on the other side. And there we have the chicken logo again. And a reminder, these boxes are all environmental friendly. They are all made of recycle. The Cloud Go wide's looking so fresh inside this box, I would almost guarantee it. So let's go ahead and open this guy. And inside we always find the On promise here about the 100% recycled cardboard right there. And only water-based inks, no oil-based inks as well, which is better for the environment. And then we have some recycled paper right here with the On chicken logo all around it. And then we just go and open it just like this. And there is the On, looking so fresh. The Cloud Go wides, and that is in color black and shale. There weren't many left, and I thought this might be cool, so I went ahead and ordered black and shale Cloud Go wides. The Cloud Go wides looking so good in front of you guys today, and that's a little bit what they look like. Now let's get them out of the box here, and then inside of them they do come with a protective shoe condom that keeps them from losing their shape in the box, keeps them fresh in shipping. We'll go ahead and pull that out of the left shoe and go ahead and unbox the right shoe for you and pull off the protective shoe interior shoe condom for you guys, which it is very stuck. Very stuck. All right, yeah, got it. Now we see a good look at the Cloud Go wides. And you can see on the side right here the Cloud Tech logo. And that is the first look at these. And next we take an in-depth look all the way around the Cloud Go. Starting at the front of the Cloud Go, we can see the On logo in a silverish white right on top of the black, and this is kind of a rubberish black right here. And then on the front they have the On logo again right there in black, which connects to the bottom of the rubber on the soles. And then right here they've got the Cloud Go logo on the top that runs right underneath the laces. And this is kind of cool. It has another lace up front here. So the front lace is way further up than these laces. And then here's the black breathable material on the sides. Good look at the side. You do see these holes in the bottom of the sole and the On logo again in like a silverish. It might even match the color. It's a little bit more white than the actual shale color. And then moving towards the back, we've got these fashionable stripes that run both right here and right here. And then they go all the way and continue around the back here and repeat the same pattern on the other side. And on the back, there is just a slice up the middle right there from the bottom of the sole that heads up to the top of the shoe. And a good look right there at the top. Checking out the sole, the bottom of the Cloud Go wide shoes. You can see they're wide right here is why they call them wide. They're sized wide. But on the bottom, they've got a pretty fashionable mix of the black rubber and the actual shale colored rubber there that continues all the way from one side to the other. And then they have the On logo right in the center in the channel that runs all the way from the front all the way to the back. Not sure what the purpose of that channel actually is, but we'll take a look at that online and see if they do mention what that is about. Right down below me in size 9 are the Cloud Go wides, and you can see I am wearing my Asics. These are my everyday exercise shoes, so I had them on from my treadmill session this morning out there in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. And now we are going to take off these Asics and give these Cloud Go's a fitment try. Now I do have pretty bad feet. I have pretty bad bunions and I have flat feet. So I'd rather not show my feet, but I will do it for this. And this is the whole point of having a wide shoe. And you can see those go on nicely, and they are extremely comfortable shoes already. I have some Pumas that I put on and they almost kill me, and I had to manually stretch them. But you can see right here with the low cut ankle white socks on, they look absolutely cool. The Cloud Go. They feel awesome, and next we'll take them for a little spin and see how they feel in action. All right, we got the Cloud Go's on, and immediately I noticed towards the back of the shoe there is a dip down because that's the way the shoes are designed. They roll towards the back. As far as comfort goes, especially on the issues I have with my bunions on the side, no problems at all with that. No problems whatsoever. And they are extremely comfortable. They're actually more comfortable than these Asics that I just took off right here. Those Asics are about $45 shoes. These are $150 shoes if you pay full price for them. Very much different price point there. And these are extremely comfortable. And that's the treadmill I usually get on in the morning. But I do wear my Asics on the treadmill. I will not be wearing the Ons. I guess I could try them, but I am pretty comfortable on the treadmill with my Asics. But after walking in these for a good couple of minutes, they don't even feel that they will need a break-in. They just feel like very comfortable and ready to go. And I'm sure that you guys would love these if you get them, because I actually love them already. So let's throw them in the Supercar Street Racing studio closet and add them to the collection. Back inside the Supercar Street Racing closet, and you can see here the On collection is actually full. The only way we can add more to this is to take these Hucks and take them down and put them here, or we have space over here with the other boat shoes. Plenty of space right here. So that leaves us space now for the Ons over here, so we can increase the On foot collection. Let's go ahead and remove these guys and get them added to the collection. That means we are only 2 pairs short from filling up 3 shelves. And there we have the On shoe collection. There are 7 pairs right here, and then my flip-flops up on the top. And then over here on this side, we have the Puma collection. All Puma shoes, except for these are Guess. But all the rest are Pumas there. And now let's take it back to the 4K production studio and see what Brad has going on in there with these On Cloud Go shoes. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. It's going to be a little noisy today. I've got roofers up on the roof right now. So Bear with me as we hear some sounds from outside, but we're taking a look at the On Cloud Go Wide shoes you just saw there in the Supercar Street Racing closet, and I have them up here on the screen right now, and those guys are actually $149.99. I got them on clearance for much cheaper, but those are $149.99. There will be a link in the description. I love these shoes so much. Just On shoes in general, I like a lot. So these are pretty cool looking, and I did get to walk around in them for quite a long time, and they are super comfortable. Now, when you go onto the On website, I'm going to show you guys how to do this, and there will be a link in the description, of course, to buy these. But when you go onto men's here, and you go on last season, we can just click on shoes. And I could not find them on the clearance section anymore, but I will try one more time here, because that's where I did buy them. Here are all the ones that are on sale right now, and when you go into these, make sure that you check if they have your size. If they don't, it won't allow you to even check the actual shoe. Like for instance, this Cloud 5 Ready, if I go in here, these are reduced by 20%, but if I hit my size, they do have my size in that. So that's what you have to make sure of when you buy their last season shoes, that your size is available. And taking a look on Amazon, Cloud 5. I'm just going to put it in Cloud shoes here. And there are all of the On Cloud shoes right there on Amazon, and I will put a link in the description for these guys. And please buy through our affiliate links and like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out greatly when you do that, and you don't even have to buy what is in the description. You can buy anything you want if you click on that link, and it gives us just a little bit of money. Get your On shoes, they're awesome. I have about 10 pairs now, and I love them, and we'll see you guys later, because peace out. Guys, today we've got the Bauer 12-inch white RGB ring light kit that I scored from the thrift store, brand new, for $20, and it does RGB and lighting for doing YouTubing. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this thrift store find Bauer 12-inch white RGB light kit. Now this guy is designed to be an extendable tripod with RGB and LED white and like warm and cool white lighting, and also switches back and forth to RGB LED. You mount your phone right on the thing, and it is actually on right now, and I am talking to you through this device right now. So let's take a look at what this thing can do. Taking a little deeper look at this Bauer 12-inch RGB ring light kit. Basically it has a 360-degree head and a 62-inch tripod system that comes with it. And the cool thing about this guy is that it has a remote, and you can see on the back here, you can go through 12 different RGB colors with the ring. You can go through 7 RGB special effects. Now I already saw one and it was pretty cool. And also you have white light mode. There is a white, a natural, and a warm light mode. This is the actual phone clip, so this is designed, you can rotate it, turn it, and it also stretches out so it will fit my phone, and mine's an S23 Ultra 5G. And also this is the ball head for the actual light itself, and that moves. Here is the remote that came with it. I haven't even pulled out the little battery condom yet, but boom, there is the battery condom out, and you can see the remote right here with all the features that this thing can do. There is also a wired remote on the actual wire, like most of the lights have. It works on USB power, and this is a look at the tripod on how it will fold up. Now let's take a look at how this thing is actually assembled. Alright guys, in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen now we have the Bauer tripod, and you can see the setting on warm white right now. And here is the actual phone clip that it was connected to for the clip you just saw last. Now how this thing is assembled is you will get the tripod right out of the box like this. You will go ahead and extend the tripod out. This ring will be packaged separately, as will this phone clip, and will this ball joint right here for the ring light. So you basically put the ball joint onto the top of the tripod first. Then you screw the ring light onto this ball joint here and tighten this little disc. Then screw the phone clip mount inside of the ring of the Bauer tripod system. And you can see right here, right now on the remote, that it does have all the controls here. And if we hit this control here, that changes, it says right here, mode. That changes the actual color temperature of the white light. So there are 3 different settings: white, warm, and natural. And this bottom button here, when we press it, we get this awesome LED effect, which is great for like a background shot if you need like background effects. There's the next color effect, and the next one. This thing is very cool. And then we got flashing, of course, fading. That looks like it's like dissolving between colors. And then there's your little ring effect. This thing is very cool. This thing might end up on the wall in the studio, or I might buy another one because that's awesome. And I'm just here going through these lights. RGB effects, those look like solid. And there is back to the beginning of the RGB lighting effects. And then also on this remote, you can control the brightness with the up and down button. And maybe you can't do it when it is on this effect here, but that is for solid colors, or maybe the white light. Let's see. Yep, that's for the white light only. You can't do it when it is in RGB mode. Alright, taking a look at the instructions here and the remote up close. There is the remote control, and we can take a look at how this remote operates here. And if we look right here, the middle button does not do anything. Okay, so the remote doesn't work at all. I take that. The remote doesn't work at all. Battery must be dead. Got the battery out of the remote, and it just so happens that I have a CR2032. I can't even believe I have this battery, but I do. I have one left right here. And it is in the hardest package in the world to get out. Got the CR2032 finally out of its protective condom, and I'm putting the brand new one in here like this. And then it just proceeds to slide directly in like this. And then we will see if this actually works or not. Let's try it. Does not work. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, so I got one with a broken remote apparently. And I don't know, just does not work. Oh, that's okay though, because we have the wired remote for this thing, I guess. So yes, the remote is not working on my thrift store found Bauer ring light. Got this all figured out. Basically it is infrared, and there is the infrared sensor. So that's why it wasn't working. Now if we press RGB, it works just perfectly. Awesome. Working fine. So stepping through some of the light things from the remote. Do we have white? We do have, oh, that's purple. Okay. Let's see. That's purple. Let's see. That's red. And then the center button steps through all the colors. How do we get back to white? I'm not finding how to get back to regular white. It looks like it is on purple right now. White should be this. So I don't know how you get back to that. When I push W on the remote, it goes to purple. So here is green. And it just does not want to act crazy. It wants to act crazy. Yeah, white turns it to purple. Not sure about what on the remote is white. I'll have to look that up. All right, here's why that looks purple. The W is actually RGB white, so it's white with a blue tint. And RGB button in the center turns on RGB mode, but it doesn't say anywhere how to get, let's see, here we go. On button turns on white light mode. Let's try that. So now it is in the RGB white. Let's see. Ah, there we go. And then you keep clicking the on button and it goes through the different white modes there. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright guys, welcome back to the SCSR 4K production studio you see right behind me here. And we have the Bauer 12-inch RGB light set up right in front of me, and I wanted to set it up so you could see it in the shot. It is currently lighting me on the warm white mode, and now we're going to take a look at what we can find on Amazon about this light. And I'll tell you right now, it is not available on Amazon anymore. So when you go to Amazon, all you're going to see is this page here that doesn't give you any buying options. Let's see if it says see all buying options. Alright, so there are some available here. There's brand new from $32 here, and also if you go over to Walmart.com, it is available here for $39. So actually the 12-inch version here for $32 brand new is it probably doesn't include free shipping here. So there is some available on Amazon, but also if you just go to 12-inch ring light, there are some here that aren't RGB, but here is one that is RGB for $36. So it is available from other companies, and this one does have really good reviews. So $36, and it's got a $5 coupon as well. So that might actually be a better deal than you can get on Amazon. And clicking on here, this is the Toady. I'll put this in the link. Toady, I love the names on Amazon. Sometimes they're just hilarious. The Toady 12-inch RGB ring light with a 63-inch tripod, and what you do is you can put your phone right in the center here. It does have the same kind of remote here, but it looks like it also comes with a wireless remote to start your phone. I actually already have one of those. It came with one of my other tripods, so that's pretty cool. It just allows you to start and stop your recording on your phone. You can see right here, you can put the RGB LED ring into RGB mode behind you. And there's kind of the white light mode for the RGB LED ring light. And I'm sure that all these ring lights are actually made by the same company, and they're rebranded and put back on the internet. But right here on Walmart.com is this exact one that I have for $39.99, and I will actually link that up in the description of the video. Back to Amazon.com, and we have a few more down here. Here is a 10-inch, and there is a few more 12-inch here that are just RGB, or just white LED, not RGB. But here's another one, Willisi 12-inch ring light with stand, $39. Does have the wireless remote as well, it looks like. Yep, does come with the wireless remote, but I don't see the handheld remote with that. Looks like maybe it doesn't have that. Let's see. Maybe not. So this one doesn't have the handheld remote, but does have the little clicker to start and stop your phone. And you have several other options down here. There's the Iriday, which I actually have done a review on their tripod before on the channel, so make sure you go check that out as well. And looking down, there's the Sally 12.3 inch RGB ring light with stand. It does also come with the different type of remote and also a clicker to start and stop your videos. So that's kind of cool, where you can set up on the other side of the room and use the little clicker to just hit go on your phone to record. And I'm sure there are plenty of other options on here. They're pretty much all the same, and they're made by different manufacturers, and people just buy them and repackage them and just resell them like that. Guys, I want to thank you so much for being a supporter of Supercar Street Racing. It means so much to me when you click on my videos and when you watch them all the way to the end. Anytime there's a link in the description, and it doesn't matter if it's a link for this product here or for another product, if you can click through one of my links before you buy anything on Amazon, it will give me a small commission and help support the channel. I don't make money on the channel, I actually lose money. So please buy anything on Amazon through one of my links. Click my link, then look for whatever you want and purchase it, and I will get a commission. The channel would be grateful. Please like and subscribe. Check out all the products and the links. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. What's up, everybody? It is Tuesday morning. I'm over here at S&S Custom Exhaust, waiting for these guys to get here. Gonna get some brakes put on finally. Gonna get some lowering links put on. That's gonna be awesome. Wheels and tires will be here on Friday probably. I'll give you some more updates on this later. Wait for these guys to get here. Come on, bro. Let me in. Just picked up the car from S&S Exhaust. And first impressions are, I actually watched the technician drive the car, and they are extremely noisy at first. So you can expect them to be squeaky and noisy when you first get them. They do take some bedding in. Gonna take quite a few really hard stops from like 80 to 20 or 60 to 20 to get that pad worn in. I did call the manufacturer and verify that. So don't be surprised if when you first get these rotors, they are pretty noisy. When I get back to the house, I'll shoot some pictures of the rotors on the car. On the way home, in the process of bedding these new rotors and pads in, it's going to take probably good 10 or 15 stops from 80 to 20 to get the pads and rotors nicely bedded in. So after that point, later down the road, maybe 1,000 miles or so, I'm going to make another video and do a review of how these things are holding up. But already the car feels so much better than before. The factory rotors were warped, and when you tried to stop from high speed, it would vibrate your face off. And even at low speed, you could feel like a slight shuddering in the brakes. Back at home, take a look at the factory. These are the factory links that were replaced by the lowering links. That's all they are. There's the key for a size comparison. They're tiny. Walk out here and take a look at the car. So the car is now 1 inch lower with the lowering links. Keep in mind that the wheels that are going on this car are going to be 20-inch wheels. So that wheel well is going to be 1 inch more filled. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna switch I'll grab a light real quick. So these are the new racing brakes, rotors, and pads on the factory Mercedes-Benz calipers. There's a little RB logo right there. I was on the phone with these guys today a couple of times, back and forth. They were very cooperative, great customer service. I was asking them about bedding in the rotors and pads, how to do that. And there's that rear pad and rotor. So once I put a few thousand miles on these, I'll be able to report back and let you know exactly what I think about these things. So, like I said, I did order wheels and tires. I'm not going to reveal which wheels I got yet, but I will reveal that they are matte black. So now you see my reason for blacking out the side markers there and the emblems in the side and in the back of the car. Stay tuned. The wheels and tires will be here on Friday. We're also rolling these fenders because the new tires are 305s. These are 285s. Putting some more meat back here. Deal with that 850 plus foot-pounds of torque this car generates. So we will see you on Friday unless something develops between now and then. Have a good one, guys. All right, we got Patricia here with the peel sat on the brand new Fire TV, 75-inch Fire TV with the peel sat with Patricia.
Oh my gosh.
That peel sat.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's so good.
So scary.
So good. Good job. You're gonna rip the TV right off the wall.
I'm scared that was gonna happen.
I know. The peel sat. That is the ultimate peel satisfaction. Go, Patricia! What, she's got peel left. She's gonna rip the camera right off. Way to go, dude. Peel sat. Yo, I got the Govee permanent outdoor LED lights installed and they are looking fly, dog. These things are awesome. I love them.
3.
All right, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We got Brad, we got Joe, we got Brad, and that's a hot shot. Do it! Let's go! For the kids.
Look how he's looking.
For the kids.
Look how he's looking.
He wanted it. He wanted
he's
it.
ready for
Do
it.
it. Make
Let's
it smile.
go.
One at a time.
Archer.
Go.
Look at Archer. Look at Archer. Look at Archer.
Did you take that hot shot?
It tastes like crap.
Did you do it?
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we're going to talk about life without a car. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm so glad you could join us today for a little video about my life without an automobile. I know it's hard to believe, but yes, I do not own a car, and we're going to go over some of the reasons why I don't own a car, what my plans are for the future, what I'm doing right now to get by, and what this saves me in money from not owning a vehicle. So let's get right into it. So let's first talk about what happened to my old vehicle. So I had a 2011 BMW 335i convertible. It was black with like the tan kind of light brown leather, which I absolutely loved. Now, I bought this car back about 4 years ago down in South Florida. I did overpay for the car. I paid $18,000 for the car. However, it was in immaculate condition and it had an aftermarket warranty, which was unheard of. It's really hard to find these cars with aftermarket warranties, but I did find one with an aftermarket warranty, and it had pretty low miles on it. I think I bought it with around 32,000 miles on it, which is very low, even at that time, for a 2011 car. And so, yeah, it was black, it had aftermarket wheels, and it was in amazing condition. It had one little problem, and it never was fixed, and I always got the same answer from BMW, and that is just how it is, and that is the AC system was not great. And the last time I actually took the car in to be serviced, they told me that they compared it to another 335i from 2011, and that's just the way it was. The car was black, it was a convertible, they don't have great insulation in the ceiling, so I lived with the mediocre air conditioning through the whole life of that vehicle, and it was in the shop about 5 different times for that. The condenser was replaced twice because I guess they were clueless about what was going on. So yeah, that's really the biggest problem I had with the car. But in the long run, I started having other issues with the vehicle, and we did use up all of the remaining aftermarket warranty on the car. For those of you guys who don't know how an aftermarket warranty works, they will only honor what your car is worth by Kelley Blue Book. If your car is worth $11,000, that's the maximum amount of repairs they will do on your vehicle. It's just like when you have insurance on your car and you get your car totaled. Same thing if you have a aftermarket warranty. And fortunately for me, the value of the car did go up a little bit when I owned it, so I got a little bit more out of the warranty, but they ended up paying a little over $11,500 for payouts on the warranty. Now granted, this car was modified, it was tuned, and so all the coil packs went multiple times. That is expected from a 2011 335i. Any E92, E93, E90 vehicle with the N54 or N55. Once you tune that car, you're going to start hitting the limits of the factory parts. And when the parts are old, things like your coil packs will be the first thing to take you down. So that was a little bit of the issues I had with the car, and then towards the end of the life of the car, we had the major problem with the vehicle. I did have one accident. It wasn't my fault. They called it my fault, and that is a big box in the road that fell out of a truck. I hit, and anytime you hit something in the road, that is your fault no matter what happens. So just remember that if you hit something laying in the road. But as we were talking about a few minutes ago, what started happening later in the life of the car is that all of a sudden, out of the blue, you would start the car, it would run fine, and then all of a sudden it would start running super rough and want to go dead, and then it would just stop doing that. But it progressively got worse and worse as I owned the car, and eventually I had to take it to the same shop that works on my car all the time, that is Sam's Automotive in Jacksonville, and that is where my bad experiences started. So we brought the car to Sam's Automotive in Jacksonville, and that's who usually worked on my vehicle. However, this time was a different story about what happened with the car. We did get the car in there, and I kind of knew this was going to be a nightmare, and so he started checking what was wrong with the car, and he did a smoke test, and he did find a issue with a leak in one of the pipes. I think it was the intercooler pipe was disconnected, and I thought for sure that was what was going on with the car. Now here's another thing. Before I took the car to Sam's Automotive, it was throwing codes. When you would get on the throttle hard, it would throw a code, and something about air leak detected between turbocharger and intake valves. Now I thought for sure that was a good indication that intercooler pipe that was off, fixing that would clear the codes. So I did go back to look at the car again, and he did tell me that it was not running good still, and he was still checking out what was wrong with the car. So I started getting frustrated because he had the car for about 2 months and I had not heard back from him, and I kept calling and eventually I did finally get a call back from him that they were at a dead end and they were not going to charge me anymore for the work that was done, and they wanted me to come get the car because they were out of ideas, unfortunately. So at that point I did go pick up the car from Sam's Automotive. So I picked up my car from Sam's Automotive, barely knowing if it would run or not, and thinking, well, the next logical step is obvious. We got to pay the dealer, to really break into this car and see what's going on with it. Now, here's another thing that started happening with the car. When Sam's Automotive got the car, I did not clear the codes in the car. He had asked me not to do that anymore, so I had stopped actually clearing the codes from the car. Once Sam got the car, and even right before I brought it to him, I checked the codes on the car and it had 0 codes and it was running like absolute garbage. So Sam had the car, it wouldn't show any codes, it would not throw any codes whatsoever the whole time he had the vehicle. Now that's even before it had the code about the intake leak. So when I first brought it to him to diagnose what was going on with the car, barely running, it had no codes going on whatsoever and it would never throw a code. So I took the car to the BMW dealer, I dropped it off with them on a Friday morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, BMW called me and said, come get your car. Now, when has a dealership ever told you to come get your car? When have they not at least tried to rape you on prices or see what's going on with the car? Well, long story short, when they plugged up to the computer and they could get no codes on the car, they asked me to come get the car, and I did. I brought the car home, barely got the car home, running absolutely terrible, would try to die at every light. You'd have to keep it revved up and it would just try to die. Got the car home, tried to pull the codes again, and of course, the car is not throwing any codes. So this was a time of serious contemplation for me. This car was slowly losing value. It was worth less than $10,000 at the time. These cars don't hold their value whatsoever. Even a perfect 335i 2011 is worth almost nothing. There's millions of them out there. This one had issues. I thought to myself, do I want to deal with this car anymore, or do I want to sell this car and take the money and put it right into my house? So this was a pivotal decision for me. I absolutely loved this car. It had awesome wheels on it. It had a lot of aftermarket parts. It had a digital instrument cluster, which I did take out, by the way. I wasn't able to sell the wheels before I took it. Nobody was interested in the wheels. That's another thing. It's very hard to sell parts off of this car as well. I tried on Facebook Marketplace before I sold the car, and nobody was interested in the wheels. Nobody is interested in the heads-up display because it has issues and doesn't fit right. And so I did leave the Android head unit inside the car, but I did take out the instrument cluster. I still have it if anybody's interested in the ID4 instrument cluster for the 335i. So what did I end up doing with my car? So it's really simple. I have sold a car to Carvana before, and it's the easiest thing in the world. The car just has to be able to be running and be test driven, and my car will run and would test drive. And to be honest with you, Carvana does not even do that most of the time. So I gave Carvana a little look up online. I put in the specs of the car, I put in that it was running, but that it had engine problems, and they came back with an offer of about $7,500 for the 335i. Now granted, the wheels alone are worth $2,000 and I had brand new tires on it. However, nobody wanted to buy the wheels and tires from me, and at this point I was happy to get out from under this car before I spent another dime on it and take that $7,500 and put it right into this house towards the payoff of the house. So that's what happened to the 335i. Carvana came like 2 days later. They sent me all the paperwork. I e-signed it. They came and picked up the car on a wrecking truck, and they took the 335i, and I waved goodbye to the 335i forever. Let's talk about what I am saving on having a vehicle in the garage versus not having a vehicle whatsoever. And I mean a car, because there are a couple of vehicles actually in the garage, which you will see here shortly. So obviously the first thing that I saved on was my old car. My old car was costing me money, and it had no more warranty on it, and it was going to cost, and that was another thing about getting rid of the car. I didn't know how much BMW would charge, if they would even fix it, and if I brought it to another shop, I was probably going to have to tow it there. I didn't know how much another shop was going to charge me either, so just getting rid of the car, I saved on maintenance and repairs on my old car, which could have been anywhere from a couple of $100s to several $1,000s, or I might have gotten a bill for a diagnosis and then chosen to sell the car anyway. So let's say that the first thing, which I didn't even write down here, is that I save on my old vehicle. The next thing I save on, obviously, is the purchase of a new vehicle. If I don't have to buy a car, I have no money being tied up into payments or putting a lot of money down into a new vehicle. Now, what am I looking to spend if I do buy a new vehicle? It's substantial. It'll be over $100,000, so I'm saving well over $100,000 by not going out there and just jumping on the first car that I see. What's the second thing I save on here? Well, obviously car insurance. Now, that accident with the box in the road was my second at-fault accident. The first one was a few years ago and is about to fall off my record here in the next couple of months. That second accident really jacked up my insurance. In fact, it doubled it from $600 a month to almost $1,200 a month for full coverage. So you could say I'm saving $2,400 a year on car insurance by not having a vehicle in that garage or not having a car in that garage. Now, the third thing, gas. This is actually the fourth thing if you count not buying a new car, but the third thing is actually fuel. Now, I am considering buying a Tesla Model S Plaid, which will eliminate fuel altogether, but it does use electricity. The electric Model S Plaid uses about $10 to fill up the tank is the estimate that you get, but the new car would definitely use fuel. I don't know how much. I don't commute to work and back, so we don't have to worry about a commute, but there would be fuel used of some kind. Who knows, $200 a month maybe. I'm just throwing a figure out there for casual driving, and that is saving on fuel. And of course, the last thing with a new car is repairs and maintenance. Who knows how much you will spend on repairs and maintenance. You're going to have to buy tires regardless, so you're probably looking at a Model S Plaid uses tires that will wear out fast because they're performance tires. I would spend around $800 a year on tires for the 335 IS. Those are Pilot Sport 4S's. And I would guess that maintenance on a car is going to be anywhere from $1,200 to $2,500 a year for oil changes and things like that. That's assuming you don't have to do any repairs. If you do have to do repairs, who knows how high that could go, as high as $10,000, who knows? It's really just a guessing game. So those are the things that I am saving, and you're not even talking about regular maintenance like washes and things like that, and maintenance going to the shop and fixing things that need regularly scheduled maintenance. So maybe $2,500 to $10,000 a year on that. So those are the four things I am saving on by not having a car in my garage. So let's talk a little bit about how I'm getting by now without having a car. I'm sure a lot of people who live in places like New York City will tell you it's pretty easy to do that. However, this is Jacksonville, Florida. We are the largest landmass city in the country, and we are spread out. Now, I don't live in the country per se, but I don't live next to any shopping centers or anything like that. They are at least a couple of miles away from me. So actually getting by without a car is not impossible, but it's also not super easy. Now, right now, I'm going to show you one way that I get by without a car, and I'm going to cut away to that now while I talk. So this is my awesome golf cart. This is a 2014 Club Car Precedent. I bought this golf cart for $5,700. I would say about 6 months ago. I got a really good deal on the golf cart, and it had pretty fresh batteries. They are a couple of years old, and you saw with my channel how I took this golf cart and made it into something special from something that needed just a little bit of work. It did need some refreshing, and I did add a lot of things to it. I added a full stereo system. We have done the front bushings in it. We have lowered it and raised it a little bit in the back, and it was already lowered in or raised in the front from the stock height so that you could put 14-inch wheels and tires on it. It does have wheels and tires, and it has lights and blinkers and all that stuff. And now coming back to me here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, I can tell you that that golf cart has actually helped me out tremendously. I am able to take that golf cart all the way down to Publix. There is a hardware store down there as well, and there is Cliff's Bar and Grill and a couple of other restaurants, and I have been able to get my own groceries and go to the bar and go get food whenever I want it. That is pretty much my main essentials here, food and the hardware store, and that is one way I have done without a vehicle. So what else do I do to get by without a car? Well, I've got some awesome neighbors that live just across the street there, and they've offered to take me places when they go just because we like hanging out. It's really actually really fun. And so my neighbor Rich and my neighbor Trish always give me rides if I want to go somewhere with them to like Publix, and Rich goes over to BJ's all the time and I go with him. And if I need any special favors, if I need to go somewhere else, they're always down to kind of drive me around, and it's been really nice to have them as my neighbors. And what else do I do to get around? So of course, there's Uber and Lyft. I haven't had to do this a lot, but if I need to go somewhere that's far away and I don't want to inconvenience my neighbors, of course, I'll just call Lyft or Uber and I'll take them. So what have I spent on Lyft or Uber per week? No more than $20 per week, because I really don't go that many places. Sometimes I go to the local bar and I don't want to take the golf cart, like on a weekend night. I'll just take Uber or Lyft up to the bar, and it's about $8 each way. So Uber or Lyft has taken me where I needed to go. If I need to go to the doctor or anything else like that, I will Uber or Lyft. If I need to go on a date, I can Uber or Lyft and meet someone out like that. And that has been the other way that I get places. So how else do I care for myself in this place? So obviously there's a lot of delivery options now since the coronavirus actually happened. And so we can pretty much get whatever we want delivered right here to the house. So I do use delivery from both Kroger and from Publix to get groceries sometimes. And then I also use things like delivery for fast food and like food from anywhere, actually, not just fast food. I use delivery for food from all the restaurants around the area. So that's the other way I take care of myself here with no vehicle. So the last part of this video is, what are my plans for the future? I know you guys are thinking, you're not going to live without a car forever. Well, that is the hope that soon I will purchase a car. Now, here is my conundrum here with a car, and this is what has kept me from purchasing yet. So I've been looking at a lot of cars. I've been looking at Tesla Model S Plaid, Lamborghini Huracan, 911 Turbo S Porsche, and also Audi RS3, RS7, and a few other ones like the R8. And I just really can't make up my mind. I love the Model S Plaid. I love that it's electric and one of the fastest, if not the fastest vehicles on the street. However, I also love the Huracan with the attention that it would get, and the Model S does not get that much attention because it looks like a regular Model S. 911 Turbo, fantastic performing car. Audi R8, there are a couple of twin turbo Audi R8s out there for around $150,000. So the hope is that one day soon I will find something. Now, the longer I don't buy a vehicle, the more money I am just putting in the bank, and that's just better all the way around for me and for everyone else, especially the people that I'm buying from, because I would have more cash to put down. Now the other thing is also I can't actually find the exact vehicle that I want as far as the Model S Plaid. That is the one car that if I buy it, I want black on black, and the black interior has to be the carbon fiber interior. I do not want black on white or black on cream or any of that, and I don't want the ash black interior. And it does have to be a 2022 or newer because they changed the headlights to their new laser LED headlights, and they were a big improvement, and I do want that. They have not changed the vehicle from 2022 to 2023. However, I do want at least a 2022. The Tesla Model S Plaid has dropped in price again to $109,000. So I'm hoping that I will find one here pretty quickly in the $100,000 range, and it will be black on black and a 2022 or a 2023. There is one sitting on right now on Tesla.com that is going for $111,000, and it is no better than the new price because a brand new $109 plus $1,500 for black paint. You might as well order yourself a brand new one. And that's what's happening in the supercar street racing vehicle out there in the garage, not happening. And I wanted you guys to know how I live my life without a car. Please like and subscribe, and please purchase your items from Amazon through any of my links. You don't have to click on the one that I am reviewing. If you buy through my links, I get paid a little bit of money no matter what you buy. So click one of my links every time you're going to go buy something from Amazon. It helps me out tremendously. Please like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time on Supercar Street Racing. What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here, Friday, coming to you from my backyard. So my house back there, and just hanging out on my dock here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about interior trim and what you can do to refinish your interior trim. Now, of course, there's a lot of things you can do, spend a lot of money on, and you can make it anything you want. However, I'm going to show you a way to redo your interior trim with minimal effort to matte black finish. And for those of you who have wood trim and you don't like that, you can easily make it matte black. So I'm going to show you that now, and let's take a walk over here. My boat over here behind me, and just a little tour of my backyard. Here's my pool, and here's my patio area. Gonna head over to the garage right now and show you guys what we're gonna do today. All right, guys, we're headed to the garage now. Take a look at what we're gonna do today. But first, we have some matte black Plastidip here. What we're gonna do is throw it right here in the sink like this. Throw that water on warm. Not too hot, just warm. Still getting warm here, so. What we're doing here is we're going to warm up the can of Plastidip so that it sprays better, more uniform. Very important. Let that sit there for about 5 minutes and get warm while we walk out into the garage. Also got some Bondo spot putty here. Now what this is for filling little cracks, hairline cracks, scratches, pinholes, and then you can sand it after that. Take a walk out here in the garage and turn this garage light on. And there's the Mercedes here and the Honda just chilling right there. So here is the factory Mercedes center console. So what we're going to be doing today is sanding. We're going to clean this really good after we sand it. Same with the door panels and the shifter. And then we're going to be Plastidipping these in a matte black and reselling them. That's coming up next. Got my supplies here for, I'm going to rough up this. It's kind of smooth, so roughing it up will help with any issues with the plastic stipping. Plastidip sticking, excuse me. There is also a scratch right here that I don't know if I'm going to be able to fill, but I am going to try right there. I'm gonna fill that and sand it after I get this nice and clean. So the first thing I'm gonna do is go inside and get my cleaner, so after I get done sanding, I can clean this off. Here's some cleaner with bleach. Take that outside. All right, so right now I'm gonna take my sanding block here and I'm going to start hitting this pretty good with the sanding block, and I'll get back to you after that. Got the whole thing sanded down. Basically it's clear coat that sands down and it looks kind of powdery. Now I'm cleaning the area that is going to need the Bondo glazing and spot putty, just like that. Get it nice and clean. It takes about 25 minutes to dry. I don't have any thing to kind of spread it with, so I'm just going to use my hands. So I'm going to open it up, puncture the cap with this top part. Should be good enough. I don't need much here. Try that. Go a little bit on there like this. So that's how it came out. Gonna maybe with my finger kind of fill in that crack. Really kind of needs to be more uniform than that. A flat spreader would be way better for this. I just don't think I have one, or maybe a piece of cardboard. But that's the way it goes on. 25 to 30 minutes from now, that will be dry. So I'm going to leave that here and I'll update you in that time. Got the factory shift knob here. It does have some wood on it. So I'm going to offer this with the whole setup. Unfortunately, if you have keyless go, you will not be able to buy this from me. But I'm going to go ahead and mask this off right now so that I can paint it. Kind of need to find something to put it on. But I'm going to go ahead and mask this off right now and I'll be back. Got the Plastidip warmed up, good and shaken. And start on the gear shift knob. So remember, on your first coat of Plastidip, you always want to do 50% coverage. And you always want to spray a little bit out to test. Make sure the can's warmed up, good and shaken. Spray a little test spray. What that does is clear the nozzle out. You want to do that every time and clear that nozzle out of dry Plastidip. So here is the masked off, sanded shift knob. I'm going to go ahead and do a 50% coat. May not seem like much, but if you do any more, it will run. Make sure you get it from all angles. So that's 50%. Still waiting on the spot putty to dry. I touched it a minute ago and it is still soft to the touch. It said 20 to 25 minutes, but it's kind of cool out here. I have not sanded that piece yet because I spot puttied a little chip right there. So the only thing really I can do is the ashtray top, and I can do that side of the door trim. So I'm going to do that now. Take all this stuff and get it out of the way. Get my sanding block out of the way. go ahead and do a 50% coat on my ashtray, which I have sanded and clean. Remember, all sides. That's good enough. That's possibly a little bit too much, but I can live with that. Now the door panel. Remember the sides? 50% coating. You should be able to see through the first coat. All right, there's that. First door panel. These are going to get 4 or 5 coats. So now 15 minutes between these 3 pieces for their next coat. By the time that's ready, I'll be ready to sand down these 2. Timer just went off, 15 minutes have gone by. Gonna go out here and see how everything looks. Looks pretty good. There's the ashtray. And this door piece. And the shifter. Go ahead and put round 2 on the shifter. So for the second coat, you want to go a little bit heavier. Make sure to spray a test coat first. That's good enough for the second coat. This is a heavier coat, but you still want to be careful about runs and drips. Make sure you go all the way around. On a flat piece, you don't have to worry so much about runs, but still, that's good enough for the second coat. And then here's the second coat on this one. Don't forget inside the crack there. Now, while that is drying for 15 minutes, let's put our timer on. Got my 15-minute timer on. I'm gonna check the Bondo spot putty, see how that's drying, so I can start sanding that. Yep, that's the first area that I did there. It feels like that's dry. Yep, that's dry. I'm gonna go ahead and start sanding this, and I will give you an update when I'm done. Okay, I got done trying to sand this. It did not work. It did not fill this hairline crack. I'm not sure why. It's just the very surface that's cracked. Going to try to go ahead and paint Plastidip over this. I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna try that now. So I ended up sanding this down a lot more. And you can't feel the crack. You can still see it, but it's barely fingernail. I think this might fill with the Plastidip. I'm gonna go ahead and try that now. Got the first coat on the center console. The door panel that had the little chip, that did not come out good either. This stuff is just not working very well at all. I'm gonna try another coat and sand and then see what happens. Still having some difficulty with that other door panel, but it's time for the next coat on the pieces that are ready to be painted. So here's coat number 3 on the shifter. On the ashtray. There is a little silver piece on this ashtray that pops out, so that will go back in. And third coat on this door panel. Make sure you get all sides. So these are thick coats. Don't forget. This one I tried to touch up a little bit more. This stuff is just not working well at all for this application. I'm not sure what I'm going to do unless I just try to build up a really large amount of Plastidip on there to fill it in. Time for the next coat on the center console. Go ahead and get that. See how it's splattered out? You always want to do that test coat. Make sure you're getting all angles. This is a good heavy coat. Looks like that crack is filling in pretty good. I might get lucky on that. However, I'm just noticing that I've been missing this part that's really hard to get to here. And I may have sprayed too much right there. Be sure that you get all sides. Hopefully that doesn't drip right there. Go ahead and get another coat on these. Sorry about that. I had the camera off of it for that. Kind of hard to shoot and record. Paint and record at the same time. And this is coat 4 for all the rest. Now, the thing about Plastidip is for this shifter, wherever you tape something off and you have these lines, you can either attempt to peel that off, or the best way to do it is if you've taped off an edge, you want to peel that when it's wet. So when I do the last coat, I'm going to peel the tape off while the Plastidip's still wet. If you do it when it's dry, it will take the rest of the dip off. It will attempt to actually peel. Just saw another spot that I completely missed, and then just another one just now. So I hit those spots right there. This has a lot of irregular areas in it that you got to make sure you're getting in case they're in view. We'll be back. Out here ready to put the last coat on these pieces. Don't forget to spray a sample. Now right after we put this coat on, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I need to peel off this tape, or either I can try to do it later. I might just try to do it after. Supposed to peel that off now. Got this final coat going on this center console. It's a heavy coat. Trying to get all the spaces that I missed last time. Also assure that nothing scratches. I'm just taking a look at all these areas up here that are hard to see. And all the edges, like that edge that I missed. Which is covered, by the way. Most of this is covered. It's a good thick coat. Now the final coat on this. Nice thick coat. A lot easier to do a thick coat on a flat object that it can't run as much. And then on the ashtray, got all that done. Still waiting for this putty to dry. I'm going to give it a while because I don't think it was dry last time before I can do that piece. So the shifter, I peeled the tape off too late. It has to be completely wet and I messed it up, so I peeled the tape completely. I'm going to try the other way. Just spraying it and peeling around the edge of that little edge right there. So I have to start over on the shifter. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we have the Marantz Cinema 70S, and we're going to be replacing this old, tired Pioneer VSX 1021. So hang out with us while we take a look at this flagship Marantz receiver. Now, about 1 year ago, we did create this nice 5.1 surround sound system in the Supercar Street Racing bedroom, and we also added this nice big Fire TV from Amazon. It has a UE Error 22 showing on the screen, and for some reason the sound cuts out all the time or just gets really loud and blows you out of the bed. So we're gonna have to disconnect this and get this brand new Cinema 70S connected. So let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. Okay guys, we got the brand new Marantz Cinema 70S in front of us. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. Now this is the flagship, one of the flagships of the new Marantz lineup. And this is replacing the NR1711 that we have in the Supercar Street Racing Studios as the new updated model. I was a little bit too early to get this model when we built the studio. Let's get it turned around. And inside the nice packaging, very, very nice presentation. You can see already, there's a nice Marantz box on top here. There is an Odyssey mic for calibrating your sound. And then there is your power cord. And inside the box here, check out the presentation. We have the remote, the Bluetooth Wi-Fi antenna, some batteries, and a nice quick start guide. And then under that, it tells you how to use the HEOS app to listen to high resolution audio. And then there's an antenna right underneath that for FM and AM radio. Very, very nice. Once inside the box, we see this nice presentation here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Let's go ahead and get the mic out. This is unlike any receiver I've ever unboxed before. The quality and the presentation is very high end for a $1,100 receiver. And you can see the nice wrap here of the Marantz Cinema 70S. We are gonna have to get it off the table now to get it out of the box. And it is a slimline receiver. Okay, that is all that's inside the box of the Marantz Cinema 70S. Now here's the Marantz Cinema 70S compared to the VSX 1021 from Pioneer. This Pioneer receiver did come from a thrift store a while back, and it is giving me quite a few problems. But notice how well built this Marantz looks compared to the Pioneer and how much more high-end this looks. All right, now that we have the Cinema 70S up against the Pioneer VSX 1021 here, let's go ahead and get this VSX 1021 disconnected and get this Pioneer out of here. All right, taking a look at the back of the Cinema 70S from left to right, we do see one Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna upper left, and then we see our phono inputs. We've got our standard audio inputs here, right next to our antennas. At the top, we've got digital inputs, we've got a coaxial, and we've got an optical input. Then we've got our Ethernet input jack here. And then we've got the preamp outputs. It does have preamp outputs for all the channels, which is important if you have a high-end system. Right here, there's a remote control. And then at the top, all your inputs for HDMI, and we will be using the ARC input for ours. Now, ARC is audio return channel. This will allow us to play audio from the TV through the receiver. And then you have your speaker outputs at the bottom, front, center, surround, and surround back and surround back. And then your standard power jack and your other Bluetooth antenna. Now, I did not label these wires when I put them on the back of the Pioneer. I have enough slack where it shouldn't be a problem. All right, we got the Marantz out. We got it plugged in. We have the audio return HDMI going to the television. And so this is what it looks like here in front of me. Looks so good, so much better than the old one. And I have the remote control right here as well. And I decided to go ahead and just use Wi-Fi because I was using a power line adapter before, and it is very slow. To do anything fast, we're gonna need better network. I would like to run Ethernet to this room eventually. And here is the remote control for the Cinema 70S. All right, so we have the receiver plugged in. We have power to the remote control. Let's go ahead and power it on. It did come on, and on the front it does say Marantz here. Really cool looking display. Input. We should see the setup for this. We do. Okay, we have the setup on the screen now for the receiver. All right, now you guys can see the AV receiver setup assistant here. I'm gonna go ahead and click English. I'm gonna click next. Already got all that stuff done. Okay, is this the speaker setup? Yes, okay. No height speakers, no front, top, no that. No, I don't have Dolby Atmos. Yes, that's already connected. We're gonna play a test tone, so let's see. Set the subwoofer at 30. I do hear front left. I do hear center. I do hear front right. I do hear right surround. I do hear left surround. I do hear the sub. And we have the Odyssey calibration, and we are going to go ahead and break out the microphone for Odyssey. And there is a microphone jack on the front right here to do Odyssey setup. So go ahead and get that plugged in. Go ahead and hit next. But I'm gonna go ahead and plug in. I'm gonna plug in the Odyssey mic. It is plugged in. Connect the calibration microphone to set up. Main listening position is gonna go in the center of the bed back here. Main listening position is going to be with a pillow, just like that. And let's go back to the front. Okay, it's ready to test. Main listening position. Okay, I'm moving the mic. All right, it is done. I stopped at the third listening position. It says disconnect the microphone. Went ahead and did that. The antennas are actually already connected to the back here, and it's going to connect us to network here. Firmware. Let's go ahead and try to update the firmware. Yep, there is an update. Okay, it does say 1 minute left on the update here. And you can see the TV went into screensaver because the receiver has switched off the HDMI signal. Okay, it is not outputting audio to the subwoofer. This is what I was talking about. I need to find that setting. Okay, I did figure it out. It was set on full range. For the front speakers, I set it to crossover at 40 hertz, and now we have subwoofer audio here on the front. And I don't know what surround sound mode we are in right now. I'm gonna go ahead and get the app opened up, and I'm going to record it when I do that. And let's find the app now. Marantz. Go ahead and open the app. Now don't forget we have 2 Marantz AVRs now. Now it's detecting. It found master bedroom and it found studio. I'm gonna select master bedroom, and it is loading. Now it is on Dolby Audio, Dolby Digital plus Dolby Surround, so it's on auto. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad. You're in the 4K production studio, and we are taking a look today at the Marantz Cinema 70S, as you can see right here on your screen. And the 70S Marantz is one of the flagship Marantz models, and it is a slimline model as well. Now this receiver has 50 watts on all 7 channels. It does 4K 120 and also 8K. Now right here in the Supercar Street Racing studio, we have the old NR1711 from Marantz, which is also their slimline model. And unfortunately, I got it right before the 70S came out, so I wasn't able to pick up the new 70S. I did pick up the 70S for my bedroom, and you guys remember We did a 5.1 audio project in the bedroom about 1.5 years ago. And I did use a thrift store receiver at that time. It was a Pioneer and I was trying to save money, so I just picked that up and it got by for a little while. Now the Pioneer started giving me errors like UE22, which is something to do with updates. And it is so old that it is no longer supported by Pioneer. Now checking out the Cinema 70S right here on Amazon, you can see that if you buy it from this person, this seller, it is $11.93, but you can actually get it for right around $1,000, and I will put links in the description for both of them. When you take this link here, you can actually pay it in Amazon payments. The $1,000 version, you cannot pay it in payments. And this receiver has a 4.2 star review out of 52 ratings. Now I will tell you on YouTube, this receiver has great reviews, and it's one of the best receivers I've ever personally used. Just the packaging and presentation was so nice on this receiver. When you open it up, you immediately see the quality there and the effort that they put in to make this a little bit of a higher quality experience for its customers. And going online here, you can see the pictures here of the receiver. And there's the front of the receiver. It has a really nice modern looking high-end feel. Here it says elevated performance for the Cinema 70S. Soundmaster tuned using precision components ensures your listening experience is extraordinary. And right here you take a look at the back of the Cinema 70S. And we did go over all this stuff in the video and I showed you the connections on the back there. But notice here one of the higher quality things that it has are preamp outputs for every channel. You can see right here, that is something that a lot of manufacturers are leaving out of their receivers now. And right here to the right of that, you can see all the speaker outputs and the HDMI inputs, including the 8K monitor output there. And you can see it does 4K 120 as well. It also does have 2 subwoofer outputs. And they're just letting you know right here that it has an included microphone so you can use their Odyssey setup to perfectly tune any room. And right here it's showing you the style, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. And it's telling you here in this slide that it has the most modern technologies available right now. Now this also supports HEOS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, and multi-room, so it has multi-zone support. And taking a look at the reviews here, I don't necessarily agree with some of these bad reviews. There are only 52 reviews total on this ad. This one says buggy firmware. I have not had that experience. Now I did update the firmware immediately when I got the receiver, and so maybe I had a different experience. This one says it doesn't have Odyssey multi-EQ. It does not. It has regular Odyssey. But checking out the 5-star reviews here, you can see that it says pretty happy. Best audio gear I have ever owned. Fantastic sound. Hard to beat the price. I also agree. It is pretty hard to beat the $1,000 price point on this receiver. Incredible sound reproduction. I kind of agree. It sounds amazing. I've listened to music and movies on it, and it does sound really good. Perfect addition to my home theater system. I think the plan is for me to also, in the future, get a second one to upgrade my home theater room because my Yamaha is getting old at this point. So far, everything excellent. I agree with that review. For me, everything is great so far. And this last review says it was just fantastic. So the Marantz Cinema 70S has worked out great for the Supercar Street Racing 5.1 surround sound in the bedroom. And like I said a few minutes ago, I do plan on buying another one for my home theater room to replace the aging Yamaha. Guys, I want to thank you for supporting Supercar Street Racing in every way possible. Please buy all your products through our Amazon links that'll be in the description, including this Marantz Cinema 70S. And you can buy anything through any of our links. It doesn't have to be the product that you're currently looking at. And we have to get out of here right now. We have to go upgrade every receiver in Jacksonville. Oh my God, this came out so good. We've got our drill ready here, and all we have to do is make sure we pick a brand new bit from our brand new kit that is big enough for the mini jack to go through cleanly, because I don't feel like soldering it and unsoldering it and all that. So it's gonna have to be big enough for the entire jack to go through, and the biggest bit I have here is 3/8, and that looks like that might be it. So we're gonna go right down the side here and just gently drill through without breaking this. Nice. And of course, okay. Well, it didn't break the didn't break. It just wasn't tight. Okay. So it didn't get through the second plate. We've got a little bit of stuff left on there, keeping it from flat. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Might not be big enough.
That's what she said.
let's get this thing installed. All right, we have everything powered up. Now we are just testing the ability of the built-in USB on the outlet to actually provide enough power. So when we go to system update, it will probably give us a warning if it's not good enough. So far, so good. I might just ignore it anyway in case, and then if it gives problems, look at it after that. Fire TV, about, okay, no warnings about low power. So we are good to go with the built-in USB on the back. Hey guys, welcome back to the big reveal. And here we have the finished garage entertainment system, which consists of this Sharp Aquos 42-inch television. It is a 1080p television, rather old, does the job great. Behind the very nice Sharp, I can't even talk this morning, Sharp Aquos television, we have a Govee LED smart strip right there, chilling like a villain. We have some in-ceiling speakers here, which were already here and are contributing to the wonderful copyright-free audio being played right now. We have a vintage Onkyo receiver right there providing power to these speakers. And then we have a JBL Arc series. I believe it is it's either a 8 or a 10. I think it's a 10-inch subwoofer Arc 10 chilling up here on top of the cabinets. And then behind the television here, we have run power. We have run a mini to RCA all the way over to our receiver up there. We did it beautifully with the wall plate and made the wire come out of the wall plate by drilling the side. The wall plate also has USB. The USB is powering the Fire Stick that you are seeing. And there is a look at the RGB LED. We do have an articulating mount that can come out and angle towards everyone in the garage. And that will complete our project. Please leave comments and let me know if you like the work I do, if you think it's clean. I'm a very, very OCD person, so everything is nice. Oh, I have not finished the very top yet, but the wiring up into the attic goes through a nice little sleeve right there of tubing. And yeah, guys, that is the audio project and video project in the garage, where we're going to be doing a lot of projects, and that light is on auto. So I hope you enjoyed it. Please like and subscribe and share this with everybody, and I love you guys. Have a good day. Why does it take so long to upload videos and I've got the fastest internet ever? Arrgh. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today is a special day because I get to reveal the backyard. And you can see right here we got another video editing right now for Supercar Street Racing. Actually done editing, it is uploading, which takes the majority of the time here. So let us take a look at the backyard. It's time to reveal the finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard pool and landscaping project. So we're going to take a look at that right now. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is the reveal, completely finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard oasis. And we are going to start with the pool here. So this pool was completely remodeled from top to bottom using PebbleTech. And the color of the pool is called Blue Wave. So the way this works is they will give you a standard choice of tiles that come with your pool refinishing. I chose not to use the standard tiles, and I picked glass tile, as you can see right here, and it is called black steel. That is what it looks like in the sunlight, and that is the waterline tile, and you can tell that it reflects the water and the light nicely in all different colors when the sun hits it, as you can see here. Check out that, how it changes colors when you move past it. Does the same on the step tile. So there is step tile and waterline tile on the pool. I left the raft in there. I probably should have removed it for this video. Here is the other step, and we have the brand new LED light, also with the controller right here. This is also controllable with Alexa. If you guys want to go back to my video and check out how that happened, I did all the wiring on that guy and also put another switch in this box here. But that is the Pool Alexa LED pool light. So the cost of this pool alone with the tile was about $15,000, not including the pool deck. The glass tile was around $4,000, the pool was around $10,000 something ish, and that's where we ended up with the pool. The light was separate. That was another $300, and I installed it myself and saved money. There's the Pool Alexa pool light. Moving on to the pool deck. The entire pool deck was replaced, actually overlaid, not replaced, with travertine. That includes the patio. Before, it was cool deck with a C, the stuff that stays cool when you walk on it. Now it is travertine. This entire portion here that I'm walking around, including this cantilever edge, was replaced with travertine. That is the most expensive part of this project. That was $18,000 for all of this travertine, and this section was not even here before. That was part of the $18,000. I wanted to add a section to put 2 more chairs, because over here, as you can see, it's 3-ish in the afternoon and this section starts losing sunlight. So I added this to get sunlight until around 5 p.m. at which point the entire pool deck starts getting dark. That's it for the pool and the pool deck. Let's move on to the landscaping. Taking a look at the landscaping, we're not talking about concrete or anything yet. The first thing that happened was the company that does all my mulch and rocks came and did new mulch and new rocks. So all of the yard around the outside is mulched. All the way around to, we will take a walk. All this is remulched. All the way around to the fish pond. The small fish pond. The big fish pond is out there. But all this was remulched. Secondly, the river rocks there and the lava rocks in all my beds were refreshed. All these river rocks, all those lava rocks, those lava rocks, this river rock, all the way around the pool. Those lava rocks, all refreshed with brand new rocks. Thirdly, you'll see the next part of that same project when I show you the concrete. The next part of the backyard remodel was the concrete, which took about 3 months to get done. Now don't forget, none of this was here. None of this was here. This was all yard. Rocks, grass, yard, rocks, plants and mulch up there. So my plan was to put a double patio up. So I wanted a step up to the patio. And so we designed this upper level here about 4 inches taller than the lower level. And we added this path. All this was yard. All this was yard. Every bit of this was yard. Rocks here were part of the rock project as well, and rocks around the pool pump. Now while we're over here, actually let's move on and I'll just tell you guys and we'll get to it when we get to the other side. We also did concrete on the other side of the house as well, and you will see that in a moment, but let's talk about the fence. A very large part of this project was replacing my fence. I had an old wooden fence that was short over here on this neighbor's side and falling down partially on the other side, and also this side was starting to fall down. I knew I wanted to get a new fence, however I knew I wanted vinyl, and always something I always wanted to do since I bought this house was the fences were actually right here. They ran straight across here on both sides of the house, so we had just the backyard fenced in, and the entire side of this house would just become you know, overgrown and had to be mulched all the time, and it was costing me money to do that. So what I decided to do was move the fence from here to the front of the house and put a pad, concrete pad, to walk into in the front. So this was added. And if we come through and we check this, that's how it turned out. It's got a single gate, and when you walk through it, this gate closes, and now you have all this space to do anything you want to, and you have a less of a landscaping area. All you have to do is blow the leaves off of it, and yes, we get a lot of leaves from this tree. I wish it was gone, but the fence runs all the way to there, continues down by the pond, and then runs all the way to the front of the house on the other side. And there is a double gate on that side, which I will get to momentarily, but now let's talk about the patio. Under the patio, where some smart person was watching Supercar Street Racing channel on YouTube, let's talk a little bit about what was done in the patio. So the patio, first of all, was not changed much. However, there is one pretty major change that made a huge difference. And I've always wanted a ceiling fan on the patio because the air is stagnant out here. So what I did was, with my neighbor's help, we got 2 beams and we bolted the beams to the existing patio roof because there was no place to put a fan. You can see there where we bolted them. And then we bolted them to the house with joist hangers over here. And we were able to put up this beautiful, smart ceiling fan. Actually, it's not smart. I wanted to get a smart one, but I changed my mind. We got this ceiling fan, which I mounted myself, and also I did the electrical that runs on top of the beam. That electrical not only powers the fan, but it also powers the Govee lighting for the patio as well, and the security camera up there. Also got the rug in place here, part of the patio remodel. We got some decorative items over here, these ice buckets, some things on the wall, a new sign on the wall, and that is all part of the patio makeover. We also got this brand new lamp the other day to replace the old one, and it has Govee lighting in it that syncs with these lights. And then we got our turtle that we found buried in the yard that we refurbished and painted copper. I thought that was just really cool that we found him underneath the dirt. And that's going to do it for the patio, which is looking absolutely fantastic with Supercar Street Racing up on the screen. Moving back to the pool deck, we have refurbished all of our torch lights. So what we did is we painted all of them black. These are actually really high quality torches. We painted the torch lights black, and then we painted the actual kettle part, the oil holders, in copper. And as you can see, these came out fantastic. They look so good. Moving on to the new portion of the actual pool deck, and that is this paver area we added. This was not here before, and I really wanted some place to hang out in the afternoon when the sun starts setting. As you can see, the sun is creeping this way, so it will be over here within the next hour, hour and a half. So this gives you a good hour and a half of sunlight. And we got these awesome metal chairs, which are available on my channel to check out if you want to look at my review. I believe they're Christopher Knight, but we added these 2 chairs and we added this amazing table, and now there is a very nice area for you to come and lounge and chill out next to the fish pond. Moving on to the other side of the house, the first thing you notice here is this beautiful fisheye garden, which kind of has a zen feel to it because of the shape. Notice it was also remulched. Now, one thing, everything about this garden is new except the plants and the light. So the plants are still the plants that were there before. You can see we have these 2 beautiful, amazing native plants that don't need any water. They will survive without watering. We shaped a fisheye garden, filled it with lava rocks. My irrigation guy added a spigot here, and then of course we have the expandable hose and the hose pot, which are also reviewed on the Supercar Street Racing channel, so if you haven't seen that, please take a look. Continuing our tour of the side of the house, we see here our fence continues all the way to the front, and let's take a look down where we have recycled concrete that fills the gap between the concrete and the fence. Now, the reason there's a gap, the fence guy would not go all the way to the fence because he can't finish the edge if he has nowhere to walk. So we did 12 inches on each side from the fence posts. Later came back and finished the concrete, and this recycled concrete was about $350 installed. Moving on and taking a look at the pool pump area, we see here we have brand new pool equipment and automation from Aqualink. So we got the Jandy set up with the Aqualink, Aquapure, all brand new automation. It is a variable speed pump, top of the line, low power pump, and all that's brand new, and it is available on the internet. And you can see we formed around it and filled the garden here with lava rocks. Moving towards the front of the house here, you can see we have a nice little area here for the garbage cans, and there is our double gate on our brand new fence. Not much to say about this area, but this was not here before. The fence was moved forward to the front of the house, and now we have this wonderful little area and a pad going out front there for the gate. Now we have one of the biggest, most shocking additions to the remodel, and that is now we have a shed. We have a lean-to, and it is super nice, and I have been working on this for the last couple of weeks trying to get it ready to put stuff in. However, I'm waiting for the concrete to cure so that I can paint the floor now. Yeah, so we got the lean-to shed. It is about 8 by, I don't know, 15 or 16 feet. It has a big double door here. The golf cart will fit. And if we come down the side here, notice, I'll show you all the lighting in the yard here next, but we can go in and take a look at the shed. And if you guys have been watching my videos, you know that the shed is well lit, and the point of the shed here is to, if I want to have a place to pull the golf cart in, and we actually have golf cart space and more, but I'm not going to do anything until this concrete has been sitting for a while so I can get in here and paint it. So yeah, I did all the electrical in the shed, so you can see here where we stepped out from the inside of the house, ran our pipe over, and then our electrical all goes up and over, and we have our switches here, and we have receptacles, and we still have our hose inside here. I haven't decided if I'm going to leave it in here or move it. It's actually perfectly fine where it is. It's not in the way of anything, but if I ever want this space, I'll get the plumber to come run the pipe through the side of the wall there, and then we will have our water outside. But for now, all you gotta do is open the door if you want to use the hose. Or maybe there needs to be a sink in here. That'd be kind of cool. We could put a sink in. But this is the shed with the LED lights for the garage. They're made for garage lighting, super bright LED lights, and this is the switch. Talk a little bit about the lighting. So all the fences have these nice light strings, LED, bought from Walmart.com, about $7 each. The lights go all the way down to the dock, around the dock, continue on the fence here, and go all the way to the other side here. Those are all on a smart timer, which also has blue rope lights around the dock. The smart timer is located right there by the dock. Then we have some low voltage lantern lights on the pond that are also on a different timer, which I will show you guys. And we have lighting here around the house as well, up on top, that goes into the patio, which I will show you guys that on our night shot. So that is a good look at the lights. We also have lights in the yard in several places here. Spotlights there lighting up trees, lighting up the palm trees here. We have spotlights there, which is actually pointed down. It needs to actually be pointed upward to work. So that is a brief look at the lighting, but I will show you guys all of that when it gets dark tonight, because I want to show you a tour of the yard with the lights on. This is a look at my new patio area. So what I did was I took the table from out there where those chairs are, and I moved it up here to our new upper level patio and proceeded to remodel this patio. We have some really nice artificial palm trees from IKEA. We have 2 outdoor weatherproof storage boxes that are hiding some dirty secrets. This one is hiding the air conditioning from the inside of the sunroom. So when you use the AC, you just have to lift this up. But notice how I sealed it off so no critters can get inside. Completely sealed, supposedly. This other box hides an ugly pet door that is no longer in use, but has plenty of storage now. Got the big nice tree from IKEA, and we have the decorative IKEA metal signs up on the wall. Another little plant on the table, and of course 4 brand new lawn chairs here, or dining chairs, or whatever you want to call them, for the table. The table was respray painted black. All my furniture was resprayed black. I do that about once a year to my metal furniture, and that's how we keep it very nice. So that is the new patio area for the upper level patio, and when you turn this way you get the amazing view down there. And of course, anytime you want to go chill with the wildlife and the alligators, which is right there, you can see one right there, you can walk out on the dock, and there is your treat right there. Hey dude. Going over the cost of everything now. The cost of the shed was about $3,500. Cost of the electrical about another $200. I did all the work myself. So about $3,700 for the lean-to shed. Cost of the fence was $7,000 for the vinyl fence and the gates. $7,000 for the entire yard for brand new vinyl fences. All of the landscape materials, mulch, rocks, recycled concrete, about $4,500 for all the landscape material and the installation, not just the rocks themselves or mulch, but everything. Pool, about $15,000 to $16,000 with the tile for the pool refinishing in PebbleTech and the glass tile. About $15,000, $15,500. Patio, I'd say maybe $400 total for everything. And I did all the electrical work and all the labor to put the beams in. So I'd say the pool between $400 and $500. Let's make it $500 due to the rug. Same furniture was used before, I just refurbished it. Pool deck is completely travertine there. And the new addition we made here with pavers to put these new chairs, you're looking at $18,000 installed for the pool deck. These cushions were around $200. I already had the chairs, so the cushions for the chairs about $200. On the patio out here, I already had the table. I purchased 4 chairs, 2 storage boxes, all the plants, all the decorations. The chairs were $100, the storage boxes were around $50, the plants were $350 with the decorations. So let's say, I don't know, 100, 354, 50, let's say $500 to remodel the patio completely. The big one, the concrete. All this concrete addition with the forming. That's both sides of the house. And on the other side of the house, the concrete is $8,000 for concrete and labor to form all this up. $8K, and it came out pretty good. Well pump refurbished I did on my own for about $15 worth of paint. And there is a video on that if you guys are interested. Came out really good. So about 15 bucks for that, plus my labor. Hoses and hose reels, maybe, I don't know, $80 each. And I have one on the other side, so $160 for new hoses and new hose reels to hold the hose up on the house. Landscape lighting refurbishing. 2 cans of paint at about $8 each, so $16 to refurbish the landscape lighting and these nice torch lamps. Moving on to the chairs and table. The chairs were about $360 and the table was $100. So to furnish this little area here, $460 in furniture is what you're looking at here. Hoses and hose pots here, maybe around $75 to $80 for everything, and I have 3 sets of those, the ones in the front yard, so let's call it $140 for the new hoses and hose pots. Brand new pool automation system, all internet based, around $8,000 worth of equipment here to get a brand new pool system put in with the most modern technology, salt system available, and that's what that costs, around $8 grand. New low voltage landscape timer around $100, 90 to 100 I think, and then the smart timer down by the pond that controls the rest of the AC lights. This is for DC low voltage. The AC timer down by the pool was around $30, so another $130 in timers for the backyard. All right, guys, taking a look at the total here, we've got our plumbing coming in at 1,000, which I left off of the video, but it was there. The shed at 3,700. The fence at 7,000. The landscape rocks at 4,500. That's with installation. The pool at 15,000 for remodeling the pool and the tile. The patio at 400. The deck at 18,000. The cushions at 200. The upper patio level for 500. The concrete for 8,000. The pump refurb for 15. The hoses for 160. The lights refurbished was $15. Furniture at $460. More hoses for $140. Pool automation for $8,000. And timers for $130. And our grand total is $67,220 for the backyard pool remodel. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the whole series and this video, and I hope you like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again really soon. Bye. Taking a look at Fortnite on the S22 Ultra 5G. Now it's still downloading the higher resolution texture. A little choppy there. Probably because it's busy in the background. Very playable as a resolution. Let me give you guys a quick little video of this. First time we open it. Totally playable. Just getting used to the controls here.
I suppose I owe you an explanation. We've all been through a lot the last few years, and there's much more you don't even remember. You've all fought a good fight, but until we set the 0 point free, we'll be facing threats like the last reality, and worse. There will be no escaping it. That's why I need your help to destroy the imagined order. As long as they're exploiting the 0 point, everything is in danger.
And if it runs worse, the screen recorder on. What's up, guys? Supercar Street Racing, and I just picked up a Polk audio powered subwoofer. Been looking for a powered sub to replace one in my living room that failed, but I eventually want to repair. I almost bought a brand new one on Amazon, but oh wow, this guy just pulled straight out in front of me. Speaking of Amazon, just pulled directly out in front of me and almost hit me. And now doing 2 miles per hour. Got this Polk, I think it's PSW 10. Picked it up off of Facebook Marketplace for 30 bucks. They sell for 150. It needs to be cleaned up and refurbished. So I'm gonna take you guys through that, but I don't know if you can see it there because it's the front camera. But I'm gonna show you guys how I'm gonna clean this up, get it ready to go, and then how I'm going to deploy it in my house. Alright guys, this is my other PSW 10 that I use in my office. I don't run the front grill. I do have this nice, pretty nice grill for it. It's got a few little issues, but the one that I just purchased is ripped. Now, you're going to figure out really quick if you get a PSW 10 that the front grills are noisy. And when I went to pick up this PSW 10, it was already rattling, and when I took the grill off, I wanted to make sure that the driver was in good shape. I took the grill off and it stopped rattling. So this is the other one that came with the one I just got. As you can see, it's pretty shot. Also, we need to clean this up completely, and it looks like the bolts are a little bit rusty. I'm gonna pull one out right now and see what they are, and maybe run to the hardware store and see if I can find something to replace them with. Hopefully they fit. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. They may not fit. We're going to go ahead and try this right now, though. Got my trusty this with one missing, but I know I got this small one. Believe it was an 8. Maybe I don't have that one. Wait, is it this one? Oh, that's too big. Way too big. Might be this guy. Let's see. Think it's... yeah. Alright guys, so back at the PSW 10, right here. You can see the volume control here, pretty dirty. Everything's dirty on this thing. There's an auto on switch, which he just had it on. There's your left and right inputs. You have an LFE only out of your amplifier. Receiver, you'll have to split it, because otherwise you'll only get half of the signal, because this doesn't have an LFE. We've got the speaker level outputs and speaker level inputs. If you want to feed this with your receiver speaker level outputs, totally fine. No issues with that. Some people like, I don't know if I agree with this, some people think that speaker level have a little bit more punch to them. I'm like, I don't know about that. So you can see there where it had the little issues up there that I can probably either just touch up with my Sharpie or my paint Sharpie pen. I'm going to go ahead and clean all this really good. All this stuff is really dirty. Should have seen the place it came from. Pretty gross. Switches and the knobs are all like filthy. Hopefully the potentiometers aren't dirty. If they are, I'll take the amplifier out and spray those with contact cleaner. I mean, it's covered with dirt and dust, literally. All the knobs, all the switches, RCA inputs, all super dirty, but it came out nice. Yeah, that came out nice. So we're gonna want this on auto, 0 on phase. Now this is This is to make the woofer go 180 degrees out of phase. You could try that if you have issues with low bass output. Flip the switch over to 180. Maybe you have something else that's out of phase with it. Here's a low pass filter. We want it all the way down. We have mid bass in the ceiling, so we don't need that up higher than 80 hertz, which is the lowest we can cross over. Now let's walk inside and grab the Sharpie and see if we can clean up the edges a little bit. Oh, it feels nice in here. It's hot outside today. All right, looking for my black Sharpie pen here. Shoot, did I lose it? Oh, there it is. So you're gonna find on metal, this black Sharpie is more like purple. But we're going outside to try to touch up this speaker a little bit. So it needs a little bit right here. Let's go ahead and touch this up. Yeah, it doesn't match exactly. It's a little bit different. So maybe if it bothers me too much, I paint the whole top. Or cover it with something like a cloth. But yeah, I got that touched up. This one means just a touch more. You won't be able to see that from a distance, like whatsoever. Now we got one big scratch on the side we need to touch up. Right here. Oh, that's perfect. Can't even see it now. Alright, so let's take this bad boy inside now that we got it all cleaned up. I'll worry about the screws later. Let's give it a hookup and see what happens. Alright guys, got the old JBL. Boy, this thing's been a workhorse for almost 20 years, maybe more than that. But it thumps every time it auto senses the power coming on. This is actually my outside subwoofer for the patio. Borrowed it as I'm refurbishing my patio right now. So here is the PSW10. Now like I said, I've got a better one right around the corner there in the office. Now, I'm going to show you guys in a separate video my audio system. I'm going to go ahead and plug this guy in now. No, it works. I verified it at the place. I'm going to go ahead and plug this guy in. So my house is whole home audio. So I have in-ceiling speakers in every room with selector switches. I'm going to go ahead and hook this up. So I have already split. I've got wall plates coming from the receiver that's in the closet in the central part of the house. Splits it off from mono to stereo. So go ahead and plug that in. Volume, I'm going to turn about, I don't know, a little bit halfway because the signal's split like 5 times to go to, I have 1, 2, 3 subwoofers in the house for the whole home audio. This is the living room one. So this is going to be there, and my little cool LED rock thing goes on top if it doesn't rattle. So that's going there temporarily or permanently, I'm not sure yet. And the JBL ARC10, which is designed for a home theater. This is an ARC sub. I had 2 of them. One of them fell apart because they're literally, I think, 25 years old. This guy actually looks pretty good right there. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the music now off camera because I don't want to get copyright struck. Actually, it doesn't matter because I don't get paid anyway, but be right back. Spinning up music by State Azure, hoping I don't get copyright stricken, but there is the brand new old PSW10. If we walk around the corner into the office, there's my other PSW10. These guys are awesome for the price. They're really, really good for the price. They say 100 watts RMS, I think. They handle low frequencies very well. Now, I do have a BIC F12 that's amazing in the home theater room. And then I have that one. And then I also have a JBL sub that's going into the bedroom once I get my bedroom 5.1 set up. This song has absolutely no bass. I'm going to find something that does. Alright, got the royalty-free music playing so I don't get copyright stricken because you know you can't do anything now because you're... Oh! Wow. So that was like really overdriving the woofer. There is a reason behind that. I'm gonna explain that in my next video. I'm gonna go over my whole house audio system. But basically, I've got a subharmonic bass synthesizer that's driving all these subs. So obviously with a entry-level subwoofer, you're not gonna be rocking out that hard with it. So that was distorting a little bit. I turned down the volume on the input and everything's good. So I think I probably will just leave this here. And look out for my next video. I've got a couple videos coming up that are outside of car stuff. One's gonna be my whole house audio system, and the other one's going to be my smart home. So I have kind of a crazy smart home setup as well. So I'm gonna call this a success for $30. I mean, that was gonna cost $150. This thing looks great, sounds good. You can't see any of the scratches. It's not blown. And I mean, I wish you could hear how low this hits, but I've got 4 subwoofers in the house, and I'll show you all of those on the next video. Guys, Supercar Street Racing here. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. Smartwatch peel. Satisfaction granted. So slow. That was fun taking you to school today and delivering you into the schoolyard, because you don't understand about country accents like I do, because you're oblivious, because you have one and you hear it every day. But when I brought you and delivered you into the school and sat you down in your chair and told you, now you know. Blessed day. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Wise sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller this morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're going to take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapo transpiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra-stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza watering duration expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The watering duration expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imalaza smart sprinkler controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imalaza, we're gonna go ahead and unbox it now. And that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top, we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imalaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imalaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imalaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imalaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imalaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here and out of the... Now this is the Wise sprinkler controller. You can see right here it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Wise sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws. This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops right out of the thing. So green was zone 3, that fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3, labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Wise out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. All right, we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma Roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Imalaza app. We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth, allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. And it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture, add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. We can hit next here. It says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're going to turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart, Cycle, and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about the recommended days and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's going to do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is going to do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we want to thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself, and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller. This tiny little guitar is chilling next to this thing that looks like a guitar, but it's actually a mouse pad. We got a guitar right here. We got a thing that looks like a guitar, and we got the peel satisfaction. Oh, you love the peel sat. It's so good. And we just got blooped on while we were trying to do it, a short, and it messed everything up.
Binks is looking away. Both tails are going. Come on, buddy. Come on, Binks. And B's like, all right, I got a front row seat.
Cat showdown. He's going. Oh.
Here we go. Oh boy. This could get ugly. You want to get cornered.
Oh. Well, Cooper took care of it.
Cooper's taking up the building.
He broke up the fight.
It's all right, Coop. Let them work it out.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is a special video because we are going to show you some cooking tips here. And we are making keto fried chicken with the air fryer. So the first thing you're going to need is some chicken breasts or chicken thighs or strips, anything you would like. I am starting with these frozen Tyson chicken thighs here. I think they were about $6.50, and They are a pretty good deal. They are frozen though, so you have to defrost them. We got those guys sitting right here in the water, defrosting. And we're not gonna start cooking for about another hour and a half. About 2 hours actually. So we got our chicken thighs chilling right there. I'll put this all in the description and also on the screen. Then you're going to need some pork rinds. Now I got the baconettes, which is a funny name. Crunchy delicious queso chicharrones. And so these guys have no carbs, less than 1 gram, and that's the good thing about pork rinds if you're on keto. They are mostly protein, so they have 7 grams per serving and no carbs. So you get your pork skins. I also bought the honey mustard ones. If you like the hot ones, they have those as well. These were $2.29, $2.29. If you buy them off of Amazon, if you buy the keto breading off of Amazon, it'll cost you about $8 or $10 or something ridiculous. You don't need that. All you need is your pork rinds here, one of these hammers. Go ahead and put your pork rinds in a bag. Get a hammer or use your fist or whatever. And these hammers work pretty good. And make those guys no longer pork rinds. Once these guys, don't use that ender to put holes in the bag. Once these guys are good and crushed, they are ready to be applied to your chicken. Like I said, I bought the frozen chicken. It may not be the best kind. If you like the fresh kind, by all means, grab that for your keto fried chicken. This stuff needs to be as thin as possible, and you're going to then egg and pork rind bread your chicken. And look how consistently chopped that is. This is ready. I didn't do the whole bag. I did like, half the bag. So I'm only doing 2 chicken thighs at this point. And then if I want some more, I'll add some more later. But I went ahead and labeled the bag here for queso pork rinds. And then what we will do, that's probably plenty for 2 chicken thighs. So here's the size of the 2 chicken thighs right here. You can see them in a bag defrosting. And I'll keep putting water in this bag until they're fully defrosted. And then also you're going to need some eggs or egg substitute product. Now I like the Publix Eggsters here. Here they are. So these guys right here are 0 fat, 0 cholesterol, see, fat-free egg product. So I will use these. It doesn't take much. We'll just put them in a little bowl and then we'll dip the chicken in here and then into the egg, and that will make the deliciousness come out. So we will check back with you guys when these guys are good and defrosted. Meanwhile, you will have your air fryer here. You're also going to need some spices for your keto, or for your pork rinds. If you only got the regular pork rinds, I got the cheese ones. And you need something to spray on top of all that once you bread your chicken, because that's what you have to do in an air fryer to make that nice crispy coating on top. So we're gonna see how that is, and we'll be back to you guys in a couple of hours when we're ready to start breading our keto fried chicken. Wow. My phone is in use right now, so I brought the tablet out, but look at this insanity. I'm sure there's a gallon of water coming out of my leaking patio over here, but good grief, look at this. It is freaking coming down out here, man. We had a thunderstorm warning, and I think we just got it, bro. Check this out. All right, welcome back, guys. So the chicken has been in this defrost for a couple of hours. Let's see if it's, oh yeah, that's totally defrosted. So the chicken's gonna be nice and dry because it was in a bag. And what we are going to do is get out our little egg substitute here. We got our Eggsters from Publix. It's fat-free, cholesterol-free, good source of protein, and pasteurized, and it is also low calorie. 3 tablespoons is 25 calories, if you see right here on this, and it is 0 carb and tons of protein and no fat. So we're going to start with just a little bit inside this bowl. I always put way too much. I'm not going to do that this time. If we need more, we'll pour more. Alright, so we got our egg. That's probably still too much. We got our egg substitute in this bowl right here. We got our pork rinds here. And what we're going to do is go from here into here. And then onto the plate. Or actually, maybe we'll go directly into the air fryer. Here's our pork rinds. Boy, they smell so good. Just kidding. Yeah, so here's our pork rinds. And we're going to grab our air fryer and save a step instead of this plate. So get your air fryer basket and go ahead and spray your air fryer basket down with your cooking spray, non-stick spray. This is also 0 calories, so also good for your diet. That's probably not enough pork rinds, but we're going to start with that amount here. And we got our chicken right here in the bag. If you feel like cutting the fat off the chicken, go for it. I'm going to leave it just the way it is. And these are pretty big pieces. I'll pull this little piece of fat off because it's hanging off the corner. So first things first, dip it in your egg substitute. Yeah, I still put way too much eggs. Always do that. Way too much eggs. Let that drip off. Now there's no other seasoning in this, on this breading. It's just literally pork rinds. Get it in the pork rinds, nice and kind of help it out there. Flip it over. Help it with the pork rinds in the places it didn't get on the sides. Give it a little bit extra. And there's already spray there, so drop it and put it into your air fryer like so. And I think we might have enough for the next one. Let's see. Okay. Drip off. There's a little bit of fat on this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I might take this little piece off there. Put it in the egg. Substitute. If this is not enough pork rinds, we will grab some more. But let that egg substitute drip off of it all the way. Get most of it off before you go into your pork rinds. These are fillets you're going to need to cover both sides. Now if you're doing bone-in chicken, there's absolutely no reason to do the backside and waste a bunch of breading because you won't eat that side. We'll pour a little bit more pork rinds on here. Get those all into the chicken. Sure you get all of them off the, yeah, we didn't get hardly any on that side. So yeah, it wasn't enough. So we got a nice coating of those now on both sides. And we will take that guy. And if you pick it up like this, you won't lose all your breading. And we got this nice little extra piece. We'll go ahead and cook. Get this little bit of fat off of here. We'll have a little nugget. Good enough, a little bit. Get that in our bread, in our egg first, and then a little bit of breadcrumb action. Whatever we got left here. Get it breadcrummy. Calling it breadcrumbs. It's not breadcrumbs at all. I don't like the feel of the goop on me, so I always wash it off as soon as possible. This is not breadcrumbs. These are pork rinds, so they are carb free. Here's a look at our chicken, and we're going to spray it from a distance so it doesn't knock off all of the delicious pork rind. You get it good and coated right there. That's going into our air fryer right here. And if you are curious about how long you are supposed to cook this, they have a guide for it that I'm going to do 390. So I'm going to hit power and then air fry. I'm going to do 390 for about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a good look at the crust on it till it's a good brown crust. Let's go ahead and hit start. You can preheat that also if you want to. Those are ready to go. We will check on them at 7.5 minutes. We will flip them over and probably spray that side as well, and we'll be back to you then. All right, guys, we're ready to flip these guys, and hopefully we don't get a copyright notice for the music that's playing. Oh, those look so fantastic. Ignore the music at all costs. Oh, some breading fell off. But it's looking good, guys. It's gonna take another 5 minutes. All right, guys, the timer went off after about 17 minutes. And that is what we are left with. Those look absolutely fantastic. So that is what we are gonna do now, is sit down and have a nice keto dinner with just a little bit of ketchup, because it's my favorite thing. And you are allowed to have just a little bit of net carbs per day. Let's get this all made up and get some tasting done. Alright, let's give this a shot. So on our table we've got some Ken's Ranch, buttermilk ranch here. It's important when you're on a keto diet to make sure that you're not eating anything with a lot of sugar. This only has 1 gram of sugar per, per 2 tablespoons, so that's good for low carb. If you want to be 100% low carb, you can do sugar-free or low sugar ranch. Also got our ketchup. Now this has a lot more sugar, so I'm gonna go easy on the ketchup. I haven't had any net carbs today though, none at all. So I'm in good shape. We also got our slice of cheese, which is completely carb. So we're just gonna have a little bit of ketchup here and some ranch. And I've got the salt as well because I'm a salt freak, but I don't really know how much salt I'm actually going to put on this. I'm going to give it a try first because the pork rinds are salty. There's some ranch for dinner. And so this is the first time I've ever made this recipe. So why don't we start off. This little nugget is pretty crispy. There's not much to it. We can start with that. A little ketchup, a little ranch. Oh wow. Really good. Really good. Really crispy. I'm tasting almost, I mean, it does literally taste like it's fried. And here comes the rain. We decided thunderstorm morning. So sorry about the rain sounds. We do have the skylights that are loud, but let's get a piece of now our, remember this was frozen. Let's see how tender it is. Okay, yeah, it cuts pretty easy. There's a look at the inside of it, completely done. Probably could have come out a couple minutes early, but I like the breading to be kind of crispy. I do like how this crisped up on the shell here from the air fryer. Let's give that a little taste with some ranch. Wow. So first thing I noticed, I can't smell, haven't in a couple of years. First thing I definitely noticed is the queso taste from the pork rinds. Second thing is, for frozen chicken, this actually is very tasty, very moist. It's not dried out at all. Let's try some of our cheddar cheese. It's delicious. This will be my dinner, 2 of these. Still hot. Moist, tasty. You can really, really taste that pork rind. And to answer the question, it does not need any more salt. Absolutely fantastic. Can't believe I've never done these before. These are amazing. I highly recommend you trying this recipe. Wow. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's as good as any fried chicken I've had before.
Look at that guy in his golf cart getting wet.
That is absolutely fantastic. So good. Just want to eat the whole thing at one bite. It's so good. Forgot some more. No. That's probably better. The canned steakhouse buttermilk ranch really takes it up to another level with that creamy taste that goes along with the fried. Good on any fried food, and it's keto friendly. Keep the sugar down, you're good with keto. The ketchup is way more dangerous for your keto diet. If you have any worries about it, use Carb Manager, the app, put in the ranch, put in the ketchup, and see what you come to. I have not had any carbs today. Absolutely. God, you guys made his entire day. Look. He is locked on target. Yeah, he's gonna start barking in a second. Just got an alert over here on the show that I think something is in my garage. Let's see. It's always a mystery where things are gonna be. Aha! Check it out. We got a new package here on Sunday night. Oh yeah, I am so hyped for this. What we're looking at today on the channel. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad again today, and I'm super excited about an upgrade for the channel that we just got right here in front of me. And this is the HyperX Quadcast microphone. So I've been needing a microphone for a while now on the channel. I've been suffering with just the camera mic and also this little lavalier mic, which also is low in quality. We're probably gonna have to get another mic at least at some point in the future for lavalier use, and maybe a couple, because I do a lot of things with other people. And today we have this awesome HyperX RGB Quadcast mic. It just arrived fresh from Amazon in my garage, and today we're gonna open it up and take a look at what's inside the box. We're gonna open this up, test it, and see what the audio quality is like, and doing some actual voiceovers. All right, so we have the HyperX Quadcast mic here in front of me. This is a USB microphone. It comes in two colors. It comes in black and white, and today we have the lovely white microphone here. I chose the white color. It was actually cheaper. I want to say I paid about $130 for this microphone, and I think the black was $150. And if you don't want the RGB, which of course I did, you can get away with actually a cheaper price on these for just a single color. But I like the RGB. I think it'll look cool in the new studio once we get that built. And I'm super hyped to open this up, so let's get started here. Guys, we are back at Supercar Street Racing with the HyperX Quadcast microphone, and it is time to actually open up this guy and see what's inside. So let's get our Smith & Wesson going here. So this is a $150-something mic. There will be a link in the description for it, and we hope that you can click through our links. Even if you're not buying this mic, please click through that link or any of our links when you buy Amazon products. It really helps me out. I don't make any money off of the channel, but it does help me greatly when you buy your things through the Supercar Street Racing affiliate links. So here's the HyperX Quadcast microphone ready to be unsheathed from the cardboard condom. Let's give it an open. Love the packaging already. Very cool packaging. Doesn't look cheap at all. Microphone has really good reviews, especially the lower priced ones. This one is the higher priced one because it's a quadcast. I think the regular one called, I forgot what the regular name is for the one that doesn't do quadcast, single cast or something like that. But this one has 4 patterns on the microphone, 4 polar patterns, which is why it's called the quadcast, obviously. And inside the box, the first thing we have is a HyperX little information sheet that says that they have you covered. Says if you have issues with your products, then you can contact their team for technical support, so which is awesome. So that's what we're hoping for here. Next thing we have is a little HyperX welcome. Congratulations on joining the HyperX family. It has some of their RGB products on the front and a little welcome from HyperX on the back. Now we have I think it is a product information sheet, customer information sheet right here. And of course, now we have the quick start guide here for the HyperX Quadcast microphone, which is very small writing and I can't see at all. So this will be hard to read for me. But anyway, it should be plug and play. There is software for the microphone and I don't know if it goes past the RGB level to tweak the mic, but there is software. HyperX Ingenuity software is what you have to download from hypergaming.com/ingenuity, and that is inside of this lovely quick start guide for the HyperX Quadcast microphone. Now we have inside of the box here, so it is encased in plastic. I do see kind of a large cord in there. It's encased in a plastic like pancake of goodness here, and there is a warranty actually on the inside of the box, which is pretty interesting. There's a bunch of writing on the inside of the box. It's not something you see every day. You can't actually read the inside of the box. And now we have this beautiful pancake of plasticness to open, and it does say pull, and it snaps right apart here. And inside here is the beautiful Quadcast microphone for your enjoyment. It is very awesome looking. And something fell out of the box and it looks like, yep, it is looks like a connector for a mic stand, but I'm not 100% sure. I do have a mic stand. I have all the audio equipment to do live music, so I might still have my mic stand, I think. I'll have to go look. But so far, so good. We've got the mic unboxed here. So I dug through the closet and I haven't used my mic stand in a bit. It's just off to the side here. It is a Proline mic stand. So we will be able to use this adapter here, it looks like, to put the mic on an actual stand, and that is awesome. So let's get this out, and first thing we have is our USB cable. Opening our USB cable here, it looks pretty high quality. It is braided, and it has USB Type B on one side and a USB Type C on the other side, and of course the USB Type B goes to the computer, and the USB Type C will go to the back of the microphone here, where there is a USB-C connector, and there is also a mini headphone jack. So if you want to connect your headphones here, you can also do that. That is the extent of what is inside of the box with the microphone. And now for the next part of this, we're going to move over to the computer and actually install this. All right, we are back here underneath the Supercar Street Racing editing rig, and I see the back here. I'm trying to find a USB Type B, and I see one at the very top there. I'm going to connect right there to that USB Type B port. We are back over here at the Supercar Street Racing editing PC. We have our HyperX Quadcast mic set up here, plugged into a available USB Type B port. Let's go ahead and power on this awesome editing rig here. See what happens. There we have it. So let's go ahead and log in here, and we have our last project up here that we were working on, the Florida Keys trip. Go ahead and close that out, and we have our USB Type-C connection here. Let's go ahead and plug in the mic, and I'm assuming you put it right through that little slot right there. And instantly we have awesome colors popping up on the HyperX Quadcast. I absolutely think that is the coolest thing ever. Check out the colors are rotating through different types of RGB awesomeness, and let's go to HyperX Ingenuity software download. Ingenuity. Okay, accept. And let's see, download for Windows. Oh, it's a Microsoft app? Not that I really need it if it doesn't work. But I don't want to be downloading stuff with the Microsoft Store. That is kind of depressing. It has bad reviews as well. Let's see if it's making us sign up or anything in the store. Okay, it is downloading the HyperX app. A lot of people are saying it's broken. We don't really need it, honestly, if that's the only thing that we have for our guy here. Let's go ahead and say yes. You guys are not able to see this, but we have the HyperX software downloading right here. And there is our microphone, volume monitoring and headphone volume. And it looks like we have a lights option here. So there is our software. And it is set on wave effect right now. And you can slow down and speed up the light action right here and change the colors. And it looks like you can add effects. Lightning wave VU meter. Let's try VU meter. Add. Test 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, it does respond to your voice pretty well. Let's go back to wave, which I like. Huh, interesting. It did not stay on wave. It is not staying on. It took like 8 tries and now it is on wave again. So yes, the software does have some issues. Check 1, 2. It's back on. It keeps going back on VU. It is really buggy. It won't go back on. There it is. Oh, no. It's stuck on VU now. I'm so mad. Light sync. Yeah, it's causing the light sync. Unlink to manage the microphone by itself. It doesn't work. Look, it's going back to the other effect. Yeah, it's really buggy, I can tell you right now. I'm not really bummed about it. The light is sort of a secondary thing for me. It doesn't look like wave is even working. Light sync is cooler when you have more than one compatible device. So there's a light sync option here, and there is a microphone option. And let's just put all the effects in and see what they are. Lightning is on, supposed to be on, but it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna leave it on wave. And that is all for the Ingenuity app. It is not that amazing, and it does basic lighting changes. We are back with the HyperX Quadcast, which has very good reviews online, but apparently their software is kind of janky for the lighting. But there is a polar pattern adjustment knob right here on top. And in the manual here, it says that the very left-hand setting with two little circles together would be stereo. The next setting, which is a big circle, is omnidirectional, so you would use that for if you had multiple people sitting at a table. The next one is cardioid, and then the last one is bidirectional. And I'm assuming it works with the mic facing you. And then the gain is at the bottom of the microphone. So it is a rotating thing at the bottom that goes from no little dots all the way up to big little dots to adjust the gain. We will take a look at that momentarily. And that is all for the adjustments, and you can hook up a pair of headphones right back here above the microphone input, or the USB Type-C, and I will buy a pair of nice headphones for this. So now let's just get that thing going, and we're going to switch over to the webcam for this part of the show. Alright guys, so we have one camera set up over here, and right here on Supercar Street Racing we have our webcam set up, and we have the Kingston HyperX Quadcast in front of us here, and we have OBS Studio running right here, and I added the mic by going to the little plus thing here with sources. I did audio input device, and then I selected the HyperX Quadcast, and now down here at the bottom we have our audio levels affecting our gain on the microphone, and I have it cranked up pretty good to get to almost the red on the VU meters up here. And right here on the screen you can see the HyperX Ingenuity app. So let's go over to Amazon. So let's open up our Amazon page here on the other screen. I hear one of the devices going crazy in the other room because I said the word. Let's look at our orders here. And here is the order for the HyperX Quadcast RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, blah, blah, blah. And as you can see, it has 49,000 reviews. This thing is a bestseller. Okay, so it was $129. I hear audio going somewhere in the back. Amazon, stop the station. Interesting how it wakes up at its own leisure. So here we have our audio directly from the HyperX Quadcast, and I hope that this is a good indicator of what this microphone can do compared to this very cheap lavalier microphone. So I will read this to you twice. Once we'll go with the HyperX, the second time we will go with the lavalier audio. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is white. I'll play that back for you guys here on post-production, going through both. The first one will be through the HyperX, and the second one will be through the actual lavalier microphone, which is connected to the camera over on my right here. HyperX Quadcast S, RGB USB condenser microphone for PC, PS5, Mac, anti-vibration shock mount, 4 polar patterns, pop filter, gain control, gaming, streaming, podcast, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and it is. And I will read you a little more copy here as if I was reading a commercial. I used to do voiceovers for television and radio, so let's do that now. So, about this item, radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects, personalized stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So that's kind of how I would read that if I was doing a professional voiceover. Let's go to the next section here. Built-in anti-vibration shock mount. Isolate the mic and suppress the sound of unintentional rumbles and bumps with the elastic rope suspension. And that is right here on the side of the mic. So it is held up with elastic ropes, which keeps the vibration down to a minimal. Let's try another one. This is fun. Tap to mute sensor with LED status indicator. Use the convenient tap to mute functionality to prevent an audio accident along with the help of the LED mic status indicator. If the light is on, the mic is active. If the light is off, the mic is muted. So the mic is not muted because I see the HyperX Quadcast actually on the screen in OBS Studio there. Get back on camera a little bit. And let's go to the next section here. 4 selectable polar patterns. Choose between 4 polar patterns: stereo, omnidirectional, cardioid, and bidirectional. To optimize your broadcast setup and keep the focus on the sounds you want to be heard. Customizable via HyperX Ingenuity software. Personalize your RGB lighting and effects with HyperX Ingenuity software. And that software is here. HyperX Ingenuity app, which unfortunately you have to download through the Microsoft Store, but here is the microphone there, and then if you go to the lights part here is where you set the type of effects, but honestly it doesn't want to stay on the effect that I put, so I think you have to hit save to microphone. Let's see. Maybe that was it. Maybe I was just doing it wrong. So this is wave, and you can add other effects to this. They have cycle, lightning, wave, VU meter, solid, and maybe there's more. I don't know. That's all they show right here on the actual app. So back to this microphone. So this thing has the capability to do, let's take a look at this 360 degree view here. This has the capability to do more than one pattern so that you can have a quadcast podcast. It can pick up 4 people around a table. It's probably going to be a little echoey in here, hopefully not. I haven't really used a great microphone in here, but we're going to see how this microphone sounds. But the gain is up pretty high there, and I think also on the level meters, the actual level controls. So not sure how that's going to sound, but I'm pretty pumped to check it out. Okay guys, we actually have the microphone connected now directly to the phone. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm going to go back here where I am in the pattern. All right, so we are connected directly to the phone, and we are recording directly through the phone with our Kingston HyperX, and this is not going through the PC. So let's read another little bit of copy here going directly to the phone and see if there is a noticeable difference in the audio quality, because I did have the gain turned wide open before. So radiant RGB lighting with dynamic effects. Personalized stunning RGB lighting and dynamic effects for an eye-catching shot of customizable style. So we're going to listen to that and see what this sounds like recording directly through. This is a USB-C to USB-C cable recording directly from the Kingston HyperX to the phone. This is the microphone stand that is destined for use with the Kingston mic right here. And if you notice here, you get this connector for the mount, and what you do is run this old mount off. This is for a regular standard microphone. So you just like back this ring off here, and then you can unscrew this, and this part screws directly onto your microphone stand, which will go in the studio eventually. Here is this connector and how it works with the mic. You just undo the mic from this standard mount here, this table mount. You screw this through the mount, and then this microphone will mount directly to the stand. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Sorry for the mess. It is messy when I shoot. I have a lot of stuff out. And I hope you will like and subscribe to the channel, and I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. That view. Water's looking so good. Florida life, man. You got the best views in the world. Look at that, guys. Hell yeah, brother. Hey, welcome to the channel, guys. This is an exciting day we have for you today. One of the biggest days of the year for me. I have finally in my hands a new phone here. So for the last 2.5 years or so, I have had the Galaxy S20 Ultra 5G. So I've been waiting for the next generation of camera phones to come out, because camera in the phone is what I use it most for. And the S22 Ultra 5G was released a couple of weeks ago, or planned to be released a couple weeks ago, and we have right here in our hands a S22 Ultra 5G. So we were recording this video on an S20 Ultra 5G, and we will move to the S22 in the middle of the video and let you guys see what the comparison is there. So we have it brand new in the box. It's still sealed here. Has not been opened at all. I need a free hand, but I'm going to put my tablet in there as well so we can do some other video. If I can do this with two hands. But yeah, so we got the S22 Ultra right here. We got some closer video here with my tablet. Believe me, guys, I'll get a good camera eventually. But here we go. So first impressions right here. Here is the case, the box for the, not the case, the box for the S22 Ultra 5G. It comes in a really nice black box with a big S on the front. Now this is 45 watt charging. They did not move to the next level of charging, which is super disappointing for me. The only plus on that is the new phones from Samsung do not come with a charger. So in order to reduce costs, they do not give you a charger with these phones. They give you a cable, but no plug for the 45 watt. Now luckily, that's the pro of having the S20 Ultra 5G. It does have like I do have a charger for that guy. So here we go. So I just got the tape off of this guy, and I've got my tablet going right here for a closer look view. And yep, there it is. All right, guys, there's the phone fresh out of the packaging right there. And for those of you guys who like the 4K video better, here is the phone directly in the box, unpackaged from T. And dropped it, of course. I wish I would have broken it. That would have been epic. Funny story, I broke my S20 Ultra the first day I had it while I was putting on my screensaver. It fell off the counter and broke. So that would have been another epic breakage. But I do have the insurance, and no, it did not break. There it is, but that was also good content. Alright, so it does have a screensaver on it. We're going to go ahead and power that guy on now and see what happens. So I'm going to hold down the side button. I'm assuming it's charged a little bit. Let's see. No, if it doesn't come on, maybe it needs to be charged. Let's see what happens. Probably got to hold it for longer than that. So we're waiting for that guy to come on now, and it may be completely dead. Oh, there it goes. We got the Samsung Galaxy on there. Here it comes. Got some good close-up video going here on the tablet. Unfortunately, the tablet's only 1080p. Looking inside the box, while that's going to power up, we've got this little packet right here. And inside we've got some little instructions, like terms and conditions here. And the phone is powered up. It says welcome. We've got the USB Type-C cable inside of the little packaging, and we've got a SIM puller. Now we don't have to take the SIM out of my old phone is what I understand. This should just work. So if we hit welcome now, we see it's still up at the welcome screen right there. I'll be going back and forth between this and my tablet, or either I'll have the tablet in a little window for you guys. But we hit start. It wants a SIM card, so I'm not sure if we're supposed to switch SIM cards or what we're supposed to do. If we do have to do that, we will be having to move to the other phone, because I was under the impression that this guy came with a SIM card, but let's see. I thought it came with a different SIM card. Okay, it says quick start. It says insert the SIM card. Okay, so this guy did not come with a SIM card, so let's see. No, I don't see one there. There's not one in here that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think I have to take the SIM card out of the other phone and put it in this one, which is annoying. Because I was under the impression it came with a brand new SIM card, guys, but I guess it doesn't. So that's going to put a stop to the 4K part of the video from the S20 Ultra. Once I get this phone up and running, I guess, I guess I could still film from that phone without a SIM card. Let me get that SIM card out, and then I will be back with you guys. Alright guys, so I got the SIM card out of the old phone. You would have laughed so hard. The SD card there went flying across the room. And by the way, there is no SD card slot in the new phone. So I got the SIM card tray out here. I got the SIM card right here. I'm about to remove the, first I gotta find it where the SIM card goes in here. It's on the bottom right there. Go ahead and put the SIM card in here, and then I'll update you guys on my progress. Okay guys, here is the SIM card tray right there for the new phone. Much smaller because it doesn't have a, does not have a SD card option. And it is notched out, so you can only put this in one way. So there's a notch in the upper corner. There's absolutely no way you can get this wrong, but it should just like go right in there without a problem. Yep, okay, so I'm gonna need two hands to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'll be back with you guys. All right guys, so it got the SIM card and it wants to restart. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. We are back on the S20 Ultra 5G, so the phone is restarting now. Noticeably heavier than the S20 Ultra 5G, but I heard that about it. It does have a big battery, so I was expecting that to be a little bit heavier. So this guy's restarting now with the SIM card from the S20, and then I think we have to transfer all my data. And I don't quite know how yet. I think you can pull it back from Samsung Cloud, but I'm gonna find out right now when this thing comes back and I get all signed in. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, I wanted you guys to actually see this. It rebooted. It had a little Android logo and then it rebooted. So now it's back on the way up. Again, this is being recorded on a S20 Ultra 5G, so it's 4K video that I'm recording. I won't shoot 8K yet because my video card won't render 8K in hardware. It takes forever to render it in software. But here we go, T-Mobile is starting up now. You guys are seeing this first with me, so this is the first time. And I think it's probably trying to figure out the network and all that. But yeah, here's the old SD card that is no longer supported. It is a 64 gigabyte SD card. Now this is a 512 gigabyte S22 Ultra. I actually literally have no need for an SD card. I'm not going to fill up 512 gigabytes ever. So it looks like it's booting up now. And it says welcome. Let's get started. You got to agree to this, agree to that, agree to that, agree to all. That's fine, whatever. fix it later. But here it goes to the next, where it wants to get to my Wi-Fi network. So let's choose my network here. I'll let you guys go aside while I put the password in. Alright, it says connected. Alright, it's connected to my Wi-Fi network. That's good. Been having Wi-Fi issues lately, so it's looking for updates. It may find some stuff to do here. It says it's getting my phone ready. It's supposed to be a really fast phone, so I'm curious to see like what the difference is in CPU speed here. But it is getting ready. Let's go ahead and get this into a place where you guys can actually see it. It says scan the code with your old device for more information on how to switch. So it gives you data on how to switch. I believe you just use a smart switch to do it, Samsung or I'm not sure. I did it on my last phone. It was really easy. I'm gonna do it on the fly with you guys though. Still says getting ready. We'll be back when it says that we are ready for the next step. All right, guys, so Smart Switch is connected. I've never done it this way, but I was just curious on how to do this. It's saying, what data do you want to transfer? So here's the old device. Here's the new device. Everything. Let's do it all. All. All right, here we go. And it says, do you want to copy to your new device down here? Yes, we do. And it wants me to unlock. And there it goes. So it's copying everything now. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. Alright guys, so it asked me some questions here about some apps that wanted to transfer, like Scam Shield for T-Mobile. I did let it do that. It asked me for a new device pin. I did put that in. Now the only thing is that I am going to have to re-enroll my device for my dual factor for my work. So that's kind of a pain because I don't believe it will carry over. So I'll have to take some time to figure out how to do all that on my new device. But yeah, it's getting my phone ready. So it looks like it's going to reset. It said the SIM card was changed. And we'll get back to you guys when it does that. So this guy just came back and he wants to do diagnostic data. Fine, whatever. So T-Mobile says I'm all set up here, so let's finish. All right, so interesting. This is how it came up. This one's still going though. I'm not sure what that's about because it says it's done. Although it is downloading something up here. Oh, it's completing setup and transferring data. Okay. It's not done yet. See? Stop being impatient, people. Stop it. All right, I'll let you guys know when this is done transferring data. All right, guys, so this is definitely a process. It's been going for about 20 minutes now. And it is not even halfway done yet. So I think that I would recommend that battery's at 64%. This battery's in the 70% range. I think we're good on that guy right there. So I'm just gonna let this go and I'll be back with an update when this is done. All right, guys, so welcome back to the channel. You are now in S22 Ultra 4K 60 frames per second, and I wanted you guys to be able to do a back-to-back to the other phone, which is actually right here. So here's the S20 Ultra. Just trying to get everything off of it so I can get this returned because I got a $500 credit for this guy. Great phone. I've always had good luck with this guy over the years, and there's nothing against this phone. It's just 2.5 years old. I had a chance to get the S22 Ultra 5G and get a $500 credit, and I did it, and so far so good. There are some pains switching over, absolutely. You gotta buy a new case doesn't fit. You gotta buy a new screen protector. Screen protector doesn't fit. And all of your settings and apps will mostly go in unless you have some dual factor authentication things that require biometrics or things like that. You will have to re-register it. So overall, I would so far recommend this. I wanted to get this out to you on the first day, so I gotta start editing, figuring out where all my footage is. It's on 3 different devices. And then you guys will probably see this tomorrow. All right, I love you guys. Have a good night. Super sure everything. Peace out. The best sunsets come after the storm. Look at that right there. Look at that beautiful sunset over Florida. Goodbye, Hurricane Debbie.
hey, I'm not going nowhere till I get to Tampa. This man come from the other car to come right here. I'm talking to you cars. Come from the other car to come over here to talk to me about some bull crap. Yes, girl, the demons is out today. Cause that's all it is. I ain't doing nothing. Man say don't put the bag on the chair. The bag ain't on the chair. My dog is in my hand. The dog in the next seat. Ain't nobody in the next seat. I'll be getting off in a few minutes. She told me that I couldn't put the dog on the bag on the chair. Wait, hold up. These men walked in here with a dog. These big dogs loose. I'm holding my dog in a chair. The bag is not in the chair. It's on the floor. It's over here. But I'm holding my dog. The dog isn't barking. It isn't crying. It ain't doing nothing.
Did they dog have the vest on?
She's a service dog.
You got your licenses and stuff?
Yeah. In the
okay,
phone.
as long as you got that, then you're good. You don't have to worry about it.
That's why I ain't doing nothing. They didn't ask me to keep it in the bag. They told me that I couldn't put the bag on the chair. So, I don't want nothing bad to happen. I'm not asking for this. This is harassment. And yeah, I got my dog in my lap. People walking with their dogs laying down on the floor, and this man come from that car to right here. The bag is sitting right here, and I'm holding the dog. There's nothing on the chair. So what do you think this is? Satan? The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. But you see what I'm saying here? There is some really bad energy going on, and it's targeted towards me. They'll win if you submit to the bull. That's when they win. Because I'm not doing nothing. My dog not doing nothing. Nothing. So why am I supposed to be submissive to that?
Listen to me. I'm not asking for submissiveness. Okay? I'm not asking for none of that. I'm not.
Work here?
She doesn't know you know. I know. Right. And I don't want them. You know, we see the videos of the police.
Yeah.
I don't want stuff like that to happen.
I got my camera. Where is it?
I don't want that to happen right now.
I'm gonna take this. And I was just sitting here.
They will do that to us. Not even far from right where we need to be. We're not far, and I understand you are close to it. It's not far. I just want that the people come up in here.
There is nothing that I'm doing. The girl come from over there, and then she said,
I'm trying to protect both me and you. That will give me an anxiety attack if the police come up in here and do stuff like that. Talking with passion, they're going to think you're being aggressive. Yeah. They're going to think that you're just being outright and insubordinate. Those are the words that they're going to use. You feel me? It's not about submitting. It's just that sometimes I don't own the train, so we can't control their rules.
I'm finna put this on film and hit it on TikTok. TikTok. This is one of these things that's going on, and then I'm gonna take it to this is Ron DeSantis and show it to him. This is your train, Amtrak. Bring it, cause I will film it. And they can't say I can't film nothing because you can film wherever you want to be. I'm filming this.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand,
I'm
Ma.
protecting you. I'm trying to.
I'm trying to get to a funeral.
They're going to take your dog from you because they're going to separate you from police. And the moment you give a heart attack, they're taking the bill and send your dog to the town. You got to get it back. You got to take another train and they won't reimburse you. All they're going to do is pull you off the road. It's not even the city. You don't have to wait out there. They're going to take your dog.
What she's talking about is going now.
It's about to stop right now. It's not going to stop. And the police is going to wait to punch you off. Just like they do on the plane. Because you're going to separate from the dog. That's what they do. You can go out there argue. The moment they do the custody, your dog will separate. You gotta take that foot and go into the silent after or you're gonna your dog. That's all I'm saying. I'm a dog person, I breed the hug.
I do too.
And they're gonna interrupt your life on an emotional level. So for that, you dog, you gotta remain.
It's not about submissiveness. It's not about submissiveness. It's exactly.
am. I'm a chill because I know that this is a test of time. I haven't done anything. I really haven't done anything. I haven't done a thing, not a thing.
They're trying to apply the law to you.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. The dog never barked. Did nothing. And they attacking my dog like that is crazy. Yeah, nobody did it.
I just thought it was a man. Right.
She's well trained. Wait, the bag was on the chair.
She was feeling like, oh, that's about a chair, not necessarily her own thing.
Yeah.
It's the principle. I wouldn't worry. That's
The principle is you got dogs walking in here, laying on the floor, communicating, and here my dog been for the whole trip been in a bag.
Orlando.
But they hold the idea for them is you're not following my rule and I'm the conductor. What you're saying is
Yeah, I know. As you know, there is a conductor though that he see what was going on and he took the complaint, but he came back here, he sat down, he talked, you know, so I get it, like I really get that, but you know, I'm at a place in my life where when you give up your freedoms, your rights, they won't. I haven't done
But you already see exactly when they stop and they ask you, is she trained? I mean, is she trained?
She trained.
You show them the paperwork and that's enough. The only thing they should say after that, you don't have to show me, I believe you. You don't have to show me nothing. I believe
I'm
you.
a psychiatrist.
I believe you. You don't have to show me anything. But as long as you got your paperwork for her,
We are back in the Supercar Street Racing living room right here, as you can see. And after a short vacation, we did come back to go ahead and get to work. We did take a whole week off to go take care of some business, but we are back in full force now. And we need to take care of a problem with the Supercar Street Racing editing setup, and that is located directly behind me right here in our D-Mark. Now right here is where everything comes into the SCSR compound, and you can see right here we have our Eero 6 Pro. That does feed a Netgear switch down below right here, and connected to that we do have our ASUS Store NAS here. Now our ASUS Store NAS does have two 2.5 gig ports on it. The editing machines in here have 2.5 gig ports as well. So what we want to do right here and right now is leverage a way to get more data from our NAS to both of our editing suites. Now one of those editing suites is located just on the other side of the wall here, and then the other one is out in the SCSR 4K production studio. So today we're going to show you guys how to get 2.5 gig from this ASUS Store NAS all the way to our studio out there, and then right on the other side of the wall right here. And we're going to do that next, so thanks for joining us. Guys, you got Brad here, and you are on Supercar Street Racing. And if this is your first time on the channel, I would love to welcome you, and I hope that you would like and subscribe. And today we have a mission, and that is to figure out our bandwidth issues on our editing rigs. Now, both of our editing rigs are working off this ASUS Store NAS here that's sitting so fresh and fly underneath our little entertainment console right here. That ASUS Store NAS is connected to our Netgear 1 gig switch, and that distributes everything to the house and the studio. Now the problem, of course, is that the Netgear down there only does 1 gig, where the ASUS Store and the computers all do 2.5 gig. So in order to alleviate some data congestion issues, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade this whole thing to 2.5 gig Ethernet. Now all you need for 2.5 gig Ethernet is a Cat 6 cable, and in some cases a Cat 5e could do it as well. We do have Cat 6 running all the way out to the studio out there, and then also to the next room right here. So it should be pretty easy. All we should have to do is implement some sort of switch that can support 2.5 gig for our ASUS Store and our two computers. Adding to the complication though is the fact that out in the studio, we do have another large 1 gig switch feeding almost everything in the studio. So we'll have to figure that out once we get out there. But let's start up here. Let's get our new switches unboxed from Ubiquiti. Back in the Supercar Street Racing, awesome living room here. And right behind me, we have a solution for your 2.5 gigahertz needs. And it is a low-cost solution as well from a high-quality manufacturer. So sitting right here behind me in these 3 boxes, we do have the Unify 2.5 gig switches. These guys are 5 ports, and that's all we need because all we have to do really is supply 2 machines and 1 NAS, 5 gig. Everything else will be 1 gig, including the internet. So our mission is quite simple today. We're gonna get these things unboxed, get them set up via the app on the phone, and see what we have to do to upgrade our entire system here to 2.5 gigahertz networking. Right in front of me is this Cinema 70S from Marantz, and it is so happy to be joined by this nice Ubiquiti switch. And you can see right here at the bottom, this is a Flex 2.5G switch here. And there is a nice little pull thing here to get the Flex out of the box like that. And there we go. So the 2.5 gig Flex from Ubiquiti is officially getting unboxed. And you can see right here they have the website for Ubiquiti, and there is an installation guide via a QR code scan right there. And inside of the box there should be an Ubiquiti switch, and there is the Flex 2.5G switch. Very simple, no complaints online about overheating like the other cheap, dumb 2.5 gig switches from China or elsewhere. And then also they were kind enough to give us a power brick. This thing does use USB-C 5-volt power. Let's get that out of the box. Here's a look at the actual box for the Flex 2.5G switch, and inside of that box there we do have a little USB power supply of 5 volts, assuming any 5 volt will work. And there is also an instruction manual in here, which we probably won't really need. So what we now have to do is figure out power, because we have used up all the power here, but we don't need this NAS anymore. So I think I'm going to end up removing my old MyBook Live NAS finally, because we replaced it with this modern solid state Asustor NAS. Let's get this WD MyBook Live removed from the Supercar Street Racing abode. Okay, we did get the cat cable unplugged there. All we really need to do now is get the power unplugged from behind here, and it is this little tiny power cable right here. All right, I gotta cut some zip ties here to get this out. Let's go ahead and do that to free up some power for our new switch. I did just get this old power supply out. So we freed up a plug for the new switch. It has this tiny brick right here, and all we have to do right here and right now is plug this guy in. Or we could use a USB-C to USB-A adapter, because we have ports on our power strip right there. But let's just go ahead, and for now, we'll come back and clean the wiring up later. For now, we're just gonna feed this into our switch bay here, where we're gonna put our 2.5G switch. We fed it right there. And then moving down here, we should be able just to get our switch connected right here. Our cable modem is back online after we removed it from service. We just have to make sure now that we have Cat 6 cables between everything. So we already have cables from our NAS going to our standard switch. We're gonna move those to our new switch. All right, let's get prepped to do that now. All right, this NAS has 2 ports on it. They are both connected, 11. 11 and 14 are the NAS ports, 14, 13, 12, 11. So we're gonna take 14 and 11 out and put them on the new 2.5 gig switch by Ubiquiti. Here is the nice Flex 2.5. We're gonna go ahead and apply power to it. And to do that, you simply plug in the USB-C cable in the back, just like this. This thing is powered. You can see the light. It's booting up right here now. That light flashing indicates that. Now it will not be able to, I don't know if it'll be able to update through the phone. Let's let it get boot up and see if we can find it first, and then we'll go from there. For that, we need the phone. Okay, we are recording on the phone now here, as you can see, and also on the GoPro. We have our Unify switch up here. I want to see if it can find the switch without connecting to any sort of LAN. So I'm gonna hit the plus button here. It says it is searching for devices. It's not gonna find the device, I don't think. Nope. It's not gonna find it because it doesn't use Bluetooth. Okay, we've got a hopefully Cat 6 cable here to connect to our switch. This is not the final configuration, but this will give the Unify access to the switch. We do have a link here on the Unify switch here. It is connected. Let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and discover this now. All right, it did find the Flex switch here. Cool. Switch is there. Okay, we do have our switch sitting here. I was not able to do anything on the app. I'll look into that in a few minutes, but we can go ahead and continue setup. Now, what we want to do right here and right now is go ahead and connect the NAS to this guy, and then also our studio and our cable that goes into the other room. So we did say that our NAS is right here and right here, these two. Let's remove those. It's going to kill our live stream. Now, these two guys go to our NAS, right? They should be Cat 6 cables. What we want to do here is go ahead and give them 2.5 gig here. That one did link, and this one did link, I am sure. Let's see. It did. Okay, cool. Our NAS is now connected to 2.5 gig. Now we have to give everything else that needs 2.5 gig a connection to this. One of them goes to that room, and we're going to connect it right now. Okay, this cable right here that comes from the other room that says studio, hopefully it is a Cat 6 cable. It does come right through here. It is a gray cable. It is then right here. That needs 2.5. We're going to go ahead and unplug it from that switch, give it 2.5. This is going to send 2.5 to the studio. Let's see if it links. It did link. We got one more to send. We got to send the one to the other room that is our office, 2.5 gig. Let's go ahead and do that now. This one is right here. This might not be a 2.5 gig cable. It's this last one right here. We're gonna plug it into this switch and see if that provides, it might not be a Cat 6 cable, so we might have to troubleshoot these connections after we get them. They are all linked. We are now sending 2.5G everywhere. Let's go check our live stream and see if it did fail. Right in front of the Supercar Street Racing editing rig here, and it is still up, so that's good news. We have another 1 gig switch here that feeds these two laptops. We're gonna go ahead and replace this switch with the Ubiquiti as well. This stuff is tied up really nice, so I will have to come back through and do some cable management, but let's go ahead and get this switch replaced with another Ubiquiti 2.5G switch right now. We're unboxing our second Ubiquiti switch here, after which we need to figure out the software. So if you want to power this with 5 volts, you can get a USB-C, a USB-A, and just power it from any USB connector. Let's go ahead and disable this by unplugging all of these. Now we should have lost hardwire to everything in the room. Everything is off, yes, correct. So we can get this switch wired up now. We do have a power strip under here. It does not have USB, but let's get our switch up here and wired up. We are removing this old Netgear 1 gig switch right here. All we have to do is power it down with that. We have a rogue zip tie right here we need to cut. But here's our new power compared to the old one. Let's go ahead and get our switch. Now we do have also a cable from here to the wall. If we have 2.5G problems, we will have to go investigate that as well. This is a rear mount switch, completely different from the other one. Now, unfortunately, we're going to see the power cable right next to it like that. Now let's get our scissors and cut off this dumb rogue zip tie. Now connecting our new switch should be as easy as just plugging in our cables here and making sure that they are Cat 6 capable cables. Let's see if we get a link. We do. So that was the one that comes from the wall. I think everything is linked. I'm looking at my actual computers now to see if I have any issues with links. First signs of life from 2.5 gig are showing up right there. We have a 2.5 gig connection to our editing machine here, and these will only do 1 gig. Both these laptops are only going to do 1 gig, so that's just that. We went ahead and downloaded the Unify Windows server here and downloaded it to this local machine and set it up. A long story short, I did figure out how to set the local server up on the network, and you can see right here we have both of the switches that are currently on. They are onboarded onto it's actually called adopted onto my local server here with the Unify hosted at localhost 8443. It did update the firmware on both of the switches. The one that's in here in the office, you can see it uplink at 2.5G. That's the one that's supplying to this computer, and this computer is linked at 2.5 gig. If you go into the network settings here, you can see right there it is linked at 2.5 gig. Now all we have to do is get out to the studio and go ahead and set up this last switch here, which will require some rewiring out there. Let's go ahead and get that done. Out here in the Supercar Street Racing studio now, and we only have one thing that needs to be connected to 2.5 gig out here, and that is my editing PC. Now this presents a challenge simply because of the wiring inside the wall. We only have 2 places where we can get network for this. One of them feeds this switch here. So what we're going to do is put the 2.5 gig switch up here. We're going to take our feed from the house. We're going to back feed that switch and then feed one of my LAN connections to this guy down here. There isn't anything close to it except the one down here that feeds the switch. There's only one connection down here on 11, so I can't use that one. It feeds my switch. And there is one down here that feeds the other PC, so I am going to end up using this one down here and just tucking the wire behind the wall right there. Hopefully I have enough Cat 6 cables. I may not. I may have to steal some. Let's see what we got. I labeled all these from the switch, so basically all we need to do right here is plug into port 4, run it over to the PC, and then patch in our switch up there and see if this is a Cat 6 cable. Our next job is to plug in our switch up here. Let's get our switch up at the very top. We're going to put it up there where all our other network gear is, and hopefully we have one plug. Okay, our switch is powered up right there. I need to go ahead and find a short patch cable. I'm going to run inside and see what I have now. Okay, after a little bit of easy troubleshooting, I did figure out that the label is completely wrong on one side or the other. It says 10 on this side, and on this side it says 4, which I'm completely confused about. I wouldn't usually get that wrong. I don't have a label on this one up here, so I'm not sure, and I don't know what that one is, so something is just off on my labeling. I don't need to worry about patch cords because, as you can see right there, we are connected at 2.5 to the network now, so that part is done. We should be able to walk inside now and see everything connected, at least this switch connected at 2.5 gig. Let's go check it out. Now we are in here at our server manager. Let's go see, and yes, looks like in fact we are connected to the main switch at 2.5 gig. So yeah, so we have a 2.5 network going here. Now the only thing that is not 2.5 gig is from the internet, because the Eero only has one 2.5 gig port, and it is the WAN port. You cannot use both. All I have to do right here and right now is get some zip ties and start cleaning up this mess that I created right here. So let's grab those and start working. final check here. We do have a 2.5 gig link here now in the studio, so we are connected to our NAS at 2.5 gig. Supposedly that should be a way better editing experience and copying files back and forth over to our backup device. Now let's wrap it up here, get together again and talk about this Ubiquiti 2.5 gig flex. All right, I just wanted to get back together with you guys and end the video here by showing you the Ubiquiti Flex Mini 2.5G on Amazon. There will be a link in the description to this guy. Please make sure you like and subscribe and order all your affiliate links through our official links on the bottom of the video here. And you can see it does have 5 stars. Only one person has rated it. It is way cheaper on Ubiquiti's site, but since I have an Amazon affiliate program, I am going to put this one here. Doesn't look like you can order it, but I'm going to put a link to it anyway and let you guys go from there. And checking out some of the pictures, there is the 2.5 gig ports there, but this one has PoE actually, the right hand port, and you can see the USB-C input right there. There's the dimensions, 21 by 90 by 117, and you can see right there it absolutely does come with a power supply, and even if it doesn't, you can use USB-C. There's a good picture of it connected up to all 5 ports. Another picture of it, and then also you can see here them connecting computers to it and another switch. And then there's a good little network diagram about how you can actually hook yours up as well. So guys, thank you for watching. Go ahead and pick up a switch and click through our official links, like and subscribe. We need all the help we can get, and we will see you on the next one. We got a couple of bangers coming up. Stay tuned. today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage. What's up?
So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing.
We're just kind of running them down with the ratchet.
It's not gonna fit.
It's not. And then we need another, we actually need this for that side. All right, guys, we're back again with another episode of the Golf Cart. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing Garage waiting for Joe to head over. But meanwhile, I am setting up here to go ahead and check and see what wiring I have. I'm gonna get out all the wiring and go ahead and lay it out right here for you guys. We're gonna get it all organized and look at it and see what we got right now. Oh my goodness. But now it's time to clean it all up. All right, let's get this outside to the garage. Back out here in the garage, we got all the production lights set up and the mics and everything. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and start putting stuff on the table to get it all organized. Okay, directly in front of me, you guys can see Joe's 4 new speakers for the golf cart, his old voltage inverter and his old fuse box. And then right there is the new voltage reducer, 60 amps for the new system. Let's go ahead and get his dash out of the kitchen as well. So here is the new dash and the new digital display, which we haven't figured out what we're gonna do with that yet. This new dash is already prepped for speakers. You guys saw that in the last video. Put that there. And now let's go ahead and get our connectors and everything out that we're gonna need to actually do the wiring. What's up? What's up? Camera's rolling. Nothing on Amazon at all. My work suppliers. There are strippers. And there are the crimpers. All right, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and we are in a brand new day and the next video. And as you guys saw a few minutes ago, I went ahead and got everything laid out on the table and got the garage set up for work. So we have all of our wiring connectors here and all of our wires in somewhere in here maybe. But do you want to kind of go over what we have right here in front of us?
All right, so one of the things that we decided to do with getting this new lithium battery was to do a couple upgrades that I've been really wanting to do for quite some time. I'm a music guy, I love music, so I wanted to put something really cool in here. And one of Brad's videos, we did a full audio build out for him, and it was a great design. It sounds amazing. So I wanted to kind of mirror that. Pretty much the same thing is going to happen with this particular golf cart, where we're going to be adding a new dash. We're going to be adding 4 6.5 speakers along with an amp and a subwoofer. So pretty excited about this build out. On the table, we have most of everything that we need. There might be a couple of items that were still lacking, but for the most part, everything that you see is going to be a part of this full build out. So the first thing that we did is I went on and found myself a new dash. That's a replacement for the club car itself. On here, you see that it has 2 speaker openings, has a couple of cup holders, has a little dash insert here for you to be able to hold stuff in there, and then of course a little coin tray. More importantly, on the front of this, it has a single DIN opening for a radio. I purchased this, but there was a couple of different options that you could have went with. You could have went with a round style that they have for some of the, and with this particular setup, we went with a single DIN. The likelihood is that we're not going to use a single DIN radio in here. We have plans to potentially put something in here to have a tablet or some sort of an iPad to cover this over. We're gonna figure that out. We haven't got to that point just yet. So once we get to that, we'll make a decision. So with that being said, additionally, a part of this setup, we got a new amp, which this is a little bit difficult to find something that worked really good for our particular setup. So what we wanted was a 5-channel amp. We wanted it to have Bluetooth. Unfortunately, finding anything for a reasonable price that has a Bluetooth option is very limited. We searched Amazon, we searched local radio shops. I mean, I went through and through to find something that made sense. So I went with this Boss Audio option for us. Everything that I read online for Amazon says it's got good ratings. I believe it's like 4.5 stars, and it's gonna have everything that we want from a amp perspective. It is not a marine grade, which is fine because inside the cavity where we're going to be putting this, where the battery compartment is, we should have no issue with any moisture or any problems with anything getting in here, so it should hold up just fine. Along with that, we have a couple of other items that we bought specifically for the radio. So I went out and found these on Amazon as well. These are 6.5 full range SCAR audio. These are weatherproof, and the reason that we want marine grade weatherproof is because this will be on the exterior, so it will be exposed to the elements, unlike being inside the battery compartment itself. These are great speakers that we found. They have really good ratings on them. We kind of opened them up already to start doing a little bit of work, but I just wanted to show you guys real fast that one thing is that it does have a single tweeter in the front. Yeah, so these are great speakers. They are marine grade, so you can fully water them down when you're cleaning your golf cart, so you don't have nothing to worry about that. And that's the biggest thing for me, is if it's somewhere in a compartment that I'm not concerned with getting to the elements, then I don't go marine grade on anything, or I avoid it if it's at a cost. For this, I did pay the money to get a marine grade, and these are solid, really heavy speakers. I have a good feeling these are going to sound amazing in the golf cart. So we have a total of 4 of these speakers itself, which we'll be installing. So we decided to upgrade this. This is basically the converter. This knocks down 48 volt down to 12 volts. Most of the accessories and the radio and the stuff that you use all runs off 12 volts. So you have to have something to step down all that power. This is a much better voltage reducer than the last one I had, so it's going to have a lot of ability to run power. So one thing to know is that we could easily hook up to one 12 volt battery when you have a multi-battery system. In this particular case, we have a single 48. So you don't really have that option. And even with a multiple battery setup, you never want to run off of just one 12 volt battery because that's draining from one 12 volt. So you want to share the load over the entire 48 volts. So that's why you use a step down from a 48 to a 12 volt. It makes the ability for it to have a longer lasting power, and it's not pulling off of one particular battery. So this here is an inverter, and what this is going to do is take our 12 volts that's going to be coming off of this knockdown to a fuse panel and convert this over to 110. It's going to allow us to have a couple of outlets here. With this is really nice if you're someone that likes to decorate your golf cart or do various things on it that you need 110. This is a great thing to add.
Also, the really cool thing about this one is it has USB ports as well. If you have anything that needs to be powered by USB, which we do, you can directly power it off of the inverter. So we're actually going to take advantage of that, correct?
I believe that we will, but also on top of that, we went out and sourced a couple of these particular aftermarket USB ports that you can add to the golf cart. They run off of basically 12 volts, so we can add that to there, and that's probably going to be an option for us for the front of the golf cart. We do have an option for USB that is on this inverter here itself, which we might use in the back in some capacity. However, in the front, what we wanted to do is have a couple of options. One for external charging if somebody had their phone or something that they needed to charge. We wanted to add that. So what we went out is we found a couple of these online. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. Runs off of 12 volt itself, and then has obviously the female adapter or the USB. So this we'll do 2 things with it. 1, we will have an option for charging, and 2, we will have an option for the tablet to stay there permanently for it to stay connected, so that anytime that I bring the tablet onto the golf cart, it'll automatically connect to it real fast, and then we'll have power feeding it. So along with those USBs that we were just talking about, we bought an external one here as well that's going to be mounted to the dash. This one's nice because it has a cover for it, so in the event that you're going to be washing the golf cart down, you can cover this up, which is going to make it where it won't get any water into it, which is really kind of nice. So that's going to...
Right here in front of me, we do have our fuse block. This came off of the last golf cart. We're gonna go ahead and reuse it, and if you can see right here, it does have a place for both positive and negative. You feed it positive up top here, negative on bottom there. It has a negative bus bar at the bottom, and then it has individual positive bars here for each one, and you can select what fuse you want. For example, if you're running a 12-volt amplifier off this directly, you would want a large enough fuse to go directly to your amp. However, these guys usually have built-in fuses, so I'm not sure that we need to go through this fuse block for that. We'll have to figure that out in the long run. But that is going to be our fuse panel, and then that's our ground that's already connected that we'll be able to reuse for something. All right, so right here we also have a Eskin Bluetooth adapter. This is the exact same one that I have on my golf cart. Basically all this is for is a receiver, and then it actually connects to the amplifier via RCA cables. It has a proprietary USB power supply, and I will show you that right now as we unbox the Eskin. It's not your typical connector on the back of here like a lot of USB stuff have. It's actually a pin connector. So if we go inside the box here, there's an instruction manual here. Here's the actual adapter. And then inside of there, you can see right here, you would output from this to your amplifier. It also has an auxiliary, and it also has a little pin connector there for power. And inside of the box, we should have a power connector. We do. There's a power adapter in case you're using it at 110. Here is a USB adapter in case you want to use it for 5 volts. And then they also give you a pair of USB to headphone or mini to use in the auxiliary port. All right, also right here on the table, we have all of our tools we need to go ahead and do anything with wiring. We've got automatic wire strippers. These are crimpers for some special type of connectors that we have. And then these are workman pliers that we use for electricity. And then moving over here to the side of the table, we have all of the heat shrink and the connectors and everything that we're going to need to go ahead and put ends on it. Because for example, when we have something like a voltage reducer and we have these screw terminals here, we're going to want to go ahead and put ring connectors on the end of our wires to make it clean. So we'll just remove these screws, put the ring connectors over, and then screw these back down. We have some ring connectors inside here. Those are for small gauge wiring. I don't have very many yellow ones for big gauge. So we're going to have to see if we have enough to do what we need to do. But we also have spade connectors in here and other types of connectors that we might be needing. So we have all that out. Here we have some clamps to keep the wire nice and clamped up and against the side of the golf cart body. We have heat shrink tubing. We have heat shrink spade connectors and other type of connectors here. These, all you have to do is basically put the wire in. So basically all you have to do is just run your heat gun on these and it shrinks over the end of the wire itself. So that's it. We have all the stuff here that we need to hopefully move on to the second part of this golf cart build. We're probably just going to go ahead and reorganize everything now since we unboxed it, and then we're going to assess whether we have to buy some more stuff. So let's get busy getting all this stuff back in shape because we just made a mess here, and then we'll start getting to work.
All right, so after doing a little bit of engineering, so to speak, to remove some of the plastic, the battery is in now, fits very snug, but what we need to do is get it bolted down. So the way that it's set up now, we have it pushed over to one side. The only issue is that it does have a couple of spots on each side for you to put bolts on to get it to obviously strap down, so to speak. But here it's very, very tight. So what we have to do is try to figure out a way that we can mark the spot where we need to drill because we're going to through bolt it. And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try to get down a socket down in there to hold the top of that bolt down, but I think we can get that done pretty easy. So we're going to take the time for a couple seconds, figure out exactly how we're going to get that bolt to get in there and make the get the hole cut, and we should be able to get this thing fastened down pretty quick.
Okay. Do we need to take the battery out?
Yeah. So the first thing we want to do is obviously on this side, we want to make sure that we can get the socket down in there to hold the head of the bolt.
Okay. So I need to grab a socket.
Yep. So we're going to grab a socket. We're going to make sure we can slide it down there. If it won't, we're going to have to just budge this over just a little bit. From there, once we know we can get our socket in there, we'll make a mark so that we can drill a hole. And I think for this particular setup, we're just going to concentrate on one bolt on this side and put a couple on this side, and that should be more than enough to hold this down.
Perfect. Let me go get the sockets and we'll do that.
Okay. All right, so what we wanted to do here was to make sure that when we go to bolt this in, because it is pushed all the way to the side here, that we have room for our socket to go in. So just added the socket for the bolt that we're going to use, and then just test to make sure, and it went down, no problem. So our biggest issue now is going to be to find out exactly where we're gonna be bolting this down. So what I'm probably gonna do is take this extension right here, and I'm gonna put something on the end of the tip of one of them, and I'm gonna make a small dot right where we're gonna drill our hole, which will be easy enough, it should be, and then we'll be able to pull the battery out, see where I marked, drill the hole, and then from there on this side, it will be much easier because it's all exposed.
What was that you used?
That's it.
That was leather cleaner?
Yeah, all I needed was just something, so if we yank it out,
Now we'll have a dot.
we'll have a dot. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So
Where are we going with it?
we're gonna pick it up, and then we'll set off to the side here.
I don't know if I'll be able to from here. I don't have any leverage.
So it is on one of those ribs.
Okay, we're back again, and Joe is putting the bolts on this side all the way through. So he's just kind of running them down with a ratchet.
If you have an attachment for that drill, make life a little easier.
All right, guys, we're back, and we just got the battery mounted. Now we're here with the voltage reducer and the voltage inverter, just laying out just a rough layout of where we're going to do everything. We're trying to plan for an amplifier, so we want to make sure that we have enough room at the bottom. So we're thinking of putting the voltage reducer somewhere right in here. That leaves enough room for an amp to slide underneath this if it had to. Plenty of depth, like height. Then we can get our wires directly off here, come over to our inverter and down to our amplifier, so we could just come down.
Should we just go ahead and mount it, call it a day?
Sure.
So we need to mount this fuse panel too.
Yep, we do. Fine. It's just on this side of the hump though. It's like...
We're gonna have enough room for these wires to bend and go the way they need to go. This one just...
Yeah, I'll turn it straight that way.
Good?
I take it.
It's good.
Good.
Here you go. Good.
Okay, I am working on the wire that's coming from the voltage reducer to the positive side of the battery. So I have put a ring terminal here for the voltage reducer side, and it will go just like that. And I got my crimpers here. I'm going to go ahead and crimp using the yellow. That's perfect. We need to run an amp wire now. It just needs to come down literally right here.
Yeah, I think
come
that
straight down and right here, but is that anywhere near long enough? redo this ground so that it runs up that way instead of underneath right there.
Up and over? Well, it's got room behind it. It's got a...
Well, now I was thinking this side up. Oh, so right there. How's it going, guys? I'm Brad. This is Supercar Street Racing, and it is loud because I am right below the Dames Point Bridge. And if you feel like the Red Hot Chili Peppers right now, you're right, because this reminds you of that exact song, Under the Bridge. Check out this awesome shot right here behind me of the Dames Point Bridge in Jacksonville. Right there, Jacksport, right next to me on my right. To my left, all kinds of construction and gravel and all kinds of stuff going on. And yes, traffic directly above my head, probably hundreds of cars a minute going directly above me. Let's talk about 2 years with my Tesla Model S Plaid today on Supercar Street Racing. Let's go. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It is loud because I am underneath the Dames Point Bridge and traffic is flowing directly above me, and that is so cool. I wanted to bring you guys this edition from under the bridge because I came here years ago with the car club to take pictures. It's just such a cool location. So here we are again on Supercar Street Racing. 2 years with the Tesla Model S Plaid, and the car has 4,000 miles on it. That's it, only 4,000 miles in 2 years, and I don't plan on putting that many more miles on it in the upcoming year as well. The car has one more year to be paid off. I think I owe about $38,000 on it, and it'll be fully paid off, at which time I will be getting a brand new car. You guys don't know about it yet, but it is coming in the next year. And we have planes flying overhead, we have cars flying overhead, everything we need to make an awesome video about the Model S Plaid. Now let's get going. I'm gonna tell you what I like and what I don't like and everything that's happened in the last 2 years with this Tesla. Now let's start right here up front with the wheels and tires. These are BC forged wheels, and they were special ordered and created just for me. Nobody else has this exact set. They were tooled and created just for me for Supercar Street Racing. I got to pick the color, the finish, and also the finish on the actual hardware, which would be the little bolts right there. These are actually 3-piece forged wheels. They are lighter than the Tesla stock wheels. I don't know about how much, but they are definitely lighter than the stock 21-inch wheels, which is awesome. I do have Michelin Pilot Sport 4S's wrapped around the BC Forged wheels. Now, the cool thing about the BC Forged was BC Forged actually sent me pictures of my wheels as they were being made, and they were in the CNC machine, which is pretty freaking cool. So I got to see the wheels, I got to see the stock before it went in the machine, I got to see all the drawings, and that was awesome. I loved it. The BC Forged wheels have been great. I have made an effort not to mess them up in the past 2 years that I've had them, and I always keep this car in the garage, and I be very careful about curb rash, of course. These wheels were about $6,000 to get, and they take about 4 months to get. So if I damage one, 4 months, and I don't have a spare. Now, moving on to the tires, I have had some problems with tires, but not on the front. I have had 2 flat tires. I ran over 2 different things in the road, both metal objects that flattened the same tire. It was the back passenger tire that went flat, and both times I had to get flat towed to the tire place. The second time, I have a nightmare story. They put the wrong tire on twice. They ordered the incorrect tire twice. They got me a Pilot Sport all season. Makes 0 sense whatsoever. Now, right up front on the Tesla Model S Plaid up here, you can see a few modifications that I did right away. The lights are tinted with the satin wrap. The rest of the car is satin wrapped, and so are the front lights. It looks really cool. It gives them kind of a smoke clear look, but the whole entire car is PPF wrapped thanks to All Set Auto. They did the lights as well. And up front, right down here at the very bottom, we have the carbon fiber splitter. Looks awesome. It adds a great look to the car as well, makes it more sporty. We have the carbon fiber front V here with the black Tesla logo as well. All Set Auto gave me the black Tesla logo. I bought the rest of the stuff online. You can order your stuff online as well. RPM Tesla and some other places have exactly this stuff, and I'll put a link in the description for you guys to check it out. But that is all we have in the front right now, is just that carbon fiber. Somebody's coming. All right, moving along to the side of the Tesla now, we are looking at the camera covers here. Those are actually carbon fiber. They actually are matte carbon fiber, and they're made to match the carbon that's already on the car. The rear spoiler there is also matte carbon fiber, so you will see it matches it perfectly. They press on, it looks good. It adds some sport and flair to the already sporty Model S Plaid. All right, next up on the side of the Tesla Model S Plaid, you also can see that all of the windows are tinted, including the front window. Allset Auto also did that. But right here on the side, we have the carbon fiber mirrors. That was one of the first things I put on the car, and I think they look pretty cool. They definitely make the matte PPF wrap kind of offset a little bit, and it gives it a little bit of flair on the side and brings out the sportiness in the Model S Plaid, which it definitely needs more than it did from the factory. These carbon fiber mirrors are easy to put on, and they're just press on, and it's super simple, and they fit perfectly. There'll be links in the description for that as well. Right here on the side of the Model S Plaid, we have the Model S covers for the handles. All you do is press these directly on. It's super simple. They match all the other matte carbon fiber. The weave goes the same direction as the carbon fiber that comes stock with the Model S Plaid. They press directly on, and there is the handles as they pop out. Looks pretty cool, adds another sporty touch to the Model S. Back in the rear here, we see the other size of the BC Forge wheels, the wider size. The back does have 295/35Z